All right. Can you continue speaking what you're going to say?
So if a woman does know what an IUD does, and she's sexually active, knowing that
And
that
they
can
and they
will lead
know
to the
that
death
it
of zygotes,
blocks.
is she a murderer?
No, I'm not saying that in fact she's a murderer, because there are different definitions of what do you think is murder, Dean? Like, what do you think
We're
is murder?
operating off of the definition you gave us because this is an internal critique of your own view. Once again, the foundation for my argument is very simple. You told us that you believe that human life begins at the moment of conception, and you think after that moment of conception, killing the life of the unborn child is murder, meaning that when an IUD kills the life of that unborn child moments after conception by preventing its implantation into the uterine lining, it would follow, given your logic, that that's murder.
You stopping the life of the child, yes, in my opinion, you are killing it by not letting it be a human.
So now do you see how it is logically consequential of your position that women with IUDs are literally murderers?
I'm not saying they're like, oh, they're like they're murdering someone, but them stopping the life of an unborn child, yes, in my opinion, it is like killing the baby.
So is it murder?
Yes, in my opinion.
So women with IUDs that are sexually active are murderers. Earlier, you told us that all murderers should go to jail. So you think that women with IUDs should go to jail?
No, you took my words out of context. I know I said I believe that murderers should
Dean,
go to jail.
You running this in person was so much better, honestly.
I know, because I got to be able to point to women with IUDs.
But
and
that's
this
not
guy
that's not
was standing
how it
there
works,
in front
though.
of humans. And in order to hold a consistent view, he had to look at a real fucking person. Her name was Bella, and say that Bella should be in prison for the rest of her life. See, it just humanized it so much.
I
and
do
feel
not.
like
I
that
do
was
not
so
believe that
informative.
women who get abortions should be in prison. I do not believe that. I know I said I believe murderers should go to jail. I'm saying people who are like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean when I'm saying this.
No,
Like,
I
if
don't.
somebody
I
goes
don't.
on the street, and stabs somebody, yes, I believe that they should go to jail. But I'm just saying, I do believe that it is morally wrong, but I'm not saying that it is morally equal to someone going across the street and stabbing another person.
Why is
If
it
you're
different?
trying, what do you mean? Why is it different?
Yeah, why is it different?
I'm not.
Under your
I'm
view.
just saying it's different, but from your perspective, they can't, like, the baby that is being conceived, like, can't, like, the thought process of the baby, like, they're not out of the women. They're not out of the woman yet. So I'm just saying that, like, if you're gonna go across the street and kill somebody that has an actual thought process and has a job and it is doing something, there should be different consequences for that. If you know what I'm saying.
I do know what you're saying. You're saying because it's not currently exhibiting sentience, you attribute significantly less value.
Do you believe in future? Do you
Liam,
believe in future sentience?
Liam,
Do you believe that it is like
Liam?
what?
I was speaking.
Wait, I'm gonna sneak in a quick question. Are you against
Dude,
the,
I can't even. Liam,
are you
okay,
against?
bro?
Are you guys
Hey, hold up,
against?
Liam. Just chill for 1 second.
Yeah.
Let Dean finish, and then you can ask the question.
I just have like a super genuine, good faith question. You're describing really trivial reasons why you think that a fetus is less valuable than you or I, saying like, oh, it's not currently exhibiting sentience. So what's the difference between you using trivial reasons to say it's less valuable and me using trivial reasons to say it's not valuable at all?
No, it is okay. I'm saying that I'm not saying it's not less valuable. I'm just saying there are different perspectives of, whoa, like, I'm killing a person right now who is in the same world that I am, and that's what I'm trying to say.
Fetus is not in the same world you are.
No, I'm saying they are, but you know what I mean. Like, someone who's working, someone who is currently
You're telling us that you're more valuable if you have a conscious experience. It's kind of the crux of my position. The reason I don't value fetuses prior to 20 to 24 gestational weeks is because they don't have any capacity to deploy any level of sentience.
You should. Okay, my argument for why you should value it is because it will, though. It will.
And my argument against that is we don't typically value things just because they have future sentience. Case study number 1, human zygotes, okay? They're unicellular organisms. I bet you wouldn't fucking flinch if I like unalived 1,000 of them. And then B, we could also have conversations about environments that produce future sentience, such as a contraption in which has a sperm on one side and an egg on the other. And if you just leave the contraption to its own being, it will slowly inch the sperm and the egg closer and closer together until they will inevitably meet. If I were to stop that contraption, I'd be preventing future sentience. You wouldn't give a shit. We just typically don't value that trait.
So what's your like thoughts on like mutilations of like dead bodies or like brain dead people? Like, do you believe in like pulling the
Mutilation
plug
of
on a-
dead bodies, very
Like,
bad.
I heard yes. Okay, so I very much agree with you. But what's your stance on like brain dead people? Do you believe that we should pull the plug on them?
I believe it's totally morally permissible too, with the consent of the family.
Okay. And when I first joined the live, after I gave my opinion on like my moral stance on why I voted for Trump, I wanted to ask you a couple questions about you. I want to know your opinion on diversity, equity, inclusion, like Trump's opinion on it. And I want to hear your
Yeah, I think that DEI protects a merit-based society by ensuring that Black women aren't discredited for their merits because they're Black women. Same thing for Black men or any other individual that would exist in a marginalized community in America. I believe that typically conservatives get this point wrong. DEI doesn't highlight race over merit. If anything, it just ensures that your merit should be recognized to a potential employer, regardless of what your race is. And differing views are just simply like propaganda. But I do want to like clarify here with you. You think that DEI is like a bad thing, right? Because you think it's antithetical
I'm not. No.
to
I'm not.
merit-based economy.
I'm not saying DEI is a bad thing.
Well, I mean, I
I'm
was asking
saying-
you a question.
No,
You disagree
no.
with DEI.
In a sense, I do not. But at the same time, I feel like DEI can go a little far. I do believe in a merit-based society, of course. I don't believe people should be judged off their race at all. I'm just saying I believe that in certain places, the fact of the matter, I don't believe that like you're not in today's America, in today's society. I believe
I want to try to run that point on him, Parker. Remember the one I told you over the phone on the plane? So you're telling us that you believe in a merit-based society, therefore DEI is wrong. I have a question. Do you also
No. I never said DEI is wrong. I never said DEI was wrong. I said DEI. Of course, you can have DEI in some spaces. I say like I don't think it is needed everywhere though. I don't think it was right that he got. I don't think it was right.
So you believe in a merit-based society. Do you uphold traditionalism?
Can you explain that? Also, I wasn't done finishing. I said that I don't think it was right that he got rid of DI in government spaces because, I mean, obviously, if you're looking at DI from its definition, it can be a very beneficial thing to minorities. But what do you mean, like traditionalism?
Yeah, like men are supposed to lead, go at work, protect their family. Women's supposed to stay at home.
I believe
and
women
like
can
raise
go
kids.
out and lead and do the same thing that certain men can do. But I believe that traditional society, you mean? Am I asking that? Do I believe my mom should just like stay and cook in the kitchen while my dad goes to work and gets the money? Is that what you're asking if I believe in?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you believe in like denoted family structure.
I don't see anything wrong with a woman who has more of an income than the man does. I don't see anything wrong with a woman going out and working and the dad cooking. I believe it's different for everybody. It doesn't need to be to a traditional standard where the man just works and the woman cooks. You can do both, or you can just have where the guy isn't making as much money and the woman.
I'm just essentially asking you if you agree with like prescriptive gender roles.
No, not necessarily at all. I mean, women can do whatever they want to do.
Okay, we'll go ahead and continue. I don't know, Parker, you had your hand up. Do you have anything you'd like to ask Liam?
Yeah, Liam. So if you disagree with some senses of DEI in certain contexts, and is that like a reason why you don't like Democrats or something?
No, I never said I didn't like Democrats at all. I never came. I mean, a lot of some sides of my family are Democrats. I don't really care. I'm just saying I believe that it's not.
You don't prefer Democrats to Republicans.
I don't necessarily. I never said that. I just voted for Trump because I thought he was a better candidate than
Why?
Kamala Harris.
Why?
I don't know. I just felt like Kamala's campaign wasn't as hard and wasn't as strong as Trump's was. I think Trump tried a lot harder to reach people of our generation to make them vote, and he definitely appealed to me more through like I don't know, like I watched a lot of Joe Rogan, and that was kind of one of the biggest reasons why I voted was just because a lot of my like favorite people that I appealed to had the same ideals as I did, and those are people that like I aspire and I look up to.
So to
And
clarify, Joe Rogan voted for Donald Trump, therefore you vote for Donald Trump.
no,
He
I'm
went
just
on
saying
the
a lot of people
podcast.
who. No, I'm just saying a lot of people who had the same opinion as me voted for him, and I'm morally aligned more. So, like, as I said that I was Catholic,
I
can
think what you're
hold on?
saying is that like Trump just more so aligns with like the typical like cultural involvement of like young white guys.
Young white guys.
Yeah, like he went on Nathan Ross's stream, he went on Joe Rogan's podcast, he was like endorsed by like a lot
Nathan
of
Ross is
figures
Jewish.
in like red pill circles, etc. Did you say that you were morally aligned with him?
Did you just say that Aiden Ross was Jewish?
Nathan Ross is Jewish.
He
Okay,
said that
and?
and does that mean he's not white? What?
No, I'm just saying, like, at least specify. Be respectful, please. I'm just joking with
So
you.
what's
I'm just
what's the
cracking jokes.
why is the specification?
No,
of Aiden
okay,
Ross
so
being
like I
Jewish
was gonna
relevant?
explain before you cut me off. So like in the diocese that I'm in, and in certain Catholic dioceses, they will like send you like these magazines in the mail, and it'll be like, here, who is the presidential candidate that aligns with our side of our beliefs, and obviously like more conservatism is going to align with the Catholic.
So you got like written propaganda distributed to you by your church, and that's why you.
It's
voted
not
for the
written
Gateways?
propaganda. Do you? Okay, I have a question to ask you. Do you? And it's about the popes because we're gonna about to have a new pope soon. Do you believe that there should be a very progressive pope?
Progressive,
will-
obviously.
How did we get into this conversation instead of him answering like why?
I
he
answered the
vo-
question.
No, you didn't.
I answered the question
Hold on,
earlier before
we-
you joined. Why I voted
can I
for Trump?
please
Before
finish?
you joined, I did.
Well, I asked you the question, so how am I supposed to know that if it was before I was here?
I voted for Trump because I'm pro-life. That's why I voted for Trump.
Okay, so is it only because you're pro-life?
I agree with like, I mean, other little things.
But like, say he was pro-choice, would you have still voted for him?
No, probably not.
No.
Dude, so you would have what? But that would imply that they're both pro-choice.
No, I probably wouldn't have voted. I probably wouldn't have voted.
Oh my god. Okay, Liam, is there anything else that you want to go over just before we move on?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I just have one. I just have one more question. I just have one more question for you. I do follow you. I mean, I like your content. But
dare you? Yo, let me brainwash you, bro. Come on.
all right. Just one more question. I want to know about border control, like your opinions.
Yeah, I think that we should have as many legal ports of entry into America as possible, just merely screening individuals for prior violent offenses. As well as I think that we should give every single document a migrant in America that has not committed a violent crime that same pathway to residency or citizenship. This is probably my most radically left view.
So you believe in like auto birthright citizenship, even if both parents are like legal immigrants, that you should automatically be able to get birthright citizenship?
I mean, that's what the Constitution says. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree with you. I just want to hear your opinion on that because I don't watch you that much. All right, thank you.
Oh, okay. That's all. All right, peace out, Liam. Woo! All right, Mr. Hunter, how are we doing today, sir? Do you support Trump?
Do I support Trump? No, I don't. But here's why I actually have a really crack.
Sorry, Hunter. We're just looking for debates. Moving on to the next guest. Quite frankly, if you are in that queue, make sure that you do. Oh my god.
Quite frankly, I tell you.
Quite frankly, make sure that you do indeed support Trump, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. And by the way, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo on my PayPal. And the like tree in the bio as well as in the pin message over on YouTube. Okay. Moving on to the next guest, Devin. Here we go, y'all. I'm honestly tired as fuck today. I'm not gonna lie.
You're very tired.
Not
How long
gonna
have you been
lie.
on?
About 2 hours and 40 minutes, roughly.
Hello, Dean.
You
Hey,
got on
Devin.
quite late, I tell you.
I did get on late. Sorry, Devin, before we debate, I gotta thank Madi. Thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo saying, Dean, do you hate me? Or are you ignoring my messages by mistake? Anyways, last time trying, lol. Sending you love to you and Parker as well as to the rest of the team. Unfuck America. My name is pronounced Madi. Madi, I think that like You could have been like tabbed out of the app because I do remember reading off a donation from you. I want to say like around 40 minutes ago, but I'm so sorry that didn't reach you. So Madi, if you're watching the stream, just know that I don't hate you. I love you and thank you so much for the donation as well as the message. Please show some love to Madi down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Madi. Thank you so much, Madi. I really hope that you're still in here. As well as Amber, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Sorry, Venmo. And Katrina with a 15. Thank you, Amber, Katrina, and Madi. Everybody, please show some love to Amber, Katrina, and Madi. Mr. Devin, do you support Trump?
I do in a way, but that was changed because of the previous what's happening in this world right now.
Oh,
But-
dude, awesome.
Nice.
Good for you, man. That's great. Really, really happy to hear that.
Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for the daily DNC payment. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Devin, I do appreciate you for joining, and I'm really glad to hear that you've kind of joined the right side of history. And honestly, I'm really proud of you for doing that. And yeah, I think that you're awesome. What's up, Rebecca? Do you support Trump?
No, I don't support.
All right, moving on to the
Yeah,
next guest. Here we go.
For Brian in my comment section, you should send a guest request on the stream. I'll literally accept you up right now. I'm gonna put it into my guest or in my chat right now. You should send a guest request.
All right, guys, if you're one of the 6.8 thousand people watching and you support the president and you'd like to come up here and debate, let me know down below. Quite frankly, we'll get you up here. Brianna, thank you so much for the galaxy. It means the world. Moving on to the next guest. What is going on, Mr. G? Support Trump.
Support. I mean, I voted for him.
Okay, why?
Why? I
Why?
don't know.
Oh,
Well, first
See-
of all, it doesn't matter.
yeah, it does. Elections are incredibly consequential for America now and in the future. Votes matter.
The popular vote.
Well, I just said the vote, the outcome of the election.
Okay. I'm making a confused face. You can't see that. But
How can you
really,
be-
all
How can you be confused? All I said was that elections matter. I feel like that's pretty
I mean,
easy.
all the popular vote does is. I'm sorry, I'm sick. I'm not. I don't have like a clear head. All the popular vote does is.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not. I'm very sorry.
No worries, John.
Oh yeah, it gauges the pop. Dude, I've said this so many times.
You know what, John? No worries. I appreciate you for coming up, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your night, man. It's Friday. Have a beer. What's up, Sherry? You support Trump?
Who?
Hi, Sherry. Do you support President Trump?
You're going to be seeing some areas where we're going to be seeing the 50s and the 80s. So
Sherry Hill.
Oh,
we're gonna
fuck.
be seeing some of these things.
Hi.
I-
Oh. I don't think that Sherry meant to request. Sherry, if you can still hear me, I'm sorry, Sherry. I hope that you're enjoying your Friday. I hope that you're enjoying your Friday.
That was so funny. Ah, fuck.
Sorry, Sherry. Yo, Shelby, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, hey, Dean, did you and Parker get the books on 2 hours? One of them. Yes, we did, Shelby. WU, W Sid, W. Oh my God, just W everybody that was involved with that.
Seriously.
I was speaking a little bit out on my stream yesterday. I love you
too.
guys so much. Mr. Jack, hello, Mr. Jack. Do you support Trump?
Oh yeah, sure do.
Oh no, why?
Well, I really like that he's taking men out of women's sports right now.
Okay, Jack. Well, here's the deal. We cannot talk about key issues on TikTok Live. You get banned, I get banned, we all get banned. But here's what I will say. More women have accused Donald Trump of raping them than there is T women in women's sports. I feel like there's more pressing issues at hand.
And like the NCAA.
No, they're lying.
Okay, Jack.
So
do you
how
have
many
like working brain cells in your head?
Yeah, I feel like, so I've obviously heard a lot of people come up here and like deny like Donald Trump's civil court where he got held liable for rape. But like typically, like I just kind of feel like they're like slightly engaging their brain, but like I feel like you just kind of said that almost subconsciously. Give him a minute, Parker.
Yeah, the two brain cells are working as hard as they possibly can. I tell you.
Let us know when you're ready to respond, Jack. What game you playing?
Siege, I'm in a 5v1. Hold up.
You're gonna. I bet you're losing. I bet you're losing, bro.
What's going on, bro? You support Trump?
Huh?
Do you support Trump?
Huh?
I'm gonna take that as a no. Moving on to the next guest. You guys, if you're on the queue, make sure that you do indeed support Trump, guys. We are just looking for Trump supporters to have some conversations with. So please, if you are on the queue, make sure that you do indeed support Trump. And if you're watching the live, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing out this live with a handful of friends, etc., 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 etc. We're gonna get that next guest up in here right now. But before we do, I gotta thank Ciara for the $5 donation over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Ciara. What is going on at Brookie? Do you support Trump?
This is so weird. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to actually join this.
No, Brookie, why do you support Trump? That's so sad to hear. I'm so sorry.
Bruh, because I don't believe in open borders and like sending random money to random bullshit.
Oh, Brookie, no, the propaganda, it's rotted your brain. I don't know where to
Yeah.
start. Do you think that the borders were open under Biden and Harris's administration?
They were.
did Biden and Harris like take action to open the borders, or did they like just kind of leave the borders open and do nothing about it?
They just left them open and did nothing about it.
Okay, so if they did nothing about the border and just quote unquote left it open, this means that Trump opened it with his policy in his first administration?
No.
So then who opened it? Because if it wasn't Biden and Harris, but you just told me that they didn't open it. They did nothing and left
You
it.
know what?
I
You
don't
know what,
know
Dean?
what
They just
did
stopped
some-
doing their job. The border patrol agents, they just stopped doing their job.
Real.
Nah.
Feel free to re-clarify the position to
So
us.
who opened the border?
That's a good
Ah.
question that Parker just asked you, Brookie.
Wasn't it the Harris administration?
Really? What did they do?
I mean, I don't really know all that much, but that's just what.
That's about as far as it goes. So if you don't know what they did to open the border, I'm guessing the reason you think the border's open is likely just because you've been told that before.
I guess.
Okay. That's not a good standard of evidence, especially when we're discussing politics, as there's a lot of propaganda and misleading claims and statements made in politics. It's kind of like the name of the game for like different campaigns, administrations, and voting blocks. You just kind of fight to see who could like spread the most propaganda against the other side of the aisle. So I think that's a pretty bad standard to build your foundational political
Whoever
beliefs
just
off of.
asked me if I was a natural blonde, I am.
Why are you answering that instead of listening to what Dean just said?
feel
I
like
am,
the fact that you're a
sorry.
natural
What did
blonde
Dean
is
just say?
so unimportant in this conversation right now, bro.
All right.
Brookie,
Peace.
what did Dean just say? Okay, well. Jasmine, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for quite frankly. The DNC and Soros told me to send this. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I appreciate it. Quite frankly, that was an incredible decision from the DNC and George Soros, I tell you.
I swear to God, like I don't know if like she's just starting to lose her blonde hair, but I feel like I saw some roots. You know what I mean? A profile picture. You know, if you look at my hair, it's
Bro-
like the same color all throughout.
I literally can't even see profile pictures very well.
We're gonna go to
And I'm
move on
on
to the
an
next thing.
iPad. How do you see the profile pictures?
I don't know. You just kind of like click on the account and then you kind of like squint and get close. What's going on, Spaghetti? Do you support Trump?
I support the tax policies of Trump,
Fly, thank you for the $10.
And-
Thank you.
but with that said, it is because I am a relatively high earner, you know, glory be to God and all. And it
Yeah. Well, your success is predicated on the suffering of
Right.
everybody making under $395,000
now
per
this
year.
is
That's a
right,
pretty.
and-
Does that weigh on your heart a little bit?
and it doesn't because all of my employees
Cutting
are
the
employed
VA
right
doesn't
now.
weigh on your heart.
Spaghetti. I mean, seriously, think about it, man. We understand that Donald Trump's tax policy is good for you. You're going to be paying like marginally less. Out of curiosity, like specifically, what like taxes is he cutting that's going to help you? I mean, since you make a lot of money, you probably know.
Yeah, tell us.
I don't know. That's why I have an account. But it's the overall consensus. It's like what 4.1% difference if I'm remembering correctly.
On your income
maybe.
over 400K. How much over 400K are you making?
I'm a decent amount. But with that said, it's the reason I felt that way about my vote and the tax policies is, as somebody who is a high earner I have like 72 employees right now. It felt more important to me to have
Only your personal
low
income is
tax.
taxed, Ben.
Spaghetti, can I give you my take?
Of course, yeah.
Congrats. You make well over $400,000 per year in personal income. You have 72 employees. You've won the game of capitalism. You should feel proud of yourself. You've done it. You've won. Okay? Here's the deal. I don't think that a marginal tax increase upon you will really affect your quality of life all too much. Could we agree there?
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. So when we are doing like this trade on, trade off, what does America lose for what you gain? I would say you're gaining like slightly lower taxes, right? It's not really going to increase the quality of your life all too much. It's just going to increase the numbers on like your phone screen when you check your bank account. But the expense of that, right? What America's paying is redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. I mean, like the Institute on Taxation and Economics did a study. Every single American making under $395,000 per year will have less purchasing power because of Donald Trump's economic policy. But wait, it gets worse because you get less purchasing power the less you make. So we're regressively taxing people. The less money they make effectively because of the effect of his tariffs. And that's on top of the fact that we're heading towards a recession. That's on top of the fact that we're distancing ourselves from every other country on earth. And that's on top of the fact that he's objectively increasing global tensions. I mean, I feel like the expense of a couple extra zeros, not even zeros, a couple extra numbers in your bank account at the end of the year outweighs the benefit.
I agree for the most part. Where I disagree is, as somebody who is a high earner, the opportunity that I have to offer better employment for the average person because my income is higher, which gives me more capital to invest into further ventures, which I'm stuttering a little bit because I am nervous.
No, I hear what you're saying. Yes, you will have more capital to reinvest into your business if you choose to do so. And if you're a virtuous, morally good guy that not only wants to scale your business, but wants to give a higher quality of life to your employees, you can do that. And every so often, we see a business owner do that. But here's the deal. Why do you care more about the benefit of a handful of people compared to the benefit of millions of people?
Also, if you have a higher income over $400,000, right, and you have a higher tax rate, the top bracket would be like, if it's higher, would actually incentivize you more to reinvest money that you would rather get, that you would get otherwise, into your business, because you get less of that money. If that makes sense, because you get taxed on it at a higher rate.
I don't know. The way that I think about it is like, this is more individual. If this guy's telling us that for whatever reason he has like more of an incentive to reinvest more of his money into the business because of the tax cuts, I'll just say, okay, I'll believe it. And I'm sure that if you are genuinely a virtuous guy like you're describing, you will do it. But I think that we should value the benefit of millions compared to the benefit of like maybe 20.
Well, I think both of these things are true. Also, but like we should be doing what's going to benefit people. Plus, he actually is going to have a greater incentive to reinvest if it is the case, that because you save whatever your top marginal tax rate is when you do a tax write-off.
Right. So, and Parker, I'll be honest, I didn't follow the first half of what you said. So if without being disrespectful, I won't respond because I don't want to confuse the audience. With another point of view that I feel is necessary to mention, or not necessary, but my opinion as somebody who has reaped the benefits of capitalism is the way I view it. And Dean, you can tell me if the data proves otherwise. When the higher earners are earning more, pocketing more, most people who are high earners are always seeking to make a higher income. Higher incomes usually come from running businesses, and running businesses need employees. And the way I look at it is the better that the wealthy do, the more jobs that are created.
So that can be true in like microcosms. Like for instance, maybe you definitely like Costco's and I think like a couple banks, right? I like when Donald Trump reinstituted like his version of trickle down economics in 2017. Like I'm like that's really the only companies that I could think
Tree,
of.
thank you
that
for the
reinvested
$20.
more
Thank
back
you
into
so
their
much. I really
employees. Like, I think
appreciate it. Thank
JP
you.
Morgan
I hope it
gave
gets better for
10,000
you. I hope it
employees
gets
a
better. I'm
10%
so
pay
sorry to hear
increase.
that. I'm so sorry.
But
I
on
hope
the
it gets better.
macro scale,
Don't worry, I'll get you
we
there.
don't
I
see
got
that
you.
trend follows. For instance,
We'll make it better.
there was a study done by this financial institution called Brookings, you might know of them, that basically demonstrated after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was signed into law under Trump's first admin, we didn't see any new business investment on the macro scale. Okay. And to take it one step further, we also really didn't see any new GDP growth. I think it was like 20 to $40 billion in additional GDP growth per year caused by his tax cuts. And that's accounting for the tax cuts for the average American, which were minimal, not just the tax cuts for wealthy Americans. So overall, we don't see that as a trend on the macro scale, but we definitely can point towards isolated incidents where that's true. But I don't think that like the isolated instances of virtuous business owners executing upon trickle down economics in a good manner for the average American justifies it as a whole. Since we could just reconsider trickle down economics and say, let's just give the cuts right to the workers, and that will increase the qualities of lives for more workers than otherwise.
Yeah. I think what I am hearing is that I am assuming that everyone is on the same thought process as me, and I guess they are not.
Yeah, no, they're not, man. Yeah, and like, hey, dude, like I said, if I was like ultra fucking rich, if I made a shit ton of money, if I had like 72 employees, if I was killing it like you are in this game of capitalism, I wouldn't care about like marginal increases in my taxes because it wouldn't do shit to my quality of life, especially when I consider how many lives would be benefited off of an alternative tax structure.
Yeah, like for example, like Kamala Harris's tax policy, the child tax credit increased to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 to them being 5 years old, 3,000 to them being 18. Just that in of itself, when implemented into like through the American Rescue Plan, reduced childhood poverty by 45%. That's just one of their policies. Not to mention $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, or the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month, right? The expansions to the ACA, right? Plenty of policies that benefit average working Americans that Donald Trump simply wasn't advocating for.
Right. And then just one last thought for me. I know that we're throwing a lot at you, but it kind of all comes together well. Spaghetti. Like I feel like if you got to pay a little bit more in taxes, the only pain that you're going to feel is like writing the check to the IRS. You're going to be like, damn, that's a big number. Move on with your day. Forget about it in a week. Right. But like the pain that the average American is going to feel as a result of Donald Trump's economic policy is like not being able to I guess like the average or low income Americans is going to be like not being able to like feed themselves or their children, going from dinner every single night to maybe dinner 5 times a week, what I mean?
And as somebody who grew up in poverty, I am of course sympathetic to that. So I will say for me personally, and I know this is probably going to bother a lot of the viewers, when it comes to my vote, as somebody who, I mean, hell, I have my pronouns in my bio. So, but I simply look at I simply look at tax policies, and I know that's probably the worst way to vote, but it's for like some, yeah,
yeah, you shouldn't just vote for whatever benefits you the most, because we got to remember at the end of the day we're all in this together. And also, who knows? Maybe when a lot of other people are struggling outside of yourself, that might make you do worse as a business owner too. And I think the best case for that right now is the fact that Donald Trump's economic policy is sending us towards a recession. But
this is actually what I typically say to them. Like, think about your kids. Think about your kids' kids. Think about the kids that come after them. Do you want a society that's better for them? Because inevitably speaking, even the money, if you make it for them, is actually going to equal out, right, within a few generations. So your kids' kids are going to be no different than any average person.
Yeah, fair point. Well, I think my perspective has been changed, so that's a W for you all.
Man, well, I mean, it's a W for you too. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I will say, just because like I've seen 400 comments about it and I don't really care to mention it. My income last year was I'm not even gonna say my income, but the lowest salary I have on my payroll is $127,000. So start a business, pay your employees well, and vote blue next time, I guess.
That's actually kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. If he's like telling the truth, that's actually pretty nuts. Like the lowest salary on like your of like your employers is of your employees is $127,000 per year. Damn, dude, that's yeah, you're killing it, and you're seemingly doing very well by your employees. I could respect that. I can. Bree, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. As somebody with multiple chronic disabilities, my central medications have nearly doubled since December. Jesus Christ, Bree, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that's a very real example of real world harm. Linda with the $10. I don't use PayPal often besides you and Parker, so I worry I screwed up. Did my PayPal go through? Let me check right now, Linda. What's going on? Hi, my name is. Do you support Trump?
I don't. I just wanted to say hi. Thank you so much for everything you do. You just inform people so much and so eloquently, and I just wanted the opportunities to say thank you.
Thank you.
I
so
really
much.
appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, Linda. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for the love, MM. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And also, Linda over on YouTube, it did go through. I'm so sorry I didn't see it. Linda, thank you for the $20 donation over on PayPal, saying The Cult of Trump by Stephen Hassan is a good resource to help explain why MAGAs were sucked in by Trump. I'm going to have to read it. Thank you so much for the recommendation, Linda. What's going on, Jennifer? Do you support? Oh, God.
And Mary, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for Happy Friday, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Heidi with the $10, Ashlyn with the $1, and Caleb with the $5. Thank you so much, y'all.
Yeah. Jennifer, do you support Trump?
I actually don't, but I just literally wanted to come on here, like the girl that was just on here, because I'm actually from Canada and I look up to you guys like so much, and like we're kind of going through the same thing with our election and everything. So, and like whatever, I love watching you guys because you guys like speak so much truth about actually what's going on in the world.
Jennifer, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And I appreciate you for your kind words. Right now, we are just looking for Trump supporters, though, but that is incredibly kind, guys. But please stay out of the queue unless you're a Trump supporter. What's going on, Olivia? Do you support Trump?
Hey, how are you? And I just wanted your opinion on Candace Owens and how she turned her views around. But I do not support Trump, and I am also an avid follower and believer in you, and I respect you for your debates and your lives. But I just wanted.
I appreciate you for the love, Olivia. I'm sorry, I am going to kick you just because we are looking for debates.
Did you get my flag?
Yeah, I did.
Should I drop or what do you?
No, okay, it's up to you. But specifically about Candace Owens, she didn't turn her views around.
Hello.
What's up, S? Do you support Trump?
No, but I do have somebody here that does and would like to debate you on it.
Oh, dude, I had my thumb on the kick button.
No, yeah, no.
You're there with you right now? Throw them on.
You're right here.
Yo, what up, Dean?
What's going on, man? So you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Why is that, dude? Why do you support the worst president of your life?
Well, see, that's your view.
It is. That's what we're here to debate, sir.
So, other than that, I support Trump because, I mean, come on, dude, really?
Come on, dude, really?
Come on, dude, really? You know what? That sounds like a good argument.
Come on, dude, really? You know what?
I
You
never
beat
considered
me.
that before, dude.
Me neither. You've beat.
Well,
me.
you gotta realize the felonies; those are not true.
What, dude? What?
Okay,
Yes,
well-
the felonies did occur.
Okay, real quick.
They upgraded misdemeanors to felonies.
Just want to ask you real quick. What's your
Because
name?
of a
Just so I
predicate
know.
crime.
Just so I know what to call you. What's your name?
Chris,
Chris, what were his felonies for?
they're not felonies; they were misdemeanors.
Yes, they were
What
felonies.
Just okay. Then what were the misdemeanors for? Chris, you can't say that it didn't happen if you don't know what they adjudicated to have occurred. That's like me saying that Chris is definitely not wearing a blue shirt right now. I don't know that. I don't know what color your shirt actually is. Anyways, Chris, why do you support the current administration?
Because I asked him if he supported Trump, and he was like, yeah.
Did he give up? Hello?
Come on, dude, really?
Somebody hop on the line. We're going to debate.
Bro, drop the phone.
Chris, you should come back.
No
not coming
way, dude. That's rough.
Oh no, I guess Chris passed the phone. Did you want to say something? Were you a Trump supporter?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
There's somebody else?
Go ahead. Yeah.
So why is it that you don't like Trump?
Oh yeah,
Oh
yeah.
wait,
Do you want me to address or do you want to go for it?
yeah, but before I just wanted
Anybody's
to ask
fine.
Blair, real quick, Blair, do you support Trump?
Remember me?
Yes.
Hi, bestie.
I don't. You're scaring me. Okay, so yeah, why do you support Trump?
Oh, I support Trump because he's not part of the status quo.
Okay.
So he like disrupts the status quo.
Yes.
Well,
What
I
is
think
bad
that-
about the status quo?
Well, let's see. As a veteran, when my brothers came back from fighting overseas, same like me, a lot of them ended up homeless. A lot of them, have mental issues. And everyone says like, oh, the VA system is like really awesome. No, it's not. And the VA system is, is controlled by the government. And we spend all this other stupid money for like supposedly helping the homeless. Or
So we should
supposedly
cut the
helping-
VA?
No, not cut the VA.
Can I hop in here real quick? So let's imagine that you drove a car that maybe had like an evap leak. So check engine lights on, needs to get that gasket fixed. Maybe it's leaking a little bit of oil, and maybe also like a couple of the tires need some air, so it's a little bit hard to drive the car. Let's also assume that they don't have any tread, so it takes you like 350 feet to stop. Like your car is not perfect. In fact, you probably have some good reasons to complain about it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So if I walked up to you and I said, well, I can't fix your car, but I could offer you a totally new one, but this totally new one was even worse off, okay? You had to completely change your thermostat. Maybe one of your pistons was misfiring. You got to get a new engine. It's all fucked up. Would you switch for that new car because your
No,
current one
Gina,
isn't
thank you so
perfect?
much. I appreciate the $20 for help. We've had a good day.
Well, if
partner.
it's
Thank
more
you so much. I
trouble
really
than-
appreciate it. Thank you.
Then
W's
the
in the
car that
comment
I
section
currently
for the
have?
$20 YouTube
No.
super chat. Thank you so much.
Precisely my point. I think that there's like super good faith, genuine critiques of our country's treatment of veterans, especially in the VA, and as it relates to the health crises of
Yeah,
many
but what
veterans
I'm
in
saying-
America today. And I think that those are, very valid concerns, right? But I think the Trump administration only serves to further exacerbate those concerns. Like, we have a bunch of homeless veterans. Well, how are they going to be doing when the purchasing power of every American making under $400K per year is worse off? I mean, those homeless veterans are going to have an even lower quality of life. You said that we're facing more mental illness in America, as specifically as it relates to veterans. So, I mean, how do we feel about Donald Trump defunding 988? So now all of a sudden, none of those homeless veterans have a number to call if they have a phone to talk to a mental health professional if they're on the verge, right? We have this issue of a VA in which is dysfunctional and does not provide quick, effective care to veterans in America. Well, now you voted for Trump, revoking funding from the VA, firing over 10,000 employees, so that care is going to take even longer now. See, none of what
the
Trump
10,000
offered
like,
for
the
your
thing-
problems solved the problems. In fact, Donald Trump offers things to make them worse.
Well, because the thing with the government, same like in the military, sometimes you have two people doing the same job and it's redundant. So you don't need two people doing the same job. If I'm paying like three people basically to do the exact same job, why not just pay one person and get rid of the other two? But instead of helping to me, it should the way I would look at the homeless crisis is if you served and you're a veteran, you come first. If you're just a homeless person because you're an alcoholic,
Name
or
one
you
thing that any
gamble,
Republican has
or
ever
you're-
done for homeless veterans.
That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Honestly, I can't really name one. But what I'm saying is,
Okay.
like, you have these people that just we need to take care of
Because
all
they
the-
haven't been because they
How-
haven't
how's
done shit.
about you take
Homeless
care
people in
of the
America have
homeless
only
people
been
first
helped by Democrats.
that were veterans.
Food
If you're-
stamps,
if you're
Democrats.
homeless because-
EBT,
if you're
Democrats.
homeless
Social
because-
safety nets like child tax credits, Democrats. It's all Democrats.
Yeah, and I'm paying for lazy shits. But if you're homeless and you're a veteran,
Lazy, bro. What? Why are
then-
you just
then
saying
you
people,
should-
bro?
then you should be first
Wait,
in getting assistance. If you're homeless because you're a drug addict or you're an alcoholic or you gambled your paycheck away, then no, you're at the bottom of the freaking ladder. Until we get every
Sir, hey,
homeless person
hey,
in
hey,
to
hey,
some
S.
kind of treatment or
Hey,
housing.
S. So
then
for a while when I was growing up, I was homeless because my mother was a drug addict. So you're telling me that all government benefits should have been taken away from her and I
Yes.
should have starved?
Yes.
You fucking sick fuck.
Well, if
What
that's
is
what
wrong
think,
with
then
you?
fuck
What is
you.
wrong with you?
You know what's wrong with me? I don't fucking give a shit about useless people.
Useless? You mean children? You mean you
Your
don't
mom
care about
chose-
children?
your
Wait,
mom
I
chose
have a question. Are
to
you?
do drugs when you were a
I have a
kid.
question. Are you
That's not my
pro-life?
fucking problem.
I have a question. Are you pro-life?
Am I pro-life?
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of, depends.
No, you're pro forcing women to go through fucking pregnancy. You don't give a flying fuck about them. You just
I'm
said
not
that
fucking
Dean should have
forcing
starved to
nobody.
death because
If you're too
he was a
fucking stupid to
child.
keep your fucking nails closed or fucking put a condom on it, then hey, your fucking problem, not mine.
Jesus Christ. You know, for
What?
a
How
lot
is that
of,
fucking hard?
you know,
Condoms
for a
don't
lot of,
cost that much.
I'd like
It's
to clarify here.
$12 at
For
fucking 7-Eleven.
for a lot of
How the fuck is birth control
hey,
important?
sir.
Okay, if I'm
speaking
population control,
and you're
just
gonna
fucking shoot
listen.
people, right? Awesome.
I'm speaking and you're gonna listen to me. Okay?
Well, you keep interrupting me.
And I'm gonna continue to interrupt me until you shut the fuck up.
Because you're a sick fuck.
Oh,
So I
awesome.
but
See,
I
there's no
don't
logic.
want to have to get hostile.
Right there.
You just told me that I should have starved to death as a kid. I don't really care about being liberal like. But I'd like to clarify here. You told me that, like my mother at that point was just completely useless and bottom of the barrel, who cares? Like for a lot of individuals that struggle with addiction, especially during the O crisis, that
Yeah, and that
addiction
was your
are you gonna like maybe possess the impulse control of like a 5-year-old and just be wait?
I'm just saying
wait for
that
me to
was her.
finish?
That was her choice.
Are you gonna wait for me to finish?
You can finish. I'm just saying that was her choice. Go ahead. And finish.
I honestly don't think that you have enough information on what addiction is, what it leads to, or how it can occur to make that delineation. And you're just reiterating tired old talking points from the Republican Party because it's all you know. So
I've never
turn
heard
off the
anyone in
news,
the
stop
Republican Party
listening
say-
into the propaganda, and maybe listen to what I have to say. Is that fair?
I've never heard any Republican say that.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just once again I'm gonna start talking, and I'm gonna request for you to listen to me.
Oh, go ahead.
So first and foremost, for many individuals that have struggled with addiction, especially as a result of the O crisis, that no, it actually wasn't by choice. I mean, there is countless stories of individuals undergoing some type of tragedy, like maybe like a car accident where they break their spine, they undergo surgery, and then they're prescribed O's, if you know what I'm referencing, by
Yep.
medical health practitioners. And sometimes it's quite abusive. And at the end of the day, the medical health practitioners just looking to get a bigger paycheck, so they give them more than they need. And next thing you know, they're addicted, right? And for a lot of those people, I mean, that addiction is so incredibly draining and is so freaking hard to just stop that, I mean, it ends up costing them it ends up costing them their house. And I mean, that's kind of like the story that led to me being homeless for a while when I was a kid. And I mean, for you to say that, well, because, my mom temporarily was in my mind a victim of medical malpractice, that therefore she was useless and therefore I deserve to starve, is just an incredibly anti-human belief that only serves to hurt people, and I have no clue why you choose to believe it.
Yeah, saying that kids should starve in any circumstance is crazy.
Like, why do you like want to believe things that only hurt people? Like, man, I feel like at the end of the day, we got to remember, like, we're all human, right? And I feel like at the bare minimum, everybody, regardless of their political affiliation, should just try to look out for yourself, sure, but also look out for others and at least want to strive for a brighter future, for everyone. And I mean, like, when you just choose and like willingly opt to hold to beliefs that only are conducive to harm against people, it doesn't generate any good. It's just kind of like, maybe you like the shock value of telling over 6,000 people that kids should starve and drug addicts don't deserve to live. But I just don't even see why you want to believe that.
I might sound like a radical, but human beings have a right to food, to be fed.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do.
don't.
I believe you saying that
do
human
not have
beings
a
don't
right
have a
to
right
food.
to be fed shows how little empathy
You
you
do
have.
not
bro.
have a right to be
You
fed.
absolutely. Every single
have a
human
right
being
to
will
go
be
out
every
and hunt
every
your own
single
food.
human being should be
You have
fed
a
in this
right to
fucking
go out
world.
and, you know,
Parker,
fish
Parker,
for
I want
your
him to be able.
own food.
Parker, I want him to be able to
You don't
respond to
have
what
a
you're saying
right
about human
to be
beings
like,
having a right
hey,
to be fed, but I also
give me
really want him to
fucking food.
respond what I just said. Like,
Well,
do
wait.
you mind before responding to Parker, you respond to what I said? I mean,
Okay, for like,
the conclusion of what I said is like, no, there's many circumstances where addiction's not a choice, and it definitely doesn't justify devaluing humans and saying that their children should starve. And I fail to see any positive consequences of that belief. So I'm merely asking you why you hold that belief.
wait, the only thing I would say that, okay, yes, you do not have a choice, is if you got into an accident or you got some kind of injury and your doctor prescribed you opioids. Yes, you don't have a choice there, because you know the doctor prescribed you the pain medication and all that, and you got hooked on it. You didn't have a choice. You took what the doctor gave you.
Yeah. So should
wait,
individuals
hold on,
suffering?
hold on.
No, I don't want to
Dude,
hold
I'm
on
not-
because you're just going to say that's the
I'm
exception
still
to the rule and
answering your
talk about
question.
other people. But I want you to
Wait, dude,
specifically talk
okay,
about this
so I'm-
circumstance
I'm-
because you're
I'm
the one that
answering
told
what
me
you're fucking
I had to
asking me.
starve as a child, and
oh my
that was the
fucking God.
situation in which my family
What
was
the
in.
fucking- Okay, now you said that's not a choice, and I grant you that is not a choice if your doctor prescribed it for you. But if you're hanging out with your friends and your friends are like, "Hey man,
Yeah,
I got
but
some
let's
opioids."
talk about other
Oh my
scenarios that are
fucking
not
God,
relevant to you
seriously.
telling me I deserve to starve as a kid.
Wait, and if you're hanging out with your friends and your friends like, dude, I got some opioids.
Yeah, go.
here."
I'm gonna shut you the fuck up
choice,
because I want you to respond specifically to the
Didn't I just
particular
fucking respond
conditions
specifically
in
to what
which
you
I
fucking
grew
said?
up
I
in,
said, no,
which
you didn't
led
have
you
a
to telling me
choice.
that I deserve
Your
to starve as a
fucking
child.
mom got fucking into an accident and got fucking prescribed opioids, right? No, she didn't have a fucking choice because she took what the doctor gave her. What I'm saying is, other people that have addictions.
So
made
so
the
so then
fucking
take
choice
it back.
because they're
Take
fucking
it
retarded.
back. Take it back. Tell me, what did you just say?
I said they made the fucking choice because they're fucking retarded. If someone came up to you like, "Hey, here's a joint, smoke weed,"
Jesus Christ, what a loser.
What
What
a
a
loser.
loser, dude.
Seriously, what a
Holy-
loser.
holy shit. We're
Zero
like a
fucking
mega
humanity.
loser.
Zero humanity. That was insane.
Oh shit! 1 second.
Stop, Austin. Oh, wait. You don't
Close.
like Nazis. Sorry, Aspen. Sorry.
No,
you
you're
don't
good.
like Nazis. I see your profile picture. You don't support Trump?
No, well, in a sense, I think I
Okay,
got
so
a
do you
pretty
support Trump?
unique take. Again, in a sense, I think that.
Can I guess your perspective before you describe it to us?
Yeah, go for it. I feel like you got it, to be honest.
What I'm guessing you're going to describe to us is like something about how this will lead to like more people being conscious about social and class movements, and inevitably will inspire more people to be more political, to strive for the good because of the bad. That's a consequence of our government. So you do support the administration in the sense that it's politically activating more people, which will lead to better outcomes in the future.
I mean, I kind of, but not really.
Okay, I was just taking a
basically-
shot at the dark. Go ahead.
No, fair enough. Basically, what I've gotten from, I mean, I got into politics in like 2016, with Bernie Sanders and everything. I started to look around like, hey, why is everything shit? Like, why can't I afford to go to college? Why can't I ever afford to buy a house and everything? And I mean, I think you recognize it. Both of the parties, a large majority of the Democratic Party is in the same boat as the Republican Party. I really don't think that there's any overcoming that. And even if we were to go with the Democratic Party's like liberal views, there's still a lot of oppression, especially of the global South.
Agreed.
Nope, Dean got banned. Well, already banned. Wow. Restricted. Oh, live visibility restricted. Woo. Live visibility restricted. Woo. So fucking happy. I love when my lives restricted. We love it. What's up, everyone? Everyone on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. Sid with $100. Thank you so much for hi. Yay, Friday night Parker lives are my favorite. They are great, I tell you, other than the bans that are happening on TikTok to crazy extents. Chat, I don't know how to fix this TikTok issue. It's so brutal. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10. I know, it's actually insane. It's actually insane. But W's for Sid in the comment section. Thank you so much, Sid. It was great to meet you. It was great to meet you. So good, I tell you. What's up, everyone? Do get a second for people to join up. Why? What's the point? Why do you send a guest request? What's the point of this? Every day, I'm just going to block you. How many accounts? Just tell me. Give me the number of accounts that you've had to make. How many emails? How many emails have you had to make? It's diabolical, I tell you. It is diabolical. Tell me how many emails.
What are you talking about?
How many emails have you had to make in order to be able to like continue to make new
Well,
accounts?
a lot because your mods block me.
Why? Why do you think my mods block you?
Because they're, I don't know.
72 accounts? I'm just like, at what point are you going to stop?
Well, I'm going to keep making them if they keep blocking me.
Why?
Well, because I'm trying to have a conversation in the comments.
Why don't you talk to me on the live?
Because I don't want to talk to you.
Then why do you want to go in my comment section?
I want to talk to the comments.
Why do you want to talk to the comments?
Well, because I don't want them being liberals.
Okay, well then why don't you talk to me? Maybe that will convince them not to be liberals, you know. Oh, she left. She doesn't want them to be liberals, but she won't have a conversation with me. So she wants me to be a liberal? Yeah, that's so real. She wants me to stay liberal? Okay. Valid take, I tell you. To say that I should still be liberal, you know. She doesn't want to talk to me. That's so funny. That's so funny. What's up, everyone on YouTube? Do make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. Should we ask Dean what is he doing? Did Dean already go live again, or what's going on with him? Ivy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let me see. Yes, he's still live. Oh, did he go live? I'm on. I would consult people you know and trust and see the possibility of you doing that, but I would bet it'd be better. What the hell? But what's going on? He's gonna hop off, really? Is he gonna raid us? Is he gonna raid us? Hopefully. My thoughts are YouTube is dead right now. Really? I think it will just give it a second, and it'll be fine. But yeah, I think that maybe just getting people off of YouTube might be the best way. He just got banned, yeah. So do you want me to be liberal because you won't talk
No,
to me?
I don't.
So then talk to me. Come on. Are you going to talk to me? I will be so nice to you. Okay. No. Okay. All right. Keep running away. I tell you. At some point, you will acknowledge reality. I tell you. At some point, reality will be acknowledged. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right. Alrighty, we'll see. I mean, I think that it might just be a day to get people off of YouTube chat. What do y'all think? Let's see what Dean's doing right now. Let's see if I can see what he's doing. I don't see him on YouTube. Let me check. Or I mean TikTok. Let me go check YouTube. Give it 1 second, chat. Or actually, wait. Who am I kidding? He should literally be in my recommended. Okay, it didn't happen right away. There he is. He is live. What is he doing? Oh, he's just gonna get off. Okay. Alrighty. Well, we'll see if we can get the people up here. We'll talk to people on the YouTube, and I think we'll move people over from the TikTok, because the thing is, TikTok, it's restricted. So, alrighty, everyone joining up on the stream right now, make sure to like the stream on YouTube, y'all. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I just don't trust. I don't trust the TikTok TikTok guest box right now. And Tyler, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. My dad called me a leftist sheep today because I told him the Biden admin didn't abandon the 2 astronauts for political reasons. Right here, I got to read the whole thing. Oh my gosh. Like he claims, keep up the good work. Yeah, thank you so much, Tyler. I appreciate it. That's diabolical. Melanie with the $50 for former VA researcher. We've seen fewer cancer disparities in the VA despite problems compared to the general public. Happy to send sources. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Melanie. I really appreciate that. I would love to see that. I would love to see that's always, that information is always important. All your reposts are of Dean and Parker Lamau. Yeah, I had a feeling that person was a troll, and I just didn't add them up. Yo, you know what? I had such a feeling that person was a troll that I didn't add them up. Yo, Sid, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Also, the video Charlie posted of y'all is the biggest pick me energy I've ever seen in my life. I know he was giggling when he made it too. Yeah, it's actually so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It's insane. Alrighty. Let me get some people on StreamYard. We're gonna just get people on StreamYard, y'all. I think that's the place to go. StreamYard is the place to go. Let's get some people on StreamYard real quick. All right, let's get people over on YouTube, everyone. What's up on YouTube, everyone? Make sure to like the stream. We're gonna start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I mean, at heart, I'm a accelerationist, and I think he is the guy to get it done in terms of just completely upending how we do everything, how our country is operating, how our trade operates globally. Now is the time to flip that switch, make it happen.
Are you left wing?
No. I'm a nihilist, honestly. I'm not left wing or right wing.
I meant like economically.
Am I economically left wing or right wing? Same. I don't really believe in anything. I'm nihilistic. I think that what matters is how quickly we can accelerate into a change, into a shift of the paradigm of how we are actually operating as a country, or honestly, even as a globe.
Into what though? Like what are you shifting into?
That's a fantastic question. So I mean, I think that there's a couple of different. MH777 says Nazi doomer. No, I'm not a Nazi doomer. Not that at all. So I think if you're going to shift into anything, it needs to be a radical change from where we are now, how things are operated right now. So look at things like, Kamala Harris, right? Why I didn't vote for her is she would keep the status quo. The status quo is a slow burn into annihilation. We need to shift this into an accelerated mode.
Into what?
So what do you mean by into what?
Like, what are you accelerating to?
I think I said that the absolute change of the paradigm that we're currently existing in. Now, what comes out of that change, that's the beautiful thing about chaos, right? Is that we don't necessarily know. We're going to find out.
You don't have like an ideal?
No, not really. Not really. I guess if you had to say anything, my ideal would be the expansion of the human race, maybe the ability for us to continue to survive over the next, 10,000 years, whatever it might be.
How's Donald Trump going to help us survive more?
Well, he's going to fuck this shit up. Oh, I'm so sorry. Can I say the F word? I apologize.
So to clarify, you want him to make the country worse?
I want him to make everything worse.
You sound like an idiot, dude. Get off my live.
What? Come on.
Yeah, if you can't just self-admit the candidate you want for president, you want him to fuck things up. Like, dude, just come on. That's not how it works. Sorry, chat. I forgot to put on the background. The background that tells people that there's no audio here on TikTok. Because TikTok's useless right now. I'm just not gonna lie. So I recommend to go over to YouTube. Did I download it? I don't think I did download. I didn't download that one on here. So how do I tell people? I can't really, I guess. Yeah, everyone. Like there's not really a way to get actual guests on TikTok right now. Russell, think of the $10. Thank you. Oh, hold up. Oh, you're good. You can. One second. Let me mute everything. TikTok low-key heard. I forgot to turn on mute TikTok. Well, it was my girlfriend's friend that I was just meeting real quick. All right, let's see if we can add people. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you?
19.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
One big issue for me was the abortion issue.
Ask yourself, think of the $2. Thank you so much. Okay, are you pro-life?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life?
Yes. I feel like
Okay.
that's what we did when we outlawed murder.
Okay, well then I'll ask this question. Do you want to what's it called? Engage in vaccine mandates, like say during a pandemic?
To force people to take the vaccine?
Yeah.
Not necessarily.
Restrict bodily autonomy to save human life?
Well,
You
murder.
don't want to do that?
It's different because it's murder, isn't it?
I'm talking about restrict bodily autonomy to save human life.
So restrict bodily autonomy to prevent murder. That's different from forcing people to take a medication that they don't want to.
To save human life. It's still the same principle of restricting bodily autonomy to save human life. And thank you for the Dean Raid, everyone joining in on YouTube. Thank you for the Dean Raid for everyone joining on YouTube. Everyone on TikTok, make sure to go over to the YouTube channel. That is where I'm getting debates right now. Everyone's where I'm getting debates.
I
What
mean,
you were saying?
I don't think we should be forcing medication down people's throats. I think
How about
that
this? I have a question, actually.
Okay.
If Donald Trump, right, wanted to leave women's right to vote up to the states, would you have supported him?
Repeat that one more time.
If Donald Trump wanted to leave women's right to vote up to the states, would you support him?
That's what he did, didn't it? Isn't it?
No.
Leave reverse Roe v. Wade and leave it up to the states to decide.
Yeah, you're talking about this abortion. I said right to vote.
Oh no.
No, you would vote against him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that
Because
goes
it's
against.
restricting women's rights. Okay, so then I have a question. Right? Do you think that women should be able to get access to abortion if they were assaulted?
No.
You think that should be illegal?
Yes.
You think they're murderers, even if they were assaulted? So how about this? A 10-year-old girl that gets sexually assaulted should she be forced to go through that pregnancy?
Well, I don't think we should be reacting to evil with more evil. I don't see what good it would do.
What? I'm just. I
What
asked
good would it do to kill a baby after somebody's been raped?
the fucking kid doesn't have to go through a pregnancy. That could be traumatic for them.
Okay. Well, what if it was more traumatic for the child to have to basically just give birth, but give birth to a decapitated and mutilated child?
What? I mean, if you get an abortion,
It's already
early-
traumatic enough of an experience, sure, but we should
if
be
you
able
get
to
an
help that
abortion
child
early
take.
on. Wait, if you get an abortion early on, it's not like that.
It's okay. It's still murder, though.
Okay,
And
but
I don't
why?
see how that does any
What's
good.
valuable about the embryo?
That is a human life.
Okay. So just because it's human life, okay, I have a question. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Well, I don't know. That's a different circumstance, but I would say that if they're just not going to be able to live a life that's good for them, that's productive, their consciousness is not going to increase. Their ability to fulfill their agency is not going to increase.
So, but they're
So I would
cellular,
consider
but
them
they
practically dead at that point.
but
Even
they
if
are
their
s-
body is able to live longer, if their brain is dead, then
but
that
they
person
are
is dead.
cellularly alive still.
Right, but they don't have their personhood anymore, and that the odds of them getting that back are slim to none, right?
Yeah, if you're brain dead, you're not going to get it back. Right? That's what we're acknowledging. So are you saying the fact that they're living plus that the fact that there's a potential future subjective experience?
Right.
Okay. So if you're saying because there's a potential future subjective experience and there's something living and that set of conditions makes something valuable. Okay, well then if that's true, wouldn't that set of conditions exist 0.1 second prior to conception?
Repeat that again.
Wouldn't that exist 0.1 second prior to conception? Actually, here, I'll just ask you this. This might be too complicated for you. An IUD, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, meaning it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall.
Okay.
Okay. So
I would think that any way to try to prevent conception would also be immoral. I don't think it's on the same level as murder. I don't think it's on the same level as abortion.
No. This isn't preventing conception. I said prevents implantation.
Okay. Well, is that the normal purpose of the thing to prevent what was the phrasing you used again?
Say it one more time.
What was the phrasing that you used again? Is that the usual purpose of the IUD?
It is a purpose, yes.
To prevent
it prevents fertilization and implantation.
Well, I'd still say that's immoral. I wouldn't say it's on the same level as abortion.
Why not? Because it's a living at conception.
It's still
and implantation, and if you prevent implantation, you're killing a fertilized
but
egg at
intent is
conception.
also important to that circumstance.
What's up?
Intention is also important.
Okay, so if they do intend, then they should
If
go
you
to.
do intend to
Then
murder
are
a
they
baby
murderers?
with an IUD, then yeah, I would say
A
that's
murder, a single cell organism. So should they go to prison?
Yeah.
You think women with IUDs should go to prison? So type 3 in the comment section if you're a woman that has an IUD, or if you have an IUD. Are you saying all of these women should go to prison?
No, because they're doing it before it's an actual law. I'm saying it's immoral and we should
Okay,
take
so if
legal.
they continue to do it after there's a law, should they be put in prison?
If you're doing something that's illegal and it results in the death of a human being, then yes.
Okay, so then the women who have put 3 in the chat, if they continued to do what they're doing right now, then they should go to prison.
If it becomes illegal, then yes, I would argue so.
That is insane. That is actually insane.
Well, hold on now. You're no longer arguing
You think people should go to prison for murder for single cell organisms? That's diabolical, dude. Random Electronic, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
But
I really appreciate
would
it.
you agree it's murder?
Got you. What's up? No, I don't think it's murder.
You don't think it's murder? Why not?
Hell no. The single cell fucking organism. Who gives a shit?
Why is it not murder? Is it a human? Is it a living human being?
It's not a human being, but it's living. Robert, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, hold.
No, I don't like accelerationists, honestly.
What is it if it's not a human being?
It's just a cellular human life. I think
A
human
human
beings are
life.
great. Yeah. I'm saying that a human being is relating to personhood, right? Which is based upon, like, again, human plus past or present and future subjective experience.
But it does have a future experience, does it not? Being a living
It
human
doesn't
being
have
that will
past or
grow
present.
into a larger human being that will have.
Does it have past or present?
No.
So then it doesn't meet the set of criteria.
I thought you said or, past or present.
Yeah.
So. Okay, but why would their current consciousness or state of consciousness make it not a valuable life? If it is a living human being or a living human, and it has the capacity for consciousness, if that's the purpose, if it's not gonna like.
What does capacity mean?
The ability to
have consciousness. That means, okay, well then they don't have the ability until 20 to 24 weeks.
Well, if they're going to have.
So potential,
yeah, sure, potential capacity.
Okay, so 0.1 second prior to conception, there's cellular life within a sperm cell, right? And it's on track to fertilize an egg. If you let it to its natural occurrences, right, it will have a future subjective experience, right, in the future, that set of conditions. Are you saying that the sperm cell on track to fertilize the egg is valuable prior to conception because there is cellular life and future subjective experience in this set of conditions?
I would say that taking part in any kind of sexual activity without the purpose of children is immoral, not murder, but immoral. And for that particular circumstance, it's not.
Say that one more time. Say it one more time.
That it's for how to phrase it. Any kind of sexual
Thank you for
activity.
the $5. Thank you. I know.
Or
crazy.
partaking in any kind of sexual activity without trying to serve the purpose of bringing a new life into the world is immoral, or trying to do so.
Wait, you think sexual activity without trying to bring about like people is wrong?
Yeah, I think it's sin.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Are you a virgin?
Yes, I am.
That's rough, bro.
Why?
I'm just saying, dude, that's rough, dude. How old are you?
Well, if it results in the death of children, wouldn't it be?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Jesus Christ, bro.
If you do something that results in a human life and you aren't ready for the human life, so you just go ahead and kill it, wouldn't that be immoral?
I just want to let you know it's never resulted in a human life for me.
What? Having sex?
Duh.
Isn't that the purpose of sex, though? Reproduction.
No.
What do you mean, no?
It felt good. That's the purpose of it. It feels good, bro.
That's the purpose.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Even though when you do it properly, the most likely or what should happen is pregnancy. And
Trust me,
childbirth.
I've done it properly and there's been no pregnancy that's occurred.
But that's the point of it, would it not be?
No, the point of it was to feel good and to feel
Why?
connected with your partner.
That's insane.
That's insane. It's insane to want to have sex with your partner.
No,
I
it's
have
insane.
I have a question. Like,
Okay.
Do you think that, like, again, you're gonna have a wife in the future, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you just gonna stop having sex when they become infertile?
No.
Why not? What's the purpose?
Okay, well, I see what you're saying. It can serve the purpose of intimacy with your partner, but it should be in marital. It should
What's
be
wrong?
within
What's wrong
marriage.
with it in a relationship?
Within a normal relationship that's not marriage, that you aren't going to be properly prepared for childbirth should that happen, and that's
Well,
what.
let's say we are.
Then it wouldn't be immoral.
Oh, then are you saying fornication is okay?
Fornication?
Yeah, you just said fornication was okay in some circumstances.
No, I'm saying if you're married and you're trying to outright
I'm
prevent.
not married, but would it be wrong in the context of my
No, I'm
relationship?
saying in that circumstance, if you are married
But then why would it be wrong? For
and
me,
you're trying to you're having sex and actively trying to prevent a child from being born from that.
Harrison, hop in the guest box, and I'm preventing one. Yeah, I mean, I don't want kids. Ask yourself. Think of the $5. Thank you.
All right, dude. I don't know. What you do in the bedroom is your business.
No, but like, why
And
is it wrong?
all I'm saying is it's immoral. I don't think you should go to prison for it. I'd say it's immoral.
So, okay, wait. So then, if you shouldn't go to prison for fornication, why should you go to prison for abortion?
Because at that point, a human life has been formed, and you've gone out of your way to prevent it from being born.
So, you just said that, like, it was wrong to engage in fornication because that's preventing human life.
Right, but a human life has not been formed yet. You are not taking the life of an already formed human life.
Raver, think of the $10. But what's the distinction? You're preventing it in
That
both
human life has already been created, and now you're
what-
taking it away.
What's valuable about that?
That it's a human life.
What about it?
Well, so do you not value human life?
No, not cellular life. I value human sentient life.
But it has the future capacity for.
If I can give you a circumstance, if there was a zygote that was always going to stay a zygote, would you value it?
That was always going to stay a zygote? No, because you've fundamentally changed the nature of that zygote. It's no longer.
But it's a human life.
Well, you've fundamentally.
Are you saying you
changed the
don't value
circumstance
human
of
life?
that human life. Let me ask you this: would that ever happen in reality?
So hold up. You don't value human life?
No, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is, would that ever happen in real life?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, in vitro fertilization.
So it just never grows. It's not
Yes.
like cryogenically frozen. It's like in the womb.
Yeah, and they get rid of it. They
and
recycle
it
that
just
shit.
doesn't grow.
Yeah, they just killed that shit right after because they don't use it.
I wouldn't say that that's necessarily murder. I would say that's.
Yep. Human. Who
I
gives a
would
shit
say
about
that's the
human
same
life,
thing
right?
as being brain dead. You no longer have the capacity or the future capacity for complex thoughts or
And that
agency.
same thing would be true if you got an abortion prior to sentience.
Well, it still has the future capacity or potential
No, it
capacity.
doesn't. Not if you get in the abortion.
The potential. If you take something that's naturally going to grow into a greater form and have sentience, then it has potential sentience, and you're taking that away. a zygote that's always going to
Yeah,
say
but
a
like, who
zygote
cares
does
about
not
taking away?
have
But who
potential
cares about
symptoms.
taking away potential? Remember, you didn't give a shit. You didn't think it should be illegal. You'd say it's wrong, but you don't think it should be illegal.
Right, because it's kind of hard to enforce that kind of thing.
Okay, so then you shouldn't do that with abortion either.
Why not?
You same set of conditions and reasons.
Doing something.
And Drogan, thank
You
you so
try
much
to
for the
prevent human
$10.
life.
Thank you.
If you're simply trying to prevent the life from ever happening,
Cabbage, thank you
that's
$2.
immoral. If you're taking a life that already exists and killing it, that should be illegal because that's just murder.
Here's the intention. You just don't want to have kids yet. And you get an abortion the first trimester.
So you
go to
don't have
prison.
sex.
Don't have sex? No, I want to keep having sex.
So you're self-serving yourself and being negligent to the fact that you could be creating a human life, which you will in the future want to kill, which is the major circumstance for abortion.
Who
It is the
cares?
leading circumstance for abortion is people who were not being careful.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Yeah. It's not
I
affecting
care.
you.
A lot of people care. The people
What?
who almost were aborted care. The people who
What? That's like saying that you care. That's like saying it's wrong to revoke consent because you wouldn't exist if the case that your parents revoked consent. That's a ridiculous thing to say.
What?
Do you think IVF babies should exist?
If they exist, they should have a right to exist. I don't think
Wait,
that
no, no.
IVF is
Do you
moral.
think
I think
IVF
it's
is morally
depriving
wrong?
babies from their natural
Okay,
right
well,
to
I have a question. Do
mother
you think
and
it's
a father.
do you think it's okay to freeze embryos?
I think it's kind of messed up.
Do you think it should be illegal?
Yeah, probably.
So why should it be illegal?
Because you're defiling human life.
Defiling?
And
What do you mean by that?
you're depriving them of their natural biological father and mother, and putting them in
Depriving them
circumstances.
of their natural biological father and Are you saying that like adoption's wrong?
No, because you already have a human life in that circumstance.
But you're depriving them of their natural
If
biological
you
father and mother.
so the murderer that killed the parents, yeah, they did something wrong because they
What if they
took
naturally
away
died?
the natural mother and father.
They naturally died.
Then that's
I'm
a
t-
tragedy, and somebody should
So
step up
I'm
to
just
take care of them.
Yeah, but like
We
they
should
don't. But you're okay. Wait. So how about this? How about you put the parents in prison? Are you? Oh no. How about this? Their parent got an abortion in the first trimester, and you are depriving them, right, of their natural biological mother, right? Should you be put in prison?
repeat one more time.
Yeah. So like.
Oh yeah, no, double homicide is already a thing. That's what you're talking about, right? Double homicide.
No. So you put a woman in prison for getting an abortion in the first trimester, right? So you deprived one of their other kids from their natural biological mother. Should you be put in prison?
No, you shouldn't be
Why
free to
shouldn't you
do
be put in
whatever you
prison?
want because you have children, and that's a completely different circumstance.
No, but why shouldn't you be put in prison? You deprived them of their natural biological mother.
Because they did something immoral and wrong, and justice is a thing
You
that
did
should
something
be fulfilled.
immoral because you deprived them of their natural biological
It's
mother.
a sad circumstance that is sadly a reality. It's not perfect.
But
We
you
still
did
have to
something wrong
fulfill
because you
justice,
deprived
though.
them of their natural biological mother, right? That's what you just said.
Depriving somebody of their natural mother and father immorally, or it would be wrong to deprive a child of their natural mother and father. Fulfilling justice kind of counteracts that, though.
So you think it's totally okay to deprive someone of their natural biological mother in some circumstances?
In some circumstances where it serves a greater purpose, especially to one of justice, then yes.
Okay. So then what? I'm
Hopefully,
confused what your
though,
point
you're
is.
going to be good enough of a person to try to take care of them yourself, or find somebody else to take care of them.
So why was abortion wrong in the first trimester?
In first trimester,
Mhm.
because it's murder. Of a
Okay.
human life.
Wait, why should that be an offense that sends you to prison, but fornication shouldn't be?
because again, you're taking a life that already exists rather than trying to prevent a life from happening.
Okay, so again, if a life exists and you deprive that life from existing, it's wrong, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then you think it's murder, right, to kill zygotes. If I were to slap a zygote in a petri dish right now, I should go to prison?
Yeah.
For slapping a single cell organism.
You're playing the emotional game. You aren't even thinking about it rationally anymore. You're just playing off people's emotions.
What morality is emotion based? I don't know what you're talking about. Your intuitions on morality are predicated off of your emotional states.
I don't think so.
Really?
I believe in
What-
God.
Okay. And is it predicated off of God's emotional states?
No, it's predicated off of God's natural inclinations.
And what set his inclinations that way?
It's within the nature of God that it always has been. It doesn't just begin.
Okay, so
He's the uncaused cause.
so it was uncreated?
Yes, he's the uncaused cause.
No, but those attributes, right? They always just existed.
Yes, that's what makes God
So they're
God.
true independent of so they're true independent of God's existence?
They're what makes God God.
But they're true independent of God, right?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Okay, like was it caused by God?
No, it caused
So
God.
if
or it is God.
Okay, so if it doesn't need to be caused by God, then why can't it exist under a natural worldview?
Repeat that again?
Yeah, if it doesn't come from God, right, and it doesn't have to be caused by God, why couldn't it exist if God didn't exist?
Because it is God. That's what God is.
No, but
The definition of God as a person is the things that he does.
But you're saying it couldn't possibly occur. So you have to grant that. We
If
would
the
have to give,
world
like, an argument.
if the universe just existed and it had no creator, then morality would be subjective because it doesn't have a fundamental.
What does subjective mean?
That it's within the interpretation of different people.
Okay, so it's not interpretation based. That's what you're saying?
Yes, it's not interpretation based.
Okay. Could you clarify the distinction between something that is a part of God's nature and that being his interpretation?
Something being part of God's nature means it would be outside of God's nature to partake in that thing. And
what is nature?
What is nature? What naturally happens just as it like what God
Naturally?
being the uncaused
So then
cause.
it could happen without God?
No, God is reality, so it happens because God exists.
Okay, so what is nature? I think you're not being very clear.
What is nature? Nature would be just the natural way of the world, like
You just use natural to define nature?
tree. Huh? Sorry.
just
No, it
you
would
just-
be like the way the trees grow and then the environments. That's nature. The natural instincts of
I
God.
didn't ask
would
for an
be the
example. I
things that
asked for like a
happen
definition. Is there a definition you could provide? Dragon, thank you for the $5.
of natural when it comes to God, right? What
Yeah, I'm
would
just asking
natural be when it comes
what
to
is
God?
nature is. What is nature is.
Nature?
Yeah, I just
or
want you to
natural?
clarify what it is. Nature.
Nature is normality. What happens on its own
What happens on its own
without human intervention.
without human intervention. Okay, so that could be true. That could be God's desires. I really am unclear with what you even mean it is.
Okay, nature would be the way something works without personhood or without the intervention of personhood. So we can all have our own nature.
What is okay? So God is a person. Or so you mean like without a stance, independent of a stance?
Sure.
Okay, so then again, if it's true, independent of God's stance, well then why couldn't that be true if God didn't exist?
Repeat one more time.
If it's true, independent of God's stance, why couldn't it be true if God didn't exist?
Because it's true because God exists. I'm not saying it couldn't be true because God doesn't.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well then why do atheists have to have subjective morality? You said it was atheists have to have subjective
Are you an
morality.
atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist. I do believe in subjective morality, but I don't think it's logically necessitated.
So if you do not believe that it is necessary, then what else would an atheist morality be based on?
You could be a moral realist.
Okay, I'm not going to debate that. I think that it's not correct. I don't think it makes much sense. Where would your morality come from outside of just what you think is right or wrong if there's no other thing above you telling you what's right or what's
Your
wrong?
own nature, man. Is that acceptable?
That would be your subjective experience, wouldn't it?
Wait, is that possible? No, it's this nature.
The nature of a human.
In the same way that you use the word nature.
Human nature.
You see this? You see how he's so confused now? Now the language is confusing.
Okay. I believe in an absolute moral truth that is based on the reality of God.
No, it's just like you think God said this, so it's subjective. Because like I don't even know what the fuck you meant, but the nature shit. Like, and that's why I use the same language to confuse you, because you don't fucking know what it means either. And if you don't know what it means, like let's just talk about it's both sides are subjective. Right? It's predicated off of God's view or it's predicated off of my view. Either way is an interpretation, right?
If reality comes from God, then it's not necessarily subjective.
What is reality?
What is real? What is true?
What is true? What is true can't necessarily come from God because there had to be something that came prior that was true.
Why is that
prior
true?
to that? Well, it's going to infinitely regress because it is the case that like it's going to have to you'd have to.
Well, the infinite regress issue
because God
applies to
had to be
everything.
true in order to grant other things to be true.
The infinite regress issue applies to everything in the universe. God is outside of the universe and is not bound by its rules.
So you think he's timeless?
He's timeless.
Okay, well then here's my question with that. How is there a notion of creation outside of the context of time? Because doesn't the notion of creation imply that it didn't exist and then it came into existence? That requires a timeline. If God isn't on the timeline,
God created time.
If God is, oh, that's just incoherent. God creates time. Was there a moment prior to time?
Yes.
A moment would imply that there's time. So time
And
before
a place
time.
outside of time.
You think there was a moment prior to time, which means that there was a point in time prior to time. You realize how incoherent that is?
Maybe it is incoherent, but scientists believe
totally
in the Big Bang
incoherent.
Theory. They generally agree with the Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory does not entail that you believe anything about what came prior to the Big Bang.
It's the beginning of time. And how, okay, if the Big Bang Theory is true, and before the Big Bang Theory was nothing, because it's either something or nothing, right? Can we agree on that? It was something or nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to someone else, man.
Okay, cool.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Yo, what's up? How old are you? And Noel, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I don't want to bore him out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You love Jesus. Oh, they left. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm 23. I didn't realize I was in. My bad.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you. All right, everyone, we have no guest requests right now. Maybe we should just let him come back. Owen said this is better when I don't need to listen to the insane guests. Yeah, that's so real, Owen. That's so real. No, please, no. Well, chat, I could just answer questions until we get stuff. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, or on the YouTube Super Chat. Otherwise, I'll just like talk to people in the chat and stuff. We got no guest requests here on YouTube, everyone. No guest requests. But everyone here, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. I would really appreciate if you like the stream. I need to post a video about... I need to post a video here. I gotta upload this real quick. Parker, you guys coming to Georgia? We don't have any specific places set up yet. At least to my understanding. If you have anything, you can ask me in the questions or ask me in the comments. I'm gonna try to get some clips to post. I'll try to get some clips to post. We'll see. It's too late for MAGA. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Let me save this video. And I'm going to try to post this one. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, that's on battles. What's up, everyone? We're going to start getting some debates. Any fun events coming up? Nothing yet. Parker, how did you deprogram yourself out of religion? Engaging in these debates, man. I think just trying to critically think about the view. Hey, John, you know how many devices connected? I can't add you up if you don't have any devices connected. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You seem old enough. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, Parker, I love you. I love you so much. Bye-bye.
Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you, man. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, man? I'm 20 years old.
Have I talked to you before?
No, you haven't. This is my first time coming on StreamYard.
For sure. Did you vote for Donald? Coming on. Okay, so have I talked to you on TikTok?
Probably. I go on debates a lot.
Okay, well, if it's probably, well, I mean, I probably don't want to talk to the same person again.
I don't know. To be honest, I really don't recall like if I ever spoke to you. That's why I say probably.
Was your name Modus?
Yes, it is Modus actually.
I could tell because it's Modus Ponens.
Oh, because of the logical inference. Yeah, I got it from Modus Ponens.
Yeah, I mean, I've already talked to you then.
Wait, what?
I've already talked to you. Weren't you like the last time you came over here? You were like insufferable.
No, I'm not an insufferable person. I'm very chill, actually.
I remember you being pretty insufferable if your name is Modus.
I mean, I got my name from Modus Ponens, but I do not have a history of being insufferable. In fact, if I were to be insufferable, I would probably regret that and rethink my life entirely.
Okay, you know what? Well, let's see. Let's see. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I was listening in, and it was more or less for the same reason that, the previous guest did vote for him. I was very unconvinced with, like, what was his reason. I think it was very confused. But the reason I did vote for Donald Trump was because I personally think that he has a stronger stance on, the whole abortion issue. And it just goes into hand in hand with my beliefs, with the fact that I myself am pro-life. And I was just not convinced with Kamala's view of being more pro-choice than the opponents. And sooner or later, I'm pretty sure Trump is going to implement these quote-unquote laws that I hope he doesn't leave it up to the states because that's insane, and I hope he gets more strict.
Oh, wait. Oh, here's what it is. Nope, yeah. I actually remember this. You regretted voting for Donald Trump because he didn't do enough for abortion.
I'm actually loving it right now because he's going to do it.
Okay, well, that's not what you said last time, is it?
The thing is, I've never talked to you, bro. I just told you. What?
You're totally gaslighting me now.
What? I've never talked to you. This is my first time coming up on your live or like on your StreamYard. This thing's really weird.
I don't like the gaslighting, man. You
could be serious. Look. if I ever were to be lying to you, I would unironically like bash my head in and just like regret my life as a human being, and that's not going to be the case. I do not like to.
I know they're gaslighting me. All right, we'll wait for someone to come up. Do give it a minute, everyone. Do give it a second. Yo, Brian. You called my mom a liar, Brian. Can you send a guest request? Can you please send a guest request? I would love to have this conversation, man. Brian, I think you're pretty insane. So send a guest request, man. We're waiting. Danny, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I don't have any thoughts on the top of my head, but good luck, I would say. Good fucking luck. Parker is diabolical. That's diabolical, I tell you. It says I have connection unstable. Can y'all hear me fine? Is everything okay? I'm literally wired, so. Do give it a second, y'all. All right, if you want to debate, make sure to send a guest request. Yeah, it's a bit blurry. It should be better now. We have no one in the guest box right now, so we'll just keep waiting for people. We'll keep waiting. Do give it a second, everyone. We're going to wait for people to join up. We got no guest requests right now. We'll see what we can do. Do give it a second. No debates yet. You kick every debater. Hey, that wasn't an actual debater. That person has been on before. We've already debated. We've already gone through stuff, and I already know his positions. And we would just talk about the same thing. We had long form dialogue already. Will you visit New Zealand? Probably not. To be honest with you, probably not. Maybe not for a long time. I would love to in the future be able to go to like New Zealand and travel around the world. But I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to do that right now. Parker's tired. I'm actually not that tired. I'm just hoping we can get some debates here very soon. All right, do give it a second, y'all. Yep.
Hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
tax cuts.
Okay, well, what tax cuts?
Tax cuts and Jobs Act.
Okay, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Name one provision within the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Double child tax credits.
Double the child tax credit?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you must agree with Kamala Harris's increase in the child tax credit, correct?
Yeah, I did like that part, but Kamala lost 6 million Democrat voters, so.
Kamala? And you understand that's because people attributed inflation to the incumbent president, correct?
You're saying Trump's tax cuts?
And how old are you?
21.
What's your birth year?
2022.
2022? Bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Frank, you there? 2022 is diabolical, chat. Is there a way I can make it so that like it doesn't like switch to the one thing where it shows the guest and then goes back? I have to go back. I am curious about that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
know what that would mean, but yeah, I mean,
How old are you?
such as
Nigger.
What's wrong with you? You're just gonna. They were playing Charlie Kirk in the background. That's diabolical. Edit layout. I just need to figure out how to do that. Chat. Hold up. I think I'll be able to figure that out. But yeah, make sure to send a guest request. Make sure to send a guest request. Select which ones you'd like to use. Hold up. We just want that one. Disable picture and picture layout, cinema layout, cropped layout. All right, there we go. Now when I add people, oh, it still does that. Why does it do that?
Yo.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah.
Okay. Why does it still do that? I still wonder why it does that, chat. What do I do? Because I did get rid of the other ones. Layouts. Here we go. Oh my God, look at all those banned guests. We have so many banned guests. Join the banned list. That's crazy. There we go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
I just talked to you.
What do you mean? Just talk to me. My
I
first
just
time
talked to you.
joining, dude.
I just talked to you. What do you
I
mean?
just waited in line, and now you're not even gonna give me a chance to debate. Oh my God.
Come on.
27, 1997. Come on, dude. Quit playing
27,
around.
1997. What month?
October 31st, Halloween, Scorpio.
Okay.
1997. Look it up. That's 27.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Dude, inflation is going down.
Inflation's going down, really?
Yeah, it went down in February.
Did you know that we're also on track for a recession?
By what metric?
According to the Atlanta Fed. And
But I said what metric? Like the GDP or what?
Oh yeah, GDP.
I'm pretty sure that went up in March. So what do you say to that?
GDP is set by the Atlanta Fed to decrease by 3.7% first
quarter?
Quarter, yeah.
Oh. Well, that's going to change because Trump is extending the tax cuts, and that boosts GDP. So
Really, can you name one
got you
provision
there.
within the tax cuts that you like?
Well, he lowered the tax bracket for the lower class, the middle class, and the upper class. So
But
that's
lower the
part I
tax
like.
bracket? What do you mean by lower the tax bracket?
Well, you see, the lower class was paying 15%, and then they got lowered down to 12%. So that's what I mean.
And where did you get that number from?
The tax foundation.
The tax foundation.
Yeah. Well, is that not a credible source? He did overhaul and change the tax code. So what's the problem?
So the difference in 3% for people at lower levels of income comparative to higher levels of income, right, is going to be different, right? If it's income tax and we're talking about progressive tax system, most of that tax revenue is going to come from people who are making higher levels of income. So
Well,
what you're doing is you're reducing the tax burden for people who are higher income, and you're increasing the burden for people who are lower income because tariffs disproportionately increase taxes on people who are lower income.
Well, now you're talking about the tariffs when I was talking about a tax bill.
Yeah, and I'm saying that Donald Trump's overall tax policy, right? So this is one aspect of his tax policy.
Oh. Okay.
You got
And
anything else?
well, I said the inflation because Biden, he fueled inflation, and Trump,
How
he
did
brought it
Biden
down.
cause inflation?
No, I didn't say he caused it. I said he fueled it with his American Rescue Plan.
Okay, American Rescue Plan fueled inflation. Okay, is that because of the
Yes.
spending?
Yes.
So did you know that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending?
Well, he did it during the pandemic, and then Biden added one on top of it. Well, a lot of you see, like the Fed was warning that it would fuel inflation. New York Times did an article about how it
Again,
stoked
again, you're not
inflation.
listening though. Again, it's
Yeah, I
signed,
don't care what little
Donald Trump
crybaby
signed off
Democrat.
on
Hold on,
more
I don't
debt-related
care,
spending.
bro. You're a cult member with a Bernie fucking flag behind you. Of course, you don't take no criticism when it comes to Democrats, bro. Biden's American
What?
Rescue Plan fueled inflation.
Dude, Timmy, I'm very critical of the Democratic Party. If you know anything about Bernie, right, you would know that people who like Bernie are very critical of the Democratic Party, including Bernie himself.
Oh, I know that, and I know Bernie is also accused of sodomy. Look it up. Bernie Sanders accused of sodomy, and this kid supports him.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Do you just mean like engaging in like anal sex?
No, he's accused by a minor of raping a 13-year-old boy.
Oh, can you give me a source? That's by the way, when you say those are two separate things, but can you give me a single source?
You think sodomy and rape are different things?
Yes.
How?
Wait, because Christians will use sodomy just refer to oral or anal.
I don't think sodomy equates with oral.
Yeah, it does.
In what context? In the Bible?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's like a lukewarm. No, you're like a lukewarm little.
Can you tell me anything about this set of
I said the
circumstances you referred to?
Vox is the source.
What's the title?
Sodomy Sanders.
You just made that up.
Sodomy Sanders.
So, by the way, you believe the accusation, right?
Definitely. And if you're gonna say about
how many accusations does Donald Trump have against him?
Dude, I completely agree with that. I think Trump is a pig, man.
Do you
and
believe
I
those?
think-
So
I
do you
think
believe that he's a
narcissist.
rapist?
Yes, him and Biden and Bill Clinton.
Is Kamala Harris?
No, she's a straight arrow.
So I have a question. So Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. Why would you vote for the grapist over the non-grapist?
Ask the 6 million Democrats that stayed home that voted for Joe Biden and stayed home during Kamala Harris. Explain that. Don't come at the Republicans. You got to come at
didn't
the
answer
Democrats.
my question. I asked you specifically. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, because Trump, he related more with the working class, where Kamala Harris related more with the LGBTQ.
Kamala. And how did Donald Trump relate more with the working class?
I said Kamala.
Kamala.
Oh, Kamala. Well, Kamala or Trump with the tax cuts, and he said he'd lower inflation. That's how.
So he said he would lower inflation. How so?
Well, he said he'd lower it. That's the thing. He said he said supply chains, whatever, blah blah blah, and plus he's gonna cut back
Supply
on
chains,
Biden's
whatever,
spending.
blah blah blah, isn't doing something.
Cutting back on Biden's spending, like his climate bill.
Supply
to leave all
chains,
those-
blah blah blah. Wow,
Yo,
dude. You
he's
know what
gonna
I mean?
cut back-
Like this guy's intellectual, dude. He's seriously like an intellectual legend.
He's gonna cut back on that Build Back Better plan that gave all those tax cuts to those billionaires that you Democrats didn't say nothing about.
So the Build Back Better plan, he can't cut back on, right? And if you're saying he's going to cut back on tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires, you are
Yes.
just laughing. You're literally like diabolically wrong.
What am I wrong about? Did Biden not do that?
You think Donald Trump is giving less tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires?
No, my point was just that Biden also gave the rich tax cuts, and Democrats didn't say nothing. Come on, tell your fans, man. Tell your fans, like, yo,
Wait,
Biden
can you restate that? Sorry.
Sorry? Want me to read?
Restate what you were just saying.
Oh, I was just saying that Biden also gave the ultra rich, ultra wealthy. You know how Democrats always tax the rich, but Biden gave them
who gave more tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires?
probably Biden.
Yeah, you want to bet?
I'm just kidding. Probably Trump, but Biden also helped.
Okay, who did more? It was obviously Trump.
Yeah, and Biden gave more inflation.
So Biden, but you said what?
Biden gave more.
Biden caused more inflation? No, he didn't.
I
Name one
just told
policy
you.
Biden passed that caused inflation.
American Rescue Plan.
Again, the American Rescue Plan, if you're going to say that caused inflation based upon the spending, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, therefore caused more inflation.
Okay, just because you deflected Trump saying what about Trump doesn't mean Biden
No,
didn't
no, because
cause
we're making a
inflation.
comparison about who is going to be worse for inflation.
Yeah, and I just said Biden was worse.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
Biden was worse. Trump had 1% inflation in January 2021. Biden brought that all the way up to 9%. So what's that tell you? That means Biden's worse.
You're trolling.
Got your ass. Ah, ah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Tyler, are you there? How old are you? Oh, you seem old enough. Did you vote for Donald Trump? DDD, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking with me. I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. I appreciate you coming up. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
My own.
How old are you? How old are you?
19.
What's your birth year?
2005, October
Did you
6th.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because I think his immigration policies would be better for America. I don't think we should be rewarding undocumented immigrants who broke laws.
Okay. You don't think you should be rewarding undocumented immigrants that broke laws, but we should be rewarding criminals and letting them be president? Oh, he left. Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. I'm 30 years old.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course,
Why so?
because I'm a good American patriot.
Okay. How does that make you a good American patriot?
I agree a little bit with the last guy, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I think I saved more money on my tax cuts than most people made who voted for Democratic politicians. So for me personally, that was a great move.
Okay. So you must make a lot over 400K then.
Quite a bit, yeah.
Okay, so you care more about 4% over 400K than you care about reducing childhood poverty?
I wouldn't say that it's that I care more about it. It's just that that's how things turned out.
How much money have you lost recently?
I've actually been making quite a bit recently.
Really?
Yeah.
What
I
are
don't
you
know.
invested in?
So right now, one of my favorite stocks on the market is actually a company that Donald Trump Jr. just joined the board of directors in. It's currently a SPAC that's going to de-SPAC probably in June or July. The ticker is right now CLBR. It's a company that is headed by Omid Malik, and he has taken a couple of other conservative valued companies public on the market. The other ones didn't do so good. This one, like I said, I believe it's Dan Cox, a former NRA director.
So you haven't lost any money in your
I've-
investments?
I think my holdings in the S&P and the VOO are down a decent percentage, but my overall account is still up 30 to 40% year to date. And I'm highly outperforming the market, so I know that's not common for most people.
Yeah. So then here be my question. Right. Are you willing to vote for Donald Trump no matter what? Because he's
No,
going to make you more
absolutely
money?
not. No, absolutely not.
Okay.
And I
so
think that's why
for
maybe I'm a
example-
bad candidate for this because I see the particular ways that it benefits me, but I see the
I got
particular
you. I
ways
got
that
you
it-
though. So then
Ab-
here's my question.
Go for
Would
it.
you vote for Donald Trump if he went up to a 10-year-old girl and he said he would date her in 10 years?
Oh, I've seen him do that. Yeah, it's disgusting.
Would you vote for him in that context?
I mean, I did after he did that, but it's not because he did that that I voted for him.
So you would vote for him in despite of him doing that?
I think I did, and I think that whether or not that's a good thing is a different conversation. Than
I'm asking you if you think it's a good thing.
I don't think it's a good thing. I just said that.
So then do you regret your vote?
I think it's a morally questionable vote for sure. I don't know if that one instance makes me regret it entirely. I think they're like the 10-year-old girl comment is that's something. But I think there are way better examples that you could give to get somebody to despise Trump, like going to inspect his pageants, or
Yeah, that's another great example. So
or
then, would
or
you vote for
grabbing
somebody
them
that did
by the
that,
pussy. No, I
or
just wanted to give you a decent run for your money and
I say
tell
those
you.
things all the time.
Oh, you do? Yeah.
Yep.
You tell 10-year-old girls you'd be dating them, and
No, you fucking idiot. I tell people that he did those things, you moron.
oh yeah, no, I hear you do that all the time. I appreciate you telling people that
That
Trump
he did those
nasty.
horrible things.
Yes, yep. I love that you tell people that he's doing egregious shit and that they
And you
should find
voted for
him.
him?
No, I actually didn't. I just thought it would be fun to get up here and try to troll you a little.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my God, am I on?
Yeah.
Oh my
how old are you?
God. I'm 22. So
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
no, I didn't. But before you kick me,
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. It's Donald Trump. You're doing a great job.
What makes you think I'm doing a good job?
Because you're good.
Your thing ran out?
Bro, what?
It ran out?
I think you're doing great.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Actually, no, I did not vote for Donald Trump because I wasn't the age limit, so no.
So would you if you could go back? Like, would you do it if you could?
For sure.
Okay, so why so?
I just think that overall he has a net benefit for the strength of the country. I feel like he is revered as a political figure, and I feel like that's what the United States really needs at the moment. I don't agree like with everything that he does. I feel, for example, his extreme takes on certain subjects I don't really appreciate. I don't like the way he really speaks, and I feel like that's the main reason why people have a problem with him. But overall, I think he aligns with my political views a little bit more.
Okay. So he aligns with your political beliefs more.
Mhm.
Right. Which political beliefs would you say?
I would say on the stance of, for example, abortion. Although he isn't, a full like pro-lifer, he's actually one of the few Republicans that isn't really trying to completely ban it. So I could really respect that aspect, even though I'm personally pro-life in every way. But I could respect his ability to, not take away that freedom to other people. Second way, I do.
1 second, real quick. The DDD person came up. Don't worry at all. I do apologize. That was just the it's the thing whenever I kick someone from the StreamYard thing. It has nothing. It shouldn't block you from the stream. But yeah, sorry, you were saying?
Oh yeah, no worries. No, I also really appreciate his stance on DEI as well. I don't think that it is a good system. I think it's very corrosive and destructive. I think it's basically borderline racism masked in some ways. Obviously, that's an extreme kind of statement, but I do believe that to some extent. I don't think it's necessary. And then among other things, I really like
in terms
yeah.
of DEI, what specific DEI do you disagree with?
I just overall as a concept and the way it was weaponized, I just dislike it. I think everything should be merit-based. I don't care about your skin color, race, or anything. I think you should be hired if you do an adequate, job. And some people will say that, oh, it's not happening. Nobody is getting hired because of, DEI or anything. But I think if you ask a lot of the people who support it, that's exactly what they want. They want to get hired based on their ethnicity, sex, or whatever. Because they just want to, and that's completely fair. They're allowed to have that opinion, but I just personally just do not like that system, and I believe the United States can benefit more just by having a merit-based system, just like we've had for a
So
while.
what you're not understanding is that DEI is not to get rid of a merit-based system. DEI is simply just meant to make the merit-based system actually work properly. Right? The merit-based system right now isn't working properly, and
In
that's
what ways?
why we require DEI.
But in
So,
what
like,
ways do you
for
think it's like not
example,
working? Sorry to
like
cut you
for
off.
yeah, so like for example, right, there is like plenty of racism and misogyny within our society that prevents women and people who are black or of other ethnicities specifically or races specifically from being able to get jobs to the same degree based upon the same set of qualifications. So like
Can you
given
give me an
that
example of like a certain job that you could show me proof of? Because
I
although
could, you want me to send you like a study where it's specifically that like people were less likely who were black were less likely to be able to get jobs based upon like their particular
is it because of the
resumes,
application
given that they had
process?
given that they had the exact same set of qualifications.
So you're saying that there are some instances that companies are favoring other races,
Like on average, yes.
Do you think on average that's the case?
Yeah.
Well, I would have to disagree with that because I've also saw completely different conflicting evidence to suggest that that is not really the case. And if that is happening, that it goes against the civil rights movement or the act. So I do not understand if that is really true. But even under the pretense that I'm going to take your word for it, I'll admit that maybe it is happening to some extent. But on the opposite spectrum, the opposite is also true. I don't think it is happening. And if it is,
I'm confused what you're saying. All we're saying is that we want people to be treated the same.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And we
Yeah.
want merit. And I think this is
Yeah.
the best way to get merit.
Yeah,
do
but
you agree with traditionalism?
Traditionalism, I would say, yeah, I agree to some extent, but I don't like fully support it. It
So you
just
think there
depends
should
on the
be
context.
prescriptive norms for gender roles, like
Um,
women should uphold traditional values within the home?
Women? To be honest, I think women should do whatever the hell they want. I don't really care too much about that. I feel like they have a right to live their life just as they want to. They don't have to, go and clean the dishes while the man is out there working. I don't think that is a conducive system. No.
Okay, so you think whoever has the most merit should get the job?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Okay, can you name 3 qualifications Donald Trump has?
I think that he is a great businessman and he gets the job done. I believe the way he conveys to the younger audience is pretty impactful, and it's something that a lot of politicians don't have, and it's very cutthroat, and I really appreciate that. And overall, I think the way he handled 2016 was, although it could definitely have been better, I feel like he did a really good job. So that's why.
2016?
Yeah,
Like, what
from
do you get?
20. Well, I think he implemented a lot of good policies. He, secured the border to some extent, although not
2016?
perfect. Yeah. Although
Yeah,
it
well,
wasn't
one,
perfect.
he wasn't president. 2, Obama was president. So he
From
couldn't have
20
implemented policy. 2, you're saying that the
from
border was in good condition prior to him being in office.
From 2016.
Yeah, 2016, he wasn't in office.
Oh, apologies. Apologies. That's when the election happened. I mean, after he was elected. That's what I mean. But
He secured the border. What policy did he pass to secure the border?
I am not. I don't have the name on the top of
Don't
my
know.
head, but
Who had
I
more
do know.
who had more qualifications, Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump?
I'm not too sure of the qualifications that Hillary had, but maybe let's say that she did have some qualifications. I still don't think that she was a better suit for president.
Who had more qualifications, Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton?
I mean, I think that's subjective. Like you're saying, which has more qualifications. That can be that can be different from both of our perspectives. Like you might think,
really in the 2016 election, tell me what qualifications Donald Trump had for being president of the United States.
I already told you. I think that he was a great businessman.
6 bankruptcies.
Yeah, but he's still a billionaire. Like just because you get bankrupt doesn't mean that you're not really a good businessman. A lot of businesses
if you
do
inherit that much money from your parents, you would be a billionaire.
She's still a billionaire. Like that's the point. Like
if you inherited that much money from your parents, you'd be a billionaire too.
I actually don't agree with that.
Really? Well, then you must be a bad business person.
No, like bankruptcies actually are used quite a bit.
Name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies.
I don't know. But I don't look at bankruptcies. Like, I mean, bankruptcies have been used for the benefit of the person that is filing for bankruptcy.
Okay, so go ahead and find a single good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
No, I can't. I don't have it at the
Want
top
me to
of
give
my
you time
head.
to look it up?
I mean, let's just say I can't find anything. What
Well,
is it?
and I genuinely want you to go look it up and see if you can find one.
But that's kind of irrelevant to the conversation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. How about you go look it up? I'll talk to someone while you do that. Is that fair?
I mean, but let's say under the assumption that you are correct, that there is no other successful businessman that has went through 6, bankruptcies. What does that have to do with the conversation?
Well, then what makes you think he's so good at business?
Although he went through 6 bankruptcies, I don't think that is reflective of being a good businessman.
You said it was common. You said it was common for people to have 6 bankruptcies.
No, I did not say 6 bankruptcies. I said it's common filing for bankruptcy.
I feel like you're just glazing him when you say that he's a good businessman, even though he has 6 bankruptcies.
I don't think that is reflective of being a good businessman. I think others have
Yeah,
actually
it's reflective
filed.
of being a bad businessman.
No, I think a lot of people have filed for bankruptcy to their advantage.
6 times?
Not 6 times. No, I said
Exactly.
like maybe once or twice or
Exactly.
maybe 2 times.
Exactly.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you have to look at the outcome of it all, and he managed to actually build a quite successful empire after everything. So I don't think going back to like
Empire. What do you mean by empire?
Empire, just his whole business practice, like his whole real estate business and
Okay.
everything. That's what I mean. But going back to
But
like
if you
the main-
inherited hundreds of millions of dollars from your dad, you'd probably do very well.
I mean, I'm sure you definitely have an advantage for sure. But just because you inherit a lot of money from your father, I mean, while you're doing that, I'm sure you learn a few things, right? Going through that whole business, right? But back to the topic, I actually
Yeah, and that somehow makes you a great business individual. So the very obvious point is that it is the case that people can acknowledge that with Donald Trump, he was less qualified than Hillary Clinton was. Yet you still say that Donald Trump was a better candidate. So you didn't even care about qualifications, although qualifications indicate that Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris were better
So
off.
what are the coming from a unknowledgeable person, what qualifications do you think Hillary Clinton has had that supersedes Trump's?
Like the experience in the government, Secretary of State.
So you that again, okay, that's one. Well, what else is there?
Her experience in the government and being Secretary of State are multiple different positions.
Now, what if she wasn't really a good Secretary of State? Would you say that? Would you say that she would be qualified? Don't you think like her, the way she handles her job is reflective?
Okay, well then couldn't you say the same thing about when you brought up Trump's?
Yeah, but like Trump ended up being successful after that. So, and while Hillary Clinton was kind of like, she didn't really do too good of a job. So what makes you think
Donald Trump did a worse job?
No, I mean, like he went through 6 bankruptcies and he rebounded from that.
You're talking about business. I'm talking
Yeah.
about him being president.
Yeah. What's your point?
We're talking about him being president or being in political office because you brought up like his past terms, right? As like qualifications for him.
Mhm. Well, I will say at the time of like the 2017 election, I can't really definitively say whether it was earned or not. But what I do know is that that's not really how elections go. It's more of like the favorable candidate. And at the time, Donald Trump just spoke to a lot more people. I don't think I think this stemmed from the merit-based system, from the argument of your argument at least, and I don't think that's how elections actually go. It's not completely.
It's not merit-based.
Yeah,
okay, so you care about qualifications and merit when it comes to other jobs, but not when it comes to the presidency.
No, I'm not saying I don't care about it. I'm just
Speaking of qualifications and merit, how about ask you this question? I have a very interesting question to ask you, predicated off of that. Okay. Do you think that someone should be allowed in the country if they legally immigrate here if they were held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Sorry, say that again. Do I think that a person should come here legally?
Do you think someone should be allowed into the country to legally immigrate here if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
No, but are you going to say that
No?
it was
So,
probably Trump, right, or
hold up,
Elon, right?
hold up. You think there should be harsher qualifications on who's allowed to legally immigrate to the country comparative to who's allowed to be president of the United States? Merit based?
No, in some cases, like absolutely. But at the same time, you also have to understand the presidency is a different qualification. In some way, I do think that the elections are not completely good because sometimes it has nothing to do with qualifications and just how the person is able to convey their message. In some ways, that overpowers their qualifications. And I don't completely agree with that aspect as well. I think it would be nice if there was a president that is really, really qualified. Like I'm not particularly a leftist, but Pete Buttigieg, whatever, how do you say his name, is definitely qualified to be like the Democratic nominee or something like that. But sure, I'm sure it's great to have, good qualifications for presidency, but that's just not really how it's done. It's more or less just how they are able to convey their message.
So you're talking about conveying conveying the message. That's
Mhm.
not relevant towards you determining like how good they are as a candidate, because that's going to be just based upon like how they are explaining to other people, not based
You're right.
on what their views are in themselves.
Yeah, you're
So
absolutely
based
right.
on the set of character that Donald Trump has, he wouldn't have a set of character that you would allow to legally immigrate to the country. If he doesn't have a set of character that you would allow to legally immigrate into the country, well, then what makes you think that like he would be like a good candidate? Like that seems obviously unintuitive, because clearly you think there should be more, all right, qualifications on who's allowed to become a president of the United States compared to who's allowed to just become a citizen.
Yeah, I do think that Donald Trump should probably have more qualifications. Absolutely. But
No. That just means that Donald Trump's not qualified to be president.
no, I don't. That's not really what I said. I think qualifications and doing a good job are two different things. I mean, you could have a lot of qualifications and do like a shitty job. So I don't think that is. Sometimes it is reflective of how you're able to do it, but I don't think that is a completely true.
So then you don't think that. So you don't think qualifications are relevant or merit?
No, I'm saying qualifications do matter, but in the terms of presidency, that's just not really how it works.
You don't look at qualifications then?
No, I'm not really saying that, because at the end of the day, an election is a popularity contest. It's not really a person that has more qualifications or the other. If it was, then it would just be a unanimous decision of like, hey, this guy has more qualifications, we should elect him. Boom.
I'm asking you about what you think people should vote based on. I'm not asking you based on what people did vote based on.
I think it's a mixture of both. I think you should vote based on qualifications, but I also think you should vote for what's the best interest of you. And a lot of people just liked Trump a little bit more and liked his policies. Although there could be a person that is more qualified on the left, though their policies are just not going to speak to a lot of people. So although their qualifications are great, it's just not really going to be conducive.
Conducive towards, okay, so I feel like we're not even having the same conversation, right? You don't think qualifications are relevant towards the position of presidency, but then you came on my live arguing about like how DEI is bad and it's harming our merit-based society. So if you're going to talk about merit, you're going to reference the level of qualifications. So clearly qualifications aren't relevant to you when referencing the presidency. They are relevant in practically every other scenario, right?
No, I think qualification. No, you're misunderstanding my point. I think qualifications do matter to some extent, but I'm saying that the whole system of the presidency is not really a merit-based system. It's like a popularity contest.
Dude, I'm asking you okay, I'm gonna clarify this one more time. I can't clarify this anymore. I'm asking you, okay, under your position, not based on what other people look at, not based on popularity. I'm asking you what your position is.
My position on what?
On who should be the president, on again what qualifications are relevant, things like that.
Well, I already said, like, I think there are some great qualifications that Trump has, as being a businessman. You disagree with my opinion that just because he has 6 bankruptcies, he is not qualified. I disagree with that. I think that is a major qualification. In terms of, qualification, sure, maybe Hillary Clinton had better ones, but that doesn't mean you could lead a country better. That's kind of like my opinion.
Then what made you think that merit was so relevant for everyone else, but not for the position of presidency?
I think because it is a little bit more cutthroat. A person that is getting a job and is going up against others will have an unfair advantage just because of their inherent ethnicity or race, and I just don't think that is fair to the other people that are qualified for a job.
Is it fair to everyone else that a person is put into a position of presidency even though they don't have the merit or they don't have the qualifications?
I can understand where you're coming from, and you are correct, but again, the qualifications can be a little bit subjective.
So couldn't that same thing be true when we're talking about like DEI?
In some cases, I don't think like DEI is like completely bad, but like for example, let's take Harvard or like some sort of college. Let's say a Black person has a significant less test score than, let's say, an Asian person, and they get accepted over that Asian person. I just don't think that is just arguably fair.
Again, we're saying that it's only given the same set of qualifications that people aren't discriminated against. That's the basis for DEI.
So it has nothing to do with what race or ethnicity that you are, correct?
Dude, you're not listening, right? If it is the case that you are discriminated against based upon that race or ethnicity, right, then that would be limited. That's the point of DEI programs.
Okay, then in some cases, I would agree with that, but at the same time, I feel like it has been weaponized to some extent for like colleges. I just
You're
don't.
talking about affirmative action, which has already been taken down by the Supreme Court.
Affirmative action has been taken down by the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that's true.
It is.
That affirmative action has
Ask
been.
yourself, think of it, $2.
Do you mind if I fact check that?
Look it up. Absolutely,
Okay.
go for it.
All right.
Unmute your mic when you're ready. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30,
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
of course.
Why so?
I really thought that, like this guy was saying, he's a qualified business leader. I think that the conflation of bankruptcies with business leadership is maybe accurate in some instances, but in this instance, I don't think it's accurate. I think you can quote a lot of people. I think you asked for receipts on this. George Foreman, Walt Disney, Stan Lee.
Don't have 6 bankruptcies.
I believe Stan Lee had 11. But either
Really?
way,
Can you give me a source?
I said I believe. I would have to go fact check myself on that
Go
one.
ahead.
But
You can go do that.
yeah, either way, I'm just saying I don't
The other
think.
guest is looking something up too, so you
and
can do
I-
it. You can do that. as
I'm
well.
just saying I'm as a general point.
If you want to go look it up, you can. I'm giving you the
Yep,
ability
and
to do that right
and the
now.
Heinz company filed for bankruptcy too. I don't know about.
I'm
6
waiting
times.
for you to go look it up.
Awesome.
Dragon, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. You looking it up?
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be 6 times.
All right, go for it. Yeah, you are confident when saying 11.
I said I think it was like. It also very well could have been that I read he filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and just conflated those two things in my memory. I'm honestly not confident. Like I said, I think. I'm not confident.
Interesting.
Didn't try to say I knew. I said that these are examples of people who have filed for bankruptcy, not the same number of bankruptcies. So I don't know if that got lost in translation somewhere, but I never said that they filed as many times. I think I pointed out the conflation of filing for bankruptcy being a bad business person as being mildly inaccurate, not totally inaccurate, and I even disclaimed it with, I think that's a fair point to make.
Could you tell me an economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
I mean, most people say the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, so that feels really overdone.
Go ahead, give me a provision in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that you like.
I mean, I like that I made enough money to get a tax cut, but that's not something that's common for over 95% of the
I was
population.
waiting for a response. What provision do you like?
New deductions in qualified business income for pass-through entities, because that's the way that I got the biggest tax break. It's section 199A. It allows for a deduction of up to 20% for qualified business income for owners of some businesses, which for me personally, as an owner of a sole owner of an LLC, got me that tax break. That was a 2017 law, so it's not something he did this administration, but that is a provision of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that personally benefited me.
Yeah, so you said that like based upon a certain deduction that you get for 20% of your qualified business income.
Mhm.
What qualifies as business income under that? Like how much?
I believe it's up to 315,000 if you're married. If you're not married, filing jointly, I believe it's around 150,000.
So 20% of 150,000.
20% of 315,000 up to 415,000.
Are you married?
Yes.
So okay, you base it on the marriage income because of that. Okay, so okay, in terms of that,
That would be $80,000 at the top end, 64,000 at the bottom end.
and that's in deductions, correct?
Yeah.
So based upon the deductions, right? You would take, what is that? You get around 30% of that right back because it's gonna be we're based on tax deductible. You're saving that percentage in taxes. You're gonna put $10,000, $15,000 on the same level of value as you're gonna place like reducing childhood poverty by 40 to 50%.
No, I'm going to put $64,000 of value. It's not a percentage of that. It's 20% of my qualified income as a business.
That is a write-off. So you get to write that off, and then you save whatever your top marginal tax rate is in terms of your taxation.
I mean, this year after I filed my taxes, the ultimate savings was about 18.5% of the total qualified income for the business on the year. Not as a savings of the. How does it not make any sense? It's not a savings of the top line tax revenue. It's a saving of the total qualified income.
You wouldn't save the entirety of the deduction. That just doesn't make any sense. You only save the top marginal tax rate based upon a deduction. If you deduct something, you only save what you were going to pay in taxes.
Which 20% of the QBI for a domestic business.
Yeah, if you get to write that off. So then you would get 30% of 20%.
And to be honest with you, I'm not personally a tax professional, but I'm letting you know when I filed 20%, or I guess 18.5%, 19.5%, because we do pay out W-2 wages as well. I think that contributes to the QBI component. I'm not confident. Again, not a tax professional, not what do they call it? An accountant, a certified tax professional, but that my net reduction in expenses for my tax bill was about 18.5%. So I'm not saying I know exactly which provision that was, but I was told that was because of the 20% deduction on pass-through businesses. Because I have an S corp and a sole proprietor, a single member LLC.
Save 18%. This is ridiculous.
Okay. I'm not the person who files my own taxes, so I'm letting you know what
I have a question. Do you think your taxes were too high under the Biden-Harris administration?
No.
No?
Not particularly, no. I think that, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was still in place under most of the Biden-Harris administration, so I don't think my taxes were any different. I didn't notice a difference at least.
So what are you comparing to under Obama?
No, I didn't own a business under Obama.
Martin, think of the $5. So then how do you know you paid more prior?
I'm not saying I know I paid more prior. I never said that.
You saved a certain percentage.
Yes, I did, because I started saving that percentage under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I didn't ever say that it would have changed under Biden and Harris. I think it probably would have been better for me with the proposals that Harris made if they came to fruition. I don't know if they would have, but you asked for a provision. I gave you a provision. I
to
told you
clarify,
something that I appreciated.
you would have been better off if Kamala Harris were president.
I don't know that. I think
Then
in a
you would- you said
counterfactual
you
that
think
would be.
that.
I think in terms of me personally, or in terms of my business, I think my business would have benefited more financially under Kamala Harris presidency. I don't know if that would have meant that overall I'm better off.
Then why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I liked the benefit that I thought I received because of the policy that he passed, or a provision of the policy.
But you'd
And
do better
so
off if Kamala Harris were president.
I didn't know that.
So do you regret your vote?
I think that it is worth considering my vote again. And then in the future, I'll definitely be doing a bit more than looking into how it benefits a business rather than people in the country. Because I think I'm a little bit more disappointed with how things are going with the treatment of just general human beings in the country as a business owner.
So it does sound like you regret your vote.
I wouldn't. I mean, I'm starting to, looking at the way other things are going. I think the reason I did it is probably not the best reason to substantiate a vote with, and I think that's the part where I'm potentially learning from. I don't think it was necessarily bad for me personally, but I think voting for what your personal interests are is something I'm starting to realize might not be the best reason to vote for something, if that makes sense.
Okay, so it sounds like you do regret your vote. Would you have changed your vote if you could?
Like right now, or man, that's asking the tough questions out here today. I don't know. I think I might. The fact that I even think about it this much is probably cause for concern, but I think that I might just to see what happened. I still am one of the people who believe it's a little too early to fully tell, but like I said, that's based on a business perspective and not a people perspective. And I think based on the people perspective alone, it's making me a little bit more queasy than I would like. So I would say, I mean, just to get people treated better, if we could guarantee that, that would be something I didn't see happening under the Biden administration that I see happening now, that I would definitely change some things for. So,
okay, so it sounds like you kind of do regret it.
Not not full blown regret, but I do. I think
You're basically there. So I would recommend you keep watching the live, man. I think you're almost there, man.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I think there are some promising things Democrats offer, specifically that Harris could have offered. I just don't know if it was. I don't know. I don't think the Democrats are really. I don't think they're committed to true change. I don't think they're committed to doing much. I think they're committed more to stagnation than progress, and I think that's the part that I have the hardest time getting.
Now, what conservatives advocate for? They want to conserve what we currently have, which
it is, and that's the hard part for me personally, is getting behind a vote for a different party that's doing the same thing, and I don't think that's by virtue of the advocacy that they present, but I think that's by virtue of the action that they take behind that quote unquote advocacy. I just don't think they're fighting. There's a small handful that are fighting, but I don't think it's reasonable to say that the majority of Democrats are actually trying to do a meaningful change for this country in a way that's best for more than themselves. I think that's my problem. Is I think that
you would like Democrats to do more. You don't think Democrats are. I agree. I don't think Democrats are doing enough.
And I think
advocate for Democrats to do more, and I think that we need a new Democratic Party. And if you advocate for new Democrats, you're going to get that. But just saying that Democrats aren't as good as we'd like doesn't actually respond to the idea that again, Democrats are better.
the idea that they're better is definitely an idea, and in some instances I think you're right, and in some instances I think they lack action to prove that, to
I mean,
actually
I don't dispute
substantiate that
you
they're
that
better.
I don't dispute you that they lack action. I think
And,
they
and
need to
that's
put more action in.
and that's where I decided my vote is the portions where there was action versus inaction, and I don't know if that's, like I said, the right place to substantiate a vote based on. So that's why I have been thinking about it. I've been listening to a lot of you and Dean, and been appreciating the commentary and just exposure to new information. And so, you know, I appreciate that a lot, and I have been thinking about what would I do differently and what am I going to do differently next time. But I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I don't. But yeah, I think that's my biggest issue is inaction on both sides. I like to say they're two cheeks of the same ass.
So,
And
I mean, I would love for there to be more action, and I push for more action. Again, I do see more action, like objectively speaking, from Democrats than I see with Republicans on issues that we care about, like healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, homelessness in the country, people's needs, right? Those things are addressed significantly more when Democrats, right, are
Yeah.
talking about their policies than when Republicans are.
And that's where
Republicans
I've
seem to
been.
care more about like cutting taxes for millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah, and that's where I've been really realizing is that the business end of things tends to be where Republicans always want to say yes or even maybe. And on the social end or the infrastructure end of things is where they always want to say no, or they always want to say do less. And then they complain that we're doing less. And so that's the part where I'm starting to get really frustrated with it, because it's not, doesn't make sense. You say you want something and then you're refusing to invest in it. So
yeah, so there are people who are hypocrites in the Democratic and Republican Party. I'm not going to dispute you on
no,
that.
and that's why I call them two cheeks of the same ass.
But that doesn't mean so what you're doing is a composition fallacy. You're saying because some aspects of the Democratic Party operate a particular way means all aspects of the Democratic Party operate that way, which is not a good way of actually viewing this.
No, I don't think it's all aspects, and I don't think it's a good way to view it. I admit that. I think that I'm looking at, for me personally, and for the people that I support, what's the best cost-benefit analysis of the business versus the personal needs. And I think I might have come down on the wrong side of that this time. I might not have, but ultimately, I think it's definitely got to come down to more education. That's also one of those things I really don't like, is I think cutting education in our country is just the worst possible thing we can do. So
again, what Republicans are advocating for.
I know, and that's one of the.
You want to know why they're doing that? Because it creates more Republican voters.
I know, and that's the problem. Is I hate to see it, and that's we offer continuing education for all of our employees free of cost, and we would love to see more of them take advantage of it, but it's definitely something that's got me on the fence, and that's why I wanted to come up here and talk to you, because I did it, and I still think it could be the right decision, but I am questioning it more than I ever thought I would have. And I voted for Biden the first time, so.
All right, for sure. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
You as well. Caleb, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. And then Katie, thank you for the £5. Thank you. Thank you. I will. Don't worry. Thank you. Good night. Good night. As well as let me say thank you to Bill. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Bill. I really appreciate that. W's for Bill in the comment section, as well as Jaden with the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I will. Don't worry. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Doreen, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Doreen. Go ahead.
Yeah, you were right about the affirmative action. It was like taken out of college campuses, but DEI is still implemented. Yeah, in some aspects, I'm not like fully against DEI, but I think it has been a little bit weaponized. I just don't like the idea of, people, accepting others just by the color of their skin, sexuality. I think it just should be just on their qualifications. And I understand what you're talking about of like, oh, Trump is less qualified in some aspects. I do agree with you that Trump is less qualified. So, but on a side note, I did want to talk to you a little bit on like abortion. What is kind of your stances? Like, do you think that abortion is completely good, or What is your stance?
Past or present and future present and future subjective experience is relevant towards value. So human plus that is considerably valuable. Mac, think of it $2.
So I'm always kind of in my opinion, I do think that aborting a baby is murder. However, it is a little bit sobering, but I still think that it should still be an option. I'm not a pro-lifer who thinks it should get outlawed, unfortunately, but I do think that it is murder.
Dumpster, think of the $1.50. Thank you. So you do think it's murder. Do you think that why do you think it's murder? Like, what's your set of conditions you consider to be valuable?
Well, I do think it is. Well, first of all, if you never aborted it, it would have become a person. And I think that a murder requires premeditation. And in this case,
hold up. If my parents pulled out, right, that wouldn't have led to my existence.
that is true. Yeah.
So is that murder?
But you're still growing inside of the mother's stomach, so therefore you need to take responsibility for that.
Can you say that one more time? Sorry.
Like, since you are in the mother's stomach, you have to take responsibility for that. If your father has just pulled out, then well, he didn't take responsibility for that. He has no reason to.
Stomach?
Huh?
Stomach?
Oh, sorry, misspoke. I meant what do you want to call me? The vagina or something? Like, yeah, I'm talking about that.
Where does pregnancy occur in the human body?
In the stomach. Yeah.
No, dude. You think that pregnancy begins in the stomach? What do you think they eat the baby? You think the baby's sitting there with the acid in the stomach, dude?
Well, it's part of that general area.
Nah.
So
you mean
so
like
it's not part of that general area. It's not.
it's called the uterus?
Yeah, and where is that uterus?
Not the stomach.
It's in that.
I
general aspect.
think when you think of stomach, you're thinking of like someone's like tummy.
Yeah.
Right, you're saying it's located around that area.
Mhm.
Okay, that's still not even accurate.
But
right?
anyway, as I was trying to say, I do think that abortion is murder. That's my opinion. And I haven't really seen a good argument to suggest that is not.
Sorry, you've never heard a good argument to suggest what?
That abortion is not murder.
Well, based upon your definition of murder, you're just saying anything that prevents a person from existing. So one, you're saying that it's not a person.
No, I think that it is a person.
Okay, so then when does it become a person?
I think when it becomes okay, I do agree that it is not. It depends on like which state that the baby is in, but it could be a fully fledged person once it's born. So, but again, just because you put the cake in the oven to bake, that doesn't mean it could not have been a cake. That's kind of like my point.
I don't know what you're trying to say there.
I'm saying that if you have to allow the cake to bake. So, if you just take out prematurely, that doesn't mean that it wasn't going to be a cake. And that's what pretty much abortion is. It could have been a person, could have lived a life, and because you pulled it out prematurely, it's over. Yeah, I think it is in some cases murder.
So it could have been a person, so it's not a person yet.
I think it's saying when it becomes a person becomes a little bit of morality. Some say that it's a person the moment the
I'm asking you when it becomes a person, and you're not answering that question.
Well, in my opinion, I think the moment it begins to grow, or the moment the embryo, gets whatever, I think that's when it begins.
So implantation or conception?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it begins at conception.
Okay. So, well, then I have a question. Do you think that freezing embryos is wrong?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. But in some cases, it is very quite
So,
unnatural.
I have a question. Do you think it's okay to put babies in freezers?
Well, again, although it is
Do you think it's okay to freeze babies?
well, are you killing them?
You think so? In some circumstances, it's okay for parents to freeze their babies.
Well, are you killing them?
I'm just asking you the question.
Well, if you're not killing them, I'm all for
Let's
it.
say it doesn't kill the kid.
Yeah.
You just froze them for like an hour.
Yeah, I think it's fine if you're not killing him.
It's
Well,
okay to put to this
Oh, no,
guy.
I'm
it's
not-
okay to
I'm
put
not-
babies in
I'm not-
freezers, chat.
Oh, sorry,
It's okay to put babies in freezers so long as they don't die.
I'm not talking about a born baby. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the
Wait.
an embryo.
Why is there a distinction between before it's born and after it's born?
Because it's born, and the other one is before it's born. There's different stages.
That's just locate, dude. That's just a difference of location, bro.
Well, one is more developed, one isn't.
In the womb and outside of the womb, the only difference is the location. You just
No,
said
it's-
that
it's
like
the
it was
development.
it was more, dude. You just like did the meme, dude.
Did what?
That
Meme?
is- like, dude, you know the meme like where you're like you just value it because it's been birthed. Like
No,
conservatives thought this was such a funny thing for so long.
No, I don't really find it funny, but I think in some stages it gets increasingly more, I would say, morally valuable. But at the end of the day, I still think that if you, sorry, I'm kind of blinking out. It's kind of like late at night for me, but I still think in the end you are killing a child.
What time is it?
It's like, I don't know, like 11:55 where I am.
Okay. That's late. I have a question. Do you think that like women should be able to get abortions if they were assaulted?
If they were raped, you mean?
Yeah.
I think, yeah, I think that's that's completely reasonable. If they're raped, it's unconsensual, then yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah.
So in that context, it's not murder.
I still think it is murder, but I think it's more morally acceptable because you had no plans and no premeditation to kill that baby.
So you think some murderers shouldn't go to jail?
No, I think no, what do you mean? No, I think there's different levels of murder. I think that it constitutes as murder, but I don't think it should be penalized to the same extent as murdering an already born person, because at the end of the day, there is a difference. Yeah.
Why don't you say the same thing for abortion?
Because there is just a difference. I'm saying
It's murder, but it's not like the same type of murder. This murder, right, shouldn't be as much prison time, you know, or as much bad, you know.
That's what's true. It's absolutely true. Although at the end of the day, I still think you're killing a child.
Wait. It's 11:55.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What state do you live in?
Oh fuck, my bad. I completely misread. 10:56 right now. Sorry.
What state do you live in?
I live in Florida.
What's the capital of Florida?
The capital, it's Miami.
No, it's not.
Capital of Florida is Miami.
No, it's not.
What is it?
It starts with a T.
Tampa's the capital of Florida? I never knew that.
No, it's not.
What is it? I moved here pretty recently, so I'm not too familiar.
How long has it been?
Like a few months.
A few months. Can you name 3 cities in Florida?
Yeah, you got Tampa, Jupiter, Palm Beach, Miami, Boca Raton. Let's see what else we got here. Orlando, some other places. I don't know.
Okay, all right. But yeah, it's Tallahassee. You know that, right?
That's crazy. I always under the assumption that it was Miami. But yeah, that was my bad. But anyway,
Diabolical, I tell you, dude.
I know. I guess I'm a little retarded.
Clara, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 2790R. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Harrison, hop in the guest box. I'll dog walk you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker!
On YouTube now is diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty. I shouldn't have banned Evil Dean. I'm too quick with it. I just like ban people as soon as they're trolled now or whatever. I just have like a muscle memory. Who's Lucas? Lucas? Oh, oh my gosh, that was Evil Dean. I'll give it a second, everyone. I can't find a thing to unban. All right, everyone. We'll give it a second for people to join up. Make sure to like the stream, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. Seriously, it really helps push out these live streams, and I've been really dealing with issues over here on YouTube. So. Russell, I'm looking and I will check. Russell. Oh, thank you so much, Russell. Russell, I appreciate it. They said thank you for making me happy when I've been so sad lately. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I'm so sorry I didn't see that before. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much, Russell. I'm so sorry. Sometimes I accidentally miss things. Harrison, you just said that I won't debate you, and then I said I'll debate you, and you're like, why would I waste my time with you? Like, what? Okay, all right. Interesting point you did that. Point you got there, man. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, am I in?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. No, but I have an incredible clip of me dunking on Charlie Kirk that no one has seen. And I think you would really like it. It happened right before the Texas trip when he was at University of South Carolina. I'm just trying to spread that. I think you'd be very interested in seeing it, like, genuinely.
Yeah, tell me where the clip is. I'll find it.
Yeah, so it's on my YouTube. I'm called officially Ethan. That's my user handle, and we discuss abortion, and I catch him on a contradiction directly in the debate. It's literally one of the funniest things. Like it's instant proof. Everything this man says is absolute BS.
It has 12 views, bro. What is YouTube doing, bro? What? How does it?
So
that's totally fucking suppressed, bro.
The one that is good, the full debate has 12 views, but the one that you want to see, the highlight, is NPC glitches. That's like 1:15. I don't know if there's a way to show it on the stream.
Here,
but
NPC. I actually will be able to. So NPC glitches. I need to look up NPC glitches.
Yeah, it's like on the channel. It's like I think second video I've uploaded. It's great.
All right, I got you. Is it on your page, officially, Ethan?
Yes.
And there we go. I see it. I got you. I'll literally pull it up right now, bro.
I got you.
You can watch it. What you'll see us. All right, thank you, bro.
All right, I got you. I'll go ahead and leave. Thanks for your time, buddy.
I got you. Base here. Let's look at this. Let me. Yeah, let me turn it on. Let me turn it on. Present. Share screen. Pull it up. Don't worry, I got y'all. I was just making sure that everything is fine. Perfect. All right.
If I go under general anesthesia, you have a right to kill me. You already agreed with me that we need to value the rights of people who are unconscious. I know that
Hold up.
if I go under general anesthesia, you have a right to kill me. You already agreed with me that we need to value the rights of people who are unconscious. I know that if I'm under general anesthesia. Yes, and you're unconscious. Okay, so but explain to me the difference between unconsciousness and then the Terry Schiavo case, because people come out of brain dead all the time. People come out of brain dead all the time. People come out of brain dead all the time. People come out of brain dead all the time. You just said it was extremely rare.
Yeah, that'd be misdiagnosis. Yeah, like that. Like there's 12 cases. Yeah, there's like practically no cases. That's misdiagnosis in those cases. So like those people we would say were valued, right? And Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's diabolical. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Is Lelani, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's diabolical.
Instances, albeit very rare. Very rare. Very, very rare. Very, very rare. Very, very rare. For people that have no detectable brain activity, very, very rare. Actually come out of that and have full
No detectable brain activity? No, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think any of those cases, it was the case that they had zero detectable brain activity. It's just they didn't have detectable brain activity insofar as it's gonna produce a subjective experience, you know?
We believe that all human life is equal, regardless of its size, level, development, environment, or its degree of dependency. But then people who say that they would pull the plug on Terry Schiavo are now violating that principle. Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
All human life is equal.
Regardless of its size, level, development, environment, or its degree of dependency.
People who say that they would pull the plug on Terry Schiavo are now violating that principle. Not necessarily. All human life is equal. Regardless of its size, level, development, environment, or its degree of dependency.
All human life is equal.
Not necessarily.
Diabolical. Diabolical, I tell you. Diabolical, I tell you. I'll have to watch the whole thing. I'll have to watch the whole thing. People are already pulling up on the video, so I hope that you see it. I hope that you see that. But yeah, I'll have to watch the whole thing. I'll have to watch the whole thing. I'll have to watch the whole thing. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You could hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Oh, word. I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
See, the thing is, my social security wasn't working, so I couldn't vote, sadly. I really tried it. It just, I don't know, my social just, I guess I have a lot of addresses, so it wouldn't let me vote, so I kind of just...
What?
Yeah. Well, I did the online thing where you go online and you try and put in your information, and for some reason my stuff wasn't working. I do live here though. I do have a social though.
Interesting. Sid, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate the $50. Thank you.
It definitely sounds crazy, but yeah, you know.
Did you use an ID?
Yeah. I have my ID. I didn't.
What
I don't know if I used. No, I used my ID number. I put in my ID numbers or whatever it says for the ID. I put in my social, and then it said we cannot verify you or whatever, and it did that multiple times, and so I was just all right, I guess. You know what I mean? I also live in New York City.
You know what? I shouldn't be trying to tell you how to vote, huh? Because you're literally a Trump supporter. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
In my opinion, I just feel like more of my views were to that side, and I just wasn't really a big fan of Kamala. I just thought that she was a little Kamala. However you say it. Kamala. Sorry. It's also late where I am too. It's 11:07. I live in New York. But basically, I just thought, I don't know. I just thought that she was kind of like a liar. I kind of thought that there was a couple things that she did that was I don't know, just a little for example, Cardi B as a supporter, someone who drugged and admitted to drugging men and stealing their money, and she used her as an example. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just thought that was crazy. And then she's a liar. She did terrible with the border control because I live in New York.
Let's talk about this real quick. Donald Trump has 30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He released violent criminals in the country that admitted to violently assaulting police officers.
Yeah, but let's look at like almost the past 4 years of I live in New York City, right? And I live in the Bronx, right? So I'm watching the past 4 years people come into this country. I'm a citizen, right? So, you know, long story short, I needed help at a certain point, right? And I did need the help. I was homeless, things were rough, and I didn't really get the exact help I needed because all the
Republicans
money
underfunded
and
it.
Trust me, right? I am going to, you know, get my help or whatever, and I'm watching people from other countries come here, get everything they want, get Social Security, get benefits, everything they want.
Just not
and they're
true.
flooding. They are flooding.
If they're
brother,
undocumented, they don't get
I
any of
live
this
in New
benefit.
York. I live in New York. They are flooding New York. I live in the Bronx.
Asylum,
I cannot get.
people are
There are
seeking
jobs
asylum.
that
That's a legal process.
I am
Asylum's a
getting
legal
denied.
process.
I've gotten denied from jobs because I don't speak Spanish. That's how crazy it is here. People are coming in to the point where.
Wait, Max. There are some jobs where you have to speak Spanish. That's totally valid.
Yes, McDonald's though. No, is what I'm saying.
In certain communities.
In certain communities, the Bronx, New York.
Is there like a certain community where you wait? So, if that was relevant, it would make sense. But it's a private business. They can have qualifications for their jobs if they want.
Yes, but like I said, I've applied anywhere in the Bronx. I could not find a job. The jobs I had to get were in Manhattan. In the Bronx, they're making streets.
Can you find a job right now?
Yeah, of course. But
wait, what happened? What was the difference?
What was the difference? I had to go to the world's whitest part of New York City to get a job. Literally.
What?
Rich. I had to go to a rich area to get a job. Yes.
Jocelyn, think of the $2. Okay, so you could have done that when Biden was in office, correct?
I mean, I guess so. Yeah, I
Okay,
had
so
to
then
go somewhere else to get a job.
How did Trump help you?
For example, like I said, the borders. Well, for another issue is the borders were completely screwed. I mean, people are just pouring into New York City. I never seen more people. I live in New York City. Since Biden became president, I've never seen New York City so bad in my life, bro. In terms of people flooding in, the crimes, bro. I live in the Bronx, right? The amount of crimes done by these people who Kamala has been letting in. Kamala letting into this country 10 times worse than it was, bro. I'm telling you.
It's actually diabolical. Undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States. Not only is that true, but Donald Trump himself is a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that released actual violent criminals into the country that beat police officers.
See, but like I said,
you don't give a shit about any of the stuff that you just talked about.
Yes, but like I said more of my views are towards that side. That doesn't mean I agree with everything Donald Trump says. You never even asked me. It says Parker debates Donald Trump fans. I wouldn't say I'm a Donald Trump fan. If I had to choose between Kamala and Trump in terms of voting, Kamala, in terms of my views, I thought that Trump's views were a lot more. And another big part of it was the fact that I have a daughter. And the fact of the matter is,
how old is your daughter?
My daughter's 9 months.
Okay. When she's 10 years old, if a 50-year-old man came up to her and said he would date her in 10 years, would you be okay with that?
Wait, what are you saying? Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. If
a 50-year-old man asked my 10-year-old daughter to,
if he came up to her and said that he would date her in 10 years, would you be okay with that? Would you still vote for that guy?
I don't think he went up to a 10-year-old girl and said.
He did. He actually did.
Is there like evidence to that or something?
Yes, there's audio.
That's not. But you see, that's where you're saying that's not the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying you keep saying like, would you vote for? It's not about that. It's more of my views go towards that side. It has nothing to do with Trump as a person. It came down to whose views.
Wait, do you care that that's on audio? I'm saying, given that that's on audio, do you accept it?
Given that would I allow that? I would probably, no, obviously not. Obviously not. But see, this is you're not letting me speak. I have a daughter. who's young, right? Who's going to be going to
Yeah, think of
schools,
it,
right?
$2.
One of my biggest issues with
It's
the
crazy,
liberal
Garcia.
with the liberal side of views is, you know, is it's a controversial issue, but the transgender type of stuff and the fact that they're teaching young kids, right? When I was young and I was 7 years old, I thought that
What are they
babies-
teaching young kids? Tell me.
I thought that babies came out of like I didn't know where they even came from. I didn't know nothing. I thought that
When
you
you-
could
when you
hug
were how
somebody
old?
and get pregnant, right? 7 years old. I didn't know nothing about where, like, in terms of you don't learn about like
Royalty,
sex and
think of
stuff like that.
$5.
You don't learn about sex and stuff like that till 8th grade. Normally, you're like 6th,
It
8th
was-
grade. You
it was-
start learning.
It was probably 5th grade. for
Yeah,
me.
something like that, right?
I grew up in
I
Iowa
saw
too.
I saw first and second graders learning about that it's okay. Like when you're confused, they're confusing these kids. Kids, of course, when they reach a certain age, I feel like if they want to make their decisions, that's okay. But when you're confusing a kid and saying, "Oh, this is a girl, but it's a man, and if you feel like you're a woman, then you can do this and take hormones at age 10." I mean, you don't even you're
That's
a boy,
not
right?
what's happening.
Yes, it is what's happening because you don't know what
Yeah.
you like until once you get 12, 13.
Why are
start
you
getting those
conflating
feelings.
Why are you conflating sexuality with gender identity?
Why am I conflating sexuality with gender identity?
Yeah.
I'm saying that you should not be teaching kids anything about sex or nothing, confusing their heads until they are at an age where they actually start feeling horniness. When you're 6, 7 years old,
What?
you don't
Dude.
know what you like. I went to the
Wait,
store and some guys
When you
talking about his
actually
kid.
feel it, that's kind of a weird thing to say. Like, do you think you should be teaching kids like good touch, bad touch?
Okay, so you knew what you were attracted to when you were 7?
Yeah.
How?
Dude, I had a crush when I was in kindergarten.
Okay, so you were that's what you were getting. You were like getting off to that. Like, let's be realistic here.
Do you understand like what that means to like it's attraction isn't just gonna be like you're quote unquote getting off. I didn't have a concept
Okay,
of
so
that
you don't
until I
think
was
it's
in, like
crazy. So I ran into a guy.
Can I
Okay.
please finish?
All right, I
So-
respect it. Okay.
Yeah, so like I didn't have a concept of that until I was like in fucking middle school, dude. We learned about like sex and stuff in like 5th grade. So you learn about that stuff before you even have a concept of that.
Okay, exactly my point. Why are they teaching pride in elementary schools, teaching kids that
it's okay
it's
to be-
okay?
Yeah, it's
that
okay to be gay.
that it's-
Absolutely.
That not gay. That this is not gay. Listen, my older brother is gay. He's gay, and I love him to death. See, this is where you're screwing up right now. I'm talking about the fact that they're teaching kids that it's normal, that sex change is normal. It's not normal.
No one's changing their sex. I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying it is.
They're teaching kids that being transgender and saying
it's
that
okay.
you're a
It is.
woman-
It is okay to be trans. That's what they're teaching kids. That's it. It's okay to be trans. And by the way, when I was a kid, if I was told it's okay to be trans, I wouldn't become trans. That's not how it works.
Okay, but this is the thing. They're normalizing it. If you want to go do what you want to do, you should not be teaching 6, 7, 8-year-old kids that this is a normal. You shouldn't be even
When you say
mentioning
normal,
it to
you're
them.
just saying it's okay to be trans.
Don't
hate.
I'm not saying that it's not okay. I'm saying that it's
Okay,
wrong.
well,
to
is
be
it okay to
teaching
tell
kids.
kids that it's okay to be trans?
No, you shouldn't even be teaching kids what trans is. They
So
should not be
it's
knowing
not
any of
okay.
this stuff. They should not.
What-
I did not
what
get
if-
taught. I didn't get taught about sex and stuff like that till I was older. Even sex and stuff like that. I was not
I have,
thinking
I
about
have,
stuff
I have a
like this.
question, Max. I have a question, Max.
So,
Max,
so when I
what
was
if-
7, were they
Max,
teaching
Max,
me
I have a
that I should
question.
be fucking girls? Were they
Max,
telling me that you need to
why
have
are
sex
you
with
conflating?
girls? That's
Why are you
basically what they're
conflating
doing.
them?
They're basically saying
Not
that,
what
hey,
it
if
is
you
at
want to
all.
take your penis and cut it off, that's a normal thing to.
No, you're just not listening to this at all. I want you to actually listen, Max. Right? If the teacher's trans, right, is that okay to talk about that? And also, that's not what they're teaching children.
No, not really, because if the teacher's trans, they're a girl, right?
So
right?
they can't talk.
Because you can't. Apparently, you can't call.
Max, that was the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Them being trans does not mean that they're a girl. What are you talking about? What there? You know that there are trans men? Do you know that's a thing?
Okay, so whatever side you decide to go, say you're a man and you're transforming into a girl. Apparently,
Transforming.
Okay, a transforming, whatever it is, I don't know. But say you're a man, you want to be a girl, right? Most people who do that usually say that they want to be called ma'am, and if you call them sir, they bug out, right? So if they are transforming right to a girl and they want to be seen as a girl, then why would you need to tell the kid that you're trans? Why would you even need to say that? That's what I'm trying to say, that there's no reason to even mention it. There's no reason to teach kids about something. They're so young that I bumped into a guy and he's telling me his 11-year-old son, 11 years old, is non-binary. How does he even know what that how does he even know what that means? Normal,
Max,
when I was
Max,
younger,
I'm sorry.
kids were not saying these.
Max, when I was 11 years old, I was playing Call of Duty. Shut the fuck up. If your biggest issue with what 11-year-olds are doing is that, then I'm sorry. We did not grow up in the same timeline. I was playing Call of Duty as an 11-year-old. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Exactly.
I
11 years
was gunning
okay,
people
11
down.
years old.
I was
Okay,
gunning people down in fucking Call of Duty, trying to get 30 bombs in TDM, right? And that's somehow not as bad. Are you kidding me?
You're playing Call of Duty at 11 while
Yes,
kids
I
are
was.
talking. Okay, and now me and you, we're
And you're
playing Call of
comparing that
Duty.
to us being like, oh, an 11-year-old knows what non-binary means. An 11-year-old knows what non-binary means is the worst thing to this guy. But kids playing Call of Duty was never a problem.
Me. You're not letting me finish my point. You keep muting me, bro. Let me finish my point at least.
It's better
Okay,
that way.
Let me say this at least. Okay, me and you playing Call of Duty, that's a normal thing to play games as a kid. It's not now all of a sudden. So at 11 years old, I was playing video games. I was doing this. I was doing that. Now 11-year-olds are talking about taking hormones to change into a woman. That's not a normal thing.
Max.
That's
what do you
not
say-
normal.
Max,
That's
Max,
delusional, man.
Max, what's normal mean to you?
Normal. What does normal mean to me? I guess the fact that if you're biologically a man, you're a man. If you're biologically
no,
a
what does
woman,
normal
you're
mean?
a woman. Normal
What does-
does not mean that a normal is not 11-year-old kid who doesn't even.
I'm not asking you what an example is, Max. I'm asking you, what does normal mean?
Okay, normal means that. I mean, are you looking for a definition of normal and an example? Of what
Yeah,
normal
that's
is?
what I'm asking you a definition.
I don't know the exact definition of normal. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not a philosopher. You know what I'm saying?
You don't need to be a philosopher. I'm just asking how you're using the term.
I'm using the term in normalcy as in something that's, just the regular, almost what you see normally, like as in like, the regular, the basics.
On the regular.
Like,
Okay. I have a question. Is
Okay.
it regular that people have hazel eyes?
Yeah, that's normal.
Could I tell? It's normal, really? It's 2 to 3% of the population has hazel eyes.
Okay, I know a lot of people who have hazel eyes. It's pretty normal. Like,
Okay, well then I know a lot of people who are trans. It's pretty normal.
No, but see what I'm saying? Maybe it's normal to see trans people now. Yeah, I guess it's normal to see them, but it's not normal to do that. It's not normal to want to slice. It is not normal to want to do a surgery.
Max, I have a question. Do you think circumcision is wrong?
I think circumcision is. Listen, I was circumcised, so I circumcision. I think it's just up to the parents, I guess. I don't know. It's usually a religious thing.
Dude,
so-
it's actually hilarious, dude. The jokes write themselves. You're totally okay with mutilating infants' genitalia?
It's usually a religious thing, and also it causes infections. So yeah, it prevents infections. Yes,
You're totally. By the way, there's no good evidence indicating that, but like you understand that like
there is though. It does
there
prevent
actually isn't.
infections.
I would love to see the evidence indicating that.
Okay, then why would they start doing that for years? And also, it's a
It's
religious thing.
cultural.
I'm also
It's
Catholic.
cultural.
I'm also Catholic.
Yeah, that
so
doesn't.
in my,
Okay,
in
okay,
my,
so it's okay
in
to.
my
it's-
reason.
It's okay to push Catholicism onto children, and it's okay to mutilate children's genitalia because of religion, right? But it's so wrong to tell people it's okay to be trans when the idea of doing like gender reassignment surgery isn't even going to be a concept brought up to them. Royalty, think of the $2. Thank you. Rose, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Yeah, it's diabolical that they just treat it so differently. Key, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you're saying that it's okay to mutilate a child's whatever. One, they're a baby. Two, I just had my daughter. You know
No,
what else
actually,
they do?
I think it's wrong. I think it's wrong. So what you're not listening is that like no one's gonna be mutilated, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know, mutilated. Do you realize the child? I cut the umbilical cord of my daughter. So am I hurting? Because that's part of her connected to my girlfriend, right? That's apparently that's mutilation. That you're literally I'm slicing something that is connected to my daughter. So if I can do that, you're saying removing a little skin off someone's penis is whoa, oh my God. The baby is crying. The baby doesn't even know what's going on, bro. It takes that procedure takes probably not the longest time. Also, you know how many tests they run on babies after? You know how much pain they're in?
You're okay with cutting baby dick, dude. Okay, you can keep justifying that. Whatever, do yourself. But like I'm addressing the very legitimate concerns that you're not addressing, that like you're willing to use that language against everyone else, right? But you're not willing to use it against yourself.
I'm saying that you, a baby who's okay, whatever, some skin off there, whatever. How is that compared to me saying that it is not normal for kids
Dude, I'm just
under
saying
the
that
age of 13?
Dude, that's not happening. They're not having gender reassignment surgery that early.
I've seen kids. So I saw a girl in my school shave her head completely, thought she was a girl, all this stuff at age 10. Fast forward to 9th grade, she has a boyfriend and is like completely not in that stage of her life because she was influenced and confused. My brother is gay.
Wait. Dude, you mean
gay.
someone's bisexual, genius? Dude,
No, she's
your
not,
level
bro.
of
She's
analysis
not.
is
She
insane.
was
Someone
saying
can
that
be
she was a man.
bisexual. You know, that's possible.
No,
right?
not bisexual. She was saying that she was a man and wanted a man change. And
Oh
then
wait, sorry, I was misinterpreting you.
Okay.
You're saying so
She wanted to be a man.
I thought you were saying that they were finding both men and women attractive. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I
so
understand.
you were saying that they claimed that they were a man?
Yes. They
Okay.
claim that they're a man, shaved their head. 10 years old, this girl. Her name is Courtney. 10 years old. Shaved her head, all this stuff, said she was a man, wanted hormones, this and that. Fast forward, 9th, 10th grade. I lived in a small like school, so I knew all these people from like age kindergarten, like we all grew up together type stuff. Fast forward, and she is just like regular girl, just boyfriend, not in that phase no more, doesn't think she's a man. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to say that some kids are getting confused because they are learning this stuff too young.
So
I'm
here's my
not
question.
saying
Here's my
that it's
question.
wrong.
What was
I
wrong?
might- I
Wait,
think it's wrong.
Max. Let me explain something. What was wrong with letting that person figure out their identity?
That's fine, but they would have never gone through that if they weren't influenced at a young age, getting confused by learning this stuff. I did not, like I said, you don't learn about sex and
Wait.
certain
So
things
you're
like
not
that till
listening.
5th grade.
Wait, what? How old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
So I'm 23. You're telling me when we were kids, we were learning that people are trans?
No, I'm
Typical?
saying now kids are learning that.
Wait, so you just brought up an example, right, of from when we were kids, right?
Yeah.
Of like someone who is quote unquote influenced. What were they influenced by?
Well, yeah, it was obviously not as serious as it is now. But
So they weren't influenced by anything. He just made that up.
No, they were influenced completely, because that's when you got to realize it started around our age, in my opinion. That's when it started, and now it's bad.
I'm sorry. What state did you grow up in?
I grew up in New York, near Albany, near the capital, Albany.
Okay, so you think in like the early 2000s, right? Kids were taught to be trans.
No, I would say it started I'd say when I turned maybe into starting middle school, that's when I started seeing it a lot more. Like I started like seeing like a lot of the pride and a lot of different stuff popping up a lot more. I did not see it when I was younger. Was not really seeing that. No. And then all of a sudden it started, and then it progressed. By the time I was in high school,
Pride.
By the
right,
time
when
I
you're
got to
talking about-
high school, there was pride parades in my high school. Pride parades where, and this is another thing. Pride.
I'm sorry. Pride is a lot
Wait,
older than both of
Wait,
us.
I just want to say one thing.
Pride goes back a lot further
Yes.
than
Okay.
that.
Well, whatever. Right. Pride. Do I walk around with a sign celebrating, saying I like having sex with women? That's my identity. So my identity is who I choose to have sex with. That's my
All right,
identity.
Max. Were you discriminated against on the basis of your sexual attraction towards women?
No.
No. Okay, so then that's probably why you don't.
So
need
wait,
to
you're telling me
acknowledge-
your identity?
Max, that's why you probably don't need to acknowledge that on a societal scale, is because you don't face any type of stigmatization for your sexuality. Gay people, given that they face stigmatization for their sexuality, of course, see pride as something that's really good because it's normalizing, right, and accepting people for being gay, as we should, right? That's good things to do, right? And it's gonna reduce, right, people being bigoted in the future, like you.
Okay, so let me respond. My brother is gay, right? Thank
Thank you for saying that a million times.
Okay, he does not do any of that stuff. who you have sex with should be a private life. It should be. I do not go around
when you sit up here and you make a big issue with people.
I do
Dude,
not
what are you
go
talking
around
about?
promoting.
You're the one that has
decide
an
to have
issue with
sex
pride.
Can you
You're
let
the
me
one that has
finish?
such an issue with
It's
people
not-
in
it's not
terms of
an
what they
issue.
do.
It's not an issue. It is because it's an issue in the fact that your identity, they're saying that this is my identity. My identity, if I had to say what my identity is, I'm a good person. I like doing it. I like doing certain things. I'm kind. I'm this, I'm that, I'm whatever, right? I don't identify myself as I have sex with women. That's my identity. So you're gay. That's all you are. That's your identity is who you have sex with. That's what you're
Dude,
saying.
No,
Apparently,
you're
your
not
identity
listening, Max. It's
is
a
who
part
you have
of your
sex with.
identity. Max, it's a part of your identity.
But it's not your identity. It's a part of your identity. That's not who you are.
Obviously.
Okay, so why are we classifying it as identity? Why are we teaching kids
It's a part
that this
because-
is your
because it's a
identity?
part-
This
listen.
pride, like it shouldn't be. If you want people to
So when
normalize
you
this, right?
listen, Max,
so many
Max, you're not
people-
listening to a single thing that's coming out of my mouth.
Okay, but if
coming out
you're
of my mouth.
trying to normalize, if
What
you're
is
trying
pride?
to normalize,
What is pride?
Okay, pride. Okay, pride is the movement of it's okay to be gay and or lesbian or whatever you decide to be. The movement of that's okay, right? That's what
It's
the
okay
term
to
is.
be gay. What do you disagree with?
Okay, I disagree with the fact that if you want to normalize it, why do you have to have a Pride Month? Why can't you just make it nothing? Why can't we just say it's whatever? If you're gay, you're gay. Why do you need a Pride Month? Nobody. The reality is also this: nobody really gives.
Max, I got you. The reason why we need a Pride Month is to help destigmatize being gay, because there are lots of people like you that result from bigotry, like homophobia, being passed down and taught to children. Right. So if we have pride, it makes it less likely that those things are passed down to children, therefore decreasing the amount of homophobia that people have to experience in society.
Okay, so there's millions of people dying from fentanyl every year. I don't see fentanyl parades all the time to prevent addiction. That's a stigma. That's a
by the way, I
thing.
do just want to let you know.
No, but being a drug
there-
addict, stigmatized thing.
There is advocacy for addiction. I would hope that you'd look into it. There is plenty of advocacy for addiction. The fact that you aren't aware of it is simply a you problem.
No, not really. So I'll be honest. I don't mind being honest with myself. I don't mind. I've been addicted to substances since I was 14. I've been in and out of rehab since I was 14. I'm 22 years old now. I've just reached about 6 months sober. I'm doing my thing. I'm in my
glad to hear that.
program.
I'm absolutely glad to hear that.
No, that's fine. So what I will say is it is extremely stigmatized and there's not enough going on about it. Maybe there's some, but how in the fact
you-
that people
Hey,
are
Max,
literally, people are dying and
Max,
for some
we
reason
literally have things
people,
for addiction
yes,
to address
but
this.
people are dying and
Yes.
yet we're that compared to pride, addiction is not even spoken about nearly as much as this pride stuff. Not nearly as much, no.
Because you're the one making a problem about pride.
I'm not.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a problem. Listen. It's
And
not
you
the
also
1980s where
act
people,
like people haven't been killed for being gay. You act like people haven't been discriminated against for being gay. Like that hasn't been prevalent for literally thousands of years.
Okay, thousands of years people have been. You realize thousands of years that people have been gay and no one said anything. Like nobody. You realize back in, I'm not talking about 1800, 19, no, gay from back in the day. Like there was actually, if you read like history,
It
like
depends
there was
on
a
what
lot of gay
society
people.
you're referencing.
There were-
I'm referencing Christianity. Christianity, right, has been passed down generation by generation by generations for thousands of years. Plenty with other religions, right, that passed down homophobic norms. Those homophobic norms existed. I'm not saying there was no society in which homophobia didn't exist. I was just acknowledging that homophobia was prevalent amongst many societies.
Yes, but if we want to normalize, if we want to make pride like, okay, you know, it's okay to be gay, right? Why would we have to make it like keep making it this thing when the reality is no one actually does care anymore? People are just getting pissed off that you're influencing this on kids. You're making this, it's not just a deal, like it's a whole big, huge deal for nothing. You're making it seem like people are so against it. No, people really don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're trans. I just have a daughter and I don't want her 7 years old hearing about learning that, you know, if you feel that you,
Do
so
you
I don't
care
want
if
my
she's
daughter
trans
coming
or
up to
gay?
me saying, daddy, I like boy stuff. I think that I'm a boy. And I'm gonna be like, no, you just because you like boy stuff doesn't mean that you want to be a boy. I'm a man. I like pink.
Max,
My favorite
Max.
color is pink. Do I want to be a girl
Max,
now?
Max,
Like,
that is a totally valid thing to say, right? In terms of a thing, right? Obviously, it's not just because you like certain things, but a continual, right, over an extreme period of time, right, of people having a commitment towards being in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms with an express purpose of identity, right, not going away, persistent for a very long period of time, is not just, again, when you are a kid having feminine or masculine qualities that you associate with, right?
can I bring
Those
something
are
up?
radically different things.
Okay, can I bring something up? Let's switch it a little bit.
And
This-
Tam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
And there's
Thank you
also
so much.
another topic.
Tsunami,
After-
thank you for the 5 Australian. Thank you. I
After
really
this
appreciate it.
topic, I was
Hello
wondering if we
world.
could-
Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
After this topic, I was wondering if we could, because I heard someone talking about abortion. I was wondering if we could talk about that after this part. I just want to say, what do you think?
Garther, thank you so much for the $5. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember blocking any account by that name. But yeah, go ahead, Max.
I just don't think so. For example, you have men, well, not men who are transforming, competing in women's sports. Why are there not women trying to compete, women who want to be men competing in men's sports? That's an obvious reason, right? Because they would get creamed. So why is it okay for a man with man muscles?
There are trans men competing
The
in sports,
reason
but
we don't put women and men in sports together is because of the biological build. So why is someone with the
By the way, there are plenty of trans men that are in sports, but I just want to acknowledge this. There are more sexual assault allegations against Donald Trump than there are trans athletes in the NCAA. Please
Okay,
explain to me how there's this big
That has
problem.
nothing to
of
do with what I'm
trans
saying. It is a
athletes in-
problem because when you have a record in swimming that was not broken in years by these are females who are
Name the
this
person.
is the swimmer who's freaking went and just beat every woman that's a male.
What was their name?
I don't remember their name. I don't care enough about the person to remember their name. All I know is that they came in and literally smoked all the females because he's a biological man.
So
Why
I just want to.
Why is that
clarify.
okay?
What
Wait,
you're
why is
try-
that
what-
okay, Parker?
You're trying to talk about Leah Thomas, which Leah Thomas has lost in plenty of occasions. Okay, you have no clue what you're talking about.
Okay, Leah Thomas, if she competed in male sports, would have never even came close to a win. She actually tried. So now she goes
You
to
understand
women's
that
sports
actually, when it
and
comes to Leah
wins.
Thomas, you can actually make that comparison.
Okay,
because
so I
because
played
she
hockey.
literally
I played
because she
hockey my
literally
entire life.
because she literally did compete prior, right?
I've played hockey my entire life, right? From 4 to 18. I ended up stopping because of just issues I was having whatever. I'm very good at hockey, played in Canada, all that. If you put me on the ice against females, in men hockey, you can hit. In female hockey, you actually cannot hit, right? If you put me in a game with females, there were females who because back then in hockey, there wasn't a lot of female teams, right? So they would play with the men, right? Yeah, leave it.
Max, I know some trans men that would body the fuck out of you. I would shut the fuck up. I know some trans men that would body the fuck out of you. Don't even get me started, bro. Garther, thank you so much for the $10.
Okay, there was a girl who was on our team, and then once we started hitting, she got fucking toppled and ended up moving to girls hockey. That's what
Max, you're not understanding what the effect has in terms of testosterone on the body when we're talking about trans men. Trans men take testosterone. By the way, Max, I have a question. Do you want trans men in the women's restroom?
Do I want trans men in the wait, so when you say trans men, my bad, I'm just confused. Sorry, there's just so trans men, by trans men you mean a man that is turning into a woman, right? Trans man, and then trans woman is someone
a trans man is biologically female, but they're a man.
A trans man is a biological female, but they're trying to be a man.
Listen, a trans man is biologically female, but is a man.
Okay, so what was your question?
Do you think that they should be going into women's restrooms?
Yes, because they have a body part of a female.
So you think
I feel like it would make
you think
it would
men
make-
that are more masculine presenting should be going into. So I'm gonna.
It would make me uncomfortable. It would make me uncomfortable. Yes. It just as if I don't think females want a trans woman with a penis coming into their bathroom. I think that they would not like that. I
have a question. I have a
feel like
question.
whatever body part you have.
I have a
go into that
question. I have a question. Do you
and
think
there's
that
trans bathrooms? Why can't you go in the
do
trans
you think
bathroom?
that? Hold up. Do you think that he should be in the women's restroom?
If that person has a vagina, then yes.
So you think that he should go into the women's restroom? You think that he should go into the women's restroom?
To be honest, I don't. That's not common, bro. Come on, you're showing.
No,
me
I'm just
someone
asking. Do you think
from
that he should go
TikTok,
into the
bro.
women's restroom? Like
You're
I'm
showing me- you're showing me the
asking you.
TikTok influencer, bro.
I'm just asking you. Do you think that he should go in the women's restroom, dude?
Man, I ain't talking about the people like that. I'm talking about the men with full beards.
Wait,
Full beards.
hold up. So they are biologically
But see,
female.
that's the point. That's
Oh wait,
why
hold
they-
on.
but
Let
isn't
me
that
make
why
my
we
point.
made
Let
trans bathroom.
me make my point, Max. Let me make my point because you just got fucking destroyed. You want to know why? Because you clearly acknowledge the reality that you think that they should go into the men's restroom, but then you're not basing that on the biology. So seemingly you're saying it's okay in some circumstances. Well, then how are you going to identify it? Like based on what circumstances?
Well, this is my thing. I think this because this is honestly my standpoint on the issue. I think that this specific issue would be solved if they just made trans bathrooms. I think that should be a thing. Just straight up trans bathrooms.
Dude, I'm
that
sorry.
Should be it. If
I'm
there's
sorry.
no
You
option, then
you just want to segregate trans people. That's all you want to do. What do you mean bathrooms just for trans people? What are you talking about? Why don't you just do gender neutral bathrooms? Right, in general. Right,
So-
if you want to do something like that, that's like such a weird.
it's really not
like-
segregating. So we're
Yeah, it
segregating
is.
man and
Yeah,
woman.
what
Wait,
do you
so-
mean? Saying trans bathrooms is literal segregation. That is by definition segregation.
So now we're segregating men and women, I guess, by making separate bathrooms. I guess we're segregating them too. We're making a specific men bathroom and a specific woman bathroom. That's segregation, right? According to you, I guess. Transgenders.
So do you support gender neutral bathrooms?
I mean, I think to delay confusion. Yeah, I think to delay confusion.
Okay, all right, let's
I mean,
do
if
gender
a- if
neutral
a-
bathrooms then.
If a man,
Wait, but
who's-
then
who's a
Max,
parent-
you're totally okay with like men and women going in the same restroom then?
usually those bathrooms are. I'm talking about. I thought you were talking about the ones where it's one stall because I've seen those where it's just one stall, like you close and lock the door, like it's in the whole bathroom.
There are gender neutral bathrooms that have multiple stalls.
I didn't know that. I haven't seen those. I usually see a man and I haven't seen those. My bad. I just haven't seen those. But what I will say is, like, for example, I've seen trans well, they're men, biologically men who are women, right? Okay. So they're with a full beard, dressed like a woman, walking into a woman's bathroom with a full beard, obviously looks like a man. They say they're a woman, but obviously looks like a man. These people that I see a lot
Wait,
in New York
Max,
City
I have a
walk into the
question.
bathroom. You're telling me the girls.
Yeah, so women who have PCOS that you think look too quote unquote masculine, are you saying that like because you think that they might be like too much of a like look too masculine that they shouldn't be allowed in the women's restroom under your view?
Okay, PCOS. I'll be honest. I know a lot of people with PCOS, and it doesn't.
I'm giving
like, they
I'm
have,
giving
maybe
certain
they grow some hair
circumstances.
on their stash and they shave it off. I've seen it. They still look.
I'm
completely
talking
like a
about
woman. It's a
certain
weird
I'm not saying all circumstances. I'm saying certain circumstances where
Okay.
to you they look quote unquote
I'm
too
just
masculine.
saying,
Because
why
I'm
would you
saying
want-
that this
women-
discrimination
women
is going to be
are-
this discrimination is going to be applicable, right, to women who have PCOS. Okay. So like that's what you're not realizing is that the policies that you're advocating for are going to harm women.
Women are uncomfortable enough in this world. To be realistic, women are uncomfortable enough in this world. I don't
Of
think that
men,
women,
of men.
especially women.
You voted
specifically-
for a rapist, dude. You literally voted for a rapist. You know who they're uncomfortable of? People like Donald Trump. You know who they're uncomfortable of? People like you, Max. They're not uncomfortable with trans women. They're uncomfortable with you. They're uncomfortable with the men that are assaulting them. That's who they're uncomfortable with.
Okay, well, I'm
and
not
until you
assaulting. I don't know why
realize
you said
that,
you. I'm not assaulting
wait,
women. for one.
I'm sorry. I'm
not me.
sorry. I'm talking. Wait, you're not listening. You voted for a man who assaulted women.
Okay,
You're
but
the man that supports a man that literally
I said,
assaulted women.
and I voted for someone who has. I'm voting for someone who had more views on that side. It's not really about the person. For me, it's what side has the views. Because in my opinion, like Parker, right?
So you're willing to vote for a rapist as
debating
long
right
as they
now.
they agree with you on certain
We're debating
things?
right now, but like just like your view, I have my views, I have your views, but you're still a good person, and I still respect you. You know what I mean? Your views and your views have nothing to do with me liking you, right? So I'm saying that on the sides of like this side has this views and this side has that views. I don't look at blue, red. I'm not saying liberal. I'm saying this side had more views that I thought were valid than the other side. So I picked the side that, listen, Trump, do I think he's a little childish? Yes. Do I think that he has his issues? Do I think that he's wrong in some occasions? Do I think that he has lied? Of course. Just like the other side has lied and manipulated as well. Both
Max,
sides lie
I'm sorry.
and manipulate.
I'm sorry. You talk so much that the only way I can speak is if it is the case that I cut you off because you just yap about a million different things. What you're not acknowledging is that if you actually fucking cared about women and you actually cared about them being victimized, you wouldn't vote for the men that victimize them. You wouldn't vote for the men that perpetuate conditions in which make them more likely to be victimized.
But I just don't think Trump is against women. I don't get where these people think Trump is against women. Where is he against women? Like you're like say okay, these past things, whatever. How now is Trump against women? How right now is he actively against women? What is
restricted
he
women's
actively...
access to abortion, even instances in which they've been assaulted in certain
Well,
states.
I think abortion.
Secondly, wait, are you going to let me finish?
I think abortion is wrong.
Okay, cool. Would you like to let me finish?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is literally a fucking rapist, right? So he's perpetuating norms.
Allegedly.
Even will let people into
allegedly.
No, I can say he's a rapist legally because a civil court has determined that he raped a woman, forcefully penetrated her against her will. No, it's not allegedly. A court and a jury determined that.
A court also said that OJ didn't kill his wife, which he obviously did. You know what I'm saying?
Wait,
Courts,
no,
how can you say allegedly?
They don't say they didn't. They say that they just didn't have enough evidence to say that. And the civil court did say that he did.
I just think it's allegedly, and I think a lot of things happen to people. Mike Tyson sat in jail for 3 years for something that he really didn't do. I've seen multiple people be ruined because some girl steps up.
I'm talking about a civil court. I'm talking about a civil court and a jury that determined it. It's not even just an allegation.
A jury, so 8 people decided something.
Royalty, think of the $5. 9 people unanimously determined that Trump raped a woman.
Especially a guy who is very, very well known. Of course, people are gonna. Especially, how do you know people in that jury weren't already against him? You see what I'm saying? That's the way the world works now. Apparently, 9 people.
So every single one of the people that Trump's lawyers helped select for the jury unanimously determined that he sexually abused her. And what your claim is that, oh, every single one of them was just against him to begin with. Okay, so why didn't his lawyers pick better people? Lucas, think of the $5. Thank you so much, Lucas.
I don't know. I don't think that's exactly how it went. I think there's.
Why didn't his lawyers pick better people?
I think there's 2 sides to every story. I don't think his lawyers really had anything to do with the people in the jury. I don't really think so.
Okay, I have a question. If there's 26 women that have accused a man of sexual misconduct, is it likely the man has done something wrong?
When a man is famous, right,
nice response.
and one person says something, people like to hop on the bandwagon and make a man look like garbage. Yes. People like to do that. Yes. For example, Conor McGregor just got screwed over by some woman who in 2018, apparently she doesn't want to say anything then, but he blows up and he's rich now.
Disgusting fuck. The fact that he just supports practically every rapist in the book that he could find is disgusting, right? Like you literally aren't going to engage with the actual reality of the cases. You're just going to assume because they're famous, they didn't do it. Trump could literally shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. You'd be like, I know the camera shows it, that he didn't shoot that person on Fifth Avenue, but you know what? I believe it's CGI. I think it's CGI. The Democrats, they've been creating messages in CGI that, quite frankly, show things that didn't actually occur, I tell you.
Just saying, I guess you were there when Trump did that. I guess you've seen it, right?
He was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
But the jury was there, right, to see him do it, right? You see what I'm saying? How do you really know?
You have to know? Wait. Are you a Christian?
I'm Catholic. Yes.
Did you watch Jesus resurrect from the dead?
No.
Okay, then how the fuck do you know that it actually happened?
Because I read the Bible.
So the Bible just claims it, right?
I mean, people were actively watching
what's
Jesus
the
rest from
evidence
death and writing it down.
Wait, what's the evidence of the resurrection? Wait, who saw him resurrect? Hello world, think of the $10.
Okay, the people who said that they saw him,
Who?
his disciples and the 500 other people that he visited, including Mary and stuff
So
like
they
that.
didn't see him resurrect. None of the claims that you're referencing saw him resurrect. The 500 people was just a claim, right? We have none of the 500 individual accounts. None of these people individually saw him. It was passed down word of mouth. Okay.
Not really. They
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. There wasn't a single particular first person eyewitness account. Yeah, there
So
is
you're
first
telling me a
person.
bunch of
There
people-
are. Wait, listen. There are first person eyewitness accounts for actually like E. Jean Carroll being assaulted. There are not for.
So
right,
you're
the
just
resurrection.
saying a bunch of people just died for a lie. They just said, "I'm just gonna say I saw Jesus and get killed, and I'm just gonna just die for the hell of it."
You know, people have died for lies throughout all of history, right? They might have believed certain things. That doesn't mean it's true. Charlie, think of the $5. Thank you.
Okay, but there's plenty of evidence that proves that Jesus was a real person, for one, and proves that
I don't
Jesus.
dispute that Jesus was a real person.
Okay, and there's plenty of evidence that Jesus did the things that he did, the miracles and
Not
stuff like that.
resurrect.
The people.
Nope,
In terms
miracles,
of
nope.
resurrecting, they went back to his grave and he wasn't even there.
No. So in terms of this, what you're not understanding is that like again, any of these certain things.
So how
occurring
do they go
are
to his grave and
completely
he's not
totally-
there? How? Where did you know what I'm saying? How? Where did he go? He also said
There's
the temple. He
not
also
even
said
good-
after he
wait.
died. He also said after he.
There's not even good evidence of Joseph Arimathea existing.
Okay, but he also said that the temple or the temple or whatever he could destroy it and rebuild it in 3 days. As he passed away.
It was actually most likely that he was either left on the cross to decompose, right, or thrown into like these huge burial pits.
Okay, no, obviously because Jesus was definitely not. No, Jesus had so many followers they would not let that happen. No,
He did not have a lot of followers when he was alive.
He had enough followers to take him to a.
No, he didn't.
Like I don't even know what you're saying right now. They didn't
Mo-
just
most
leave. They
of-
wouldn't just leave.
Most of Jesus's followers came well after he was dead.
Mary was there. Was she just left her son on the cross? Just left him there? No, they had him. They made his grave or whatever call it, and obviously not buried, but his grave. And they came and washed his body. The first couple of days they came. It says they came and washed his body. They would come and they'd clean his body and stuff like that. And then eventually they came and he was gone and he resurrected on Easter.
Yeah, again, you're just saying these claims that were stories that were passed down word of mouth for generations before they
Yeah,
were
but the Bible has
actually
been proven to be the
written down
most
in the Bible.
But out of any religion, the Bible has the most like evidence to be real. Out of any
Nope.
other religion, 100%.
Not even true.
In terms of archaeological evidence, yes.
No, the resurrection.
Maybe not the
has
Old
no more
Testament. Maybe not the
evidence.
Old Testament, but the New
That's
Testament.
why you base it on faith.
Of course,
That's
of course,
literally
of
the
course,
whole
religion,
basis of your
of course,
position is
religion.
faith,
Yes,
right?
of course, religion. A lot of it has to do with faith, but also a lot of it has to do with the Bible and the fact that a lot of it makes complete sense.
Okay, the Bible does not create a sufficient account for Jesus resurrecting from the dead. It just is not true.
But how do you just say it's not true?
Because I can show you. I told you. There was passed
Were you
down-
there?
If the same you just said
That's what
were
I'm
you
saying,
there?
though.
You
You're just
fucking
saying it's
I'm
not true.
sorry,
That doesn't
Max.
make
You are
sense.
one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. Were you there could be used against yourself. You were not there during the resurrection. None of the people that wrote that down in the Bible were there. Why do you accept the Bible if none of the people who wrote it down in the Bible were there?
They were there. They were real people. His
Name the
disciples were real
person.
people. His disciples were real people.
The disciples were not the ones that individually wrote it. We have no evidence of that. Right? This was passed down word of mouth. These names that you attribute to it are things that we have attributed later on.
Matthew, John, Peter, these are all his disciples. What are you talking about?
Oh my God, these are things passed down word of mouth for generations. These are not the individual accounts from originally.
I'm just saying Christianity is one of the most profound. They revolved the government around the church. You think that people just did that over something that's just bullshit? Sorry for
Do you
swearing,
believe,
but
I'm sorry, do you believe Islam is wrong?
Islam?
Yeah.
What, are you talking about? Like, what do you mean
Is
Islam?
is Islam wrong?
Oh, for the genocide?
No, is it false, genius? Jesus Christ. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought you said Israel. Like you were talking about something like that.
Islam.
Islam? What do you mean Islam? Is Islam wrong?
Do you know what Islam is?
Not really.
Oh my God, it's a religion, genius.
You're talking about Muslims?
Yeah, Muslims are people who believe in Islam.
Okay, my bad. My bad. Do I believe in Islam? I'm not Muslim.
Is it
no.
wrong? Is it false?
Is it false to, if you choose to believe in that, I'm not going to get mad at you, but I don't believe in that. No.
Max, is it false?
I believe it's false, yes.
Okay. So they have plenty of churches or mosques. They have plenty of mosques. They have plenty of people who have believed this for literally hundreds of years. So why don't you accept that?
Because,
or what about Judaism? Or
because Jesus Christ is our Savior, and He came down and rose from the dead on Easter to prove
that's what you choose
eternal
to
life.
believe. That's what you choose to believe, and other religions choose to believe other things.
Because the Bible proves it to be correct, especially.
No, you just feel like it. Okay. LKD, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for LKD in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, LKD. I appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. And Chance with the $100 YouTube Super Chat. Give me some W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Chance, with the $100 YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. W's for Chance in the comment section right now. Thank you, Chance. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Since we obviously don't see eye to eye on this topic, can we switch topics to abortion? Is that okay with you?
I want to finish this topic.
All right, where were we at again?
You're not acknowledging that, like, you believe in these miracles in the Bible with way less evidence than the evidence that we have to indicate that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. So why do you believe one but not the other?
So why do I believe that Jesus Christ is a real person that I haven't seen that him resurrect?
I'm talking about resurrection, not real person. I believe Jesus was a real person.
Okay, yeah. So I believe that Jesus. You're saying that I believe something that could or could not be true, but I don't believe something else that could or could not be true.
Jesus Christ, your level of comprehension is absolutely abhorrent. So I'm asking.
You also got to realize this. It's midnight where I'm at.
You have
you have less, and I have a daughter.
So you have less evidence that it is the case that Donald Trump, that Jesus Christ rose from the dead, comparative to Donald Trump literally sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. You have more evidence to believe that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll than Jesus Christ rising from the dead. Yet you believe that.
I mean, yeah, I guess so. I just believe that men can be shown off to be like. It's easy to put a man in a position to where it's very easy to. You've seen it. Men can get it's very easy to make a man seem like a horrible person, especially with the rape allegations. You see it all the time where a woman will just step up and say, "Oh, this person touched me," and all of a sudden,
what is the percentage likelihood that there's a false accusation?
What's the percentage false accusation? A lot of the time, I think a lot of the time there's false. I think, of course, there's real accusations. Of course, women get raped. Of course, yeah. Of course, they get
2 to 10%. So that means that the likelihood of the accusation being accurate is literally, what's it called? It is literally, sorry, my brain. It is literally 90 to 98% likelihood of being accurate.
I don't know then.
That's just accusation. That is just accusation. That's not even being held liable.
I just think
accusation.
Regardless of anything, Trump did this, Trump did that. Like I said before, I wasn't really trying to even go down this route. I was trying to really talk about, like, in terms of today, accurately, I think that Trump is trying to do good for the country. And I think that's the reason why many people obviously voted for him. And that's why obviously.
Wait, oh my God, Sid. I just remembered that. Thank you for the $15. Oh my God, that Harrison literally is 12. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me. That's so funny. Alyssa, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I know, right? Sorry. Go ahead, Max.
I just don't believe his character of past stuff has to do with what he's trying to do with the country today. If he did it or didn't do it, I really don't know. I'm not really looking into that. I'm looking at who is going to do the best for our country, right? Who is going to make steps to make our country better. And that's what he's doing. So that's what I'm voting. That's why I would have voted for him if I could have voted. You know what I mean? That's why I side with him, because he is actively doing things that are making our country better. I think that under the Kamala or the Biden administration was I mean, it was a shit show. This guy's mental capacity completely disintegrated, and no one said anything about it. We just let this guy.
We all acknowledged it. That's just a complete lie. Joe Biden, right? Although he has less cognitive awareness, of course, because of his mental degradation, we acknowledge that. Kamala Harris is way more mentally equipped than Donald Trump. If you cared about mental degradation and coherence, then you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump.
Kamala was reading off a screen her speeches, reading off a screen. She couldn't even have a speech. She had to read it off a screen. How is she mentally more capable than Donald Trump? Donald Trump doesn't read off a screen while he's stating his speeches.
Yes, he does. He reads off teleprompters all the time.
Not nearly as Kamala was. Not nearly.
Kamala.
Whatever. Like not nearly as much. Kamala also is one lies all the time. Also in her interview with 60 Minutes was horrible. They asked her a question and she literally goes, well, Donald Trump a lot. Like she could not answer. She was dodging every question. She could not answer any question. Like even she would barely answer the question. She would just say something that didn't even make any sense. She was horrible in interviews. She didn't even want it. She wouldn't even go on Joe Rogan. She didn't even want to because she knew what was going to happen. She wouldn't even. Trump did not went on everything.
Okay, I agree. She should have gone on Joe Rogan, but what we're not acknowledging is that she absolutely dog.
She didn't want to be asked hard questions.
Let me please finish.
That's why she didn't want to be asked the reality
what
of
do you
her.
mean? She at the
completely botching the board.
Donald Trump has literally said out loud that he doesn't want to be asked tough questions, that he wants simple questions. I can literally play you the audio clip of him saying that. Secondly, Donald Trump got dog walked at the debate, right? In person or without a teleprompter. She completely destroyed him. So did you actually even watch that debate?
I did watch that debate. Kamala, the one with Kamala and Trump.
Kamala.
He had a poor debate. I agree. He had a poor debate.
So who won?
I think Kamala made him look stupid. Of course, yeah.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Jesus Christ. Kamala.
Kamala. All right, Kamala. Anyway, I think he just had a really, really poor debate, and I thought the debate was just I don't know. I mean, you can't base it all off a debate. Like I said, I thought he didn't do good in the debate, but I thought he did very good in everything else. And I thought that.
Wait, why didn't he do good in the debate? Is it because it wasn't scripted?
No, I just think he had a poor debate. Sometimes people don't have.
So
why
can't you say the same thing for like any other candidate? Be like, oh yeah, maybe they should have done that, but look at all the other things.
Okay, but see, this is what I'm saying. What did Kamala?
Can you name a Kamala Harris policy?
What was Kamala's accomplishments when she was in office? She did nothing.
Inflation Reduction Act, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act.
Inflation reduction. I live in New York City. The prices are through the roof, brother.
I understand. The roof. And Donald Trump's president. So if you want to look at the Inflation Reduction Act, if anything, it had a.
Donald Trump just became president. I'm not talking about.
If anything, the Inflation Reduction Act had a downward pressure on prices because it is the case that it was deficit reducing. So you're just like looking at the name and you're not like looking at like what was in the bill. You didn't even look at any of the bills. Can you name a single bill that she's ever passed or advocated for that you disagree with?
I'm stating the fact that the prices from 2020 till Trump was when Trump was president, prices were significantly lower. 2020 to 2024, the prices. I am going to the grocery store to buy just a regular amount of groceries. And dude, I can't even, the money. I mean, if anyone lives in New York City that's listening to this, it has been insane from 2020 to 2024. The prices have skyrocketed it's like insane. Like it's not even debatable. I mean, the prices have completely went to garbage or completely just skyrocketed. When Trump was president, gas prices were like $2 because he was using the Alaskan oil or whatever the oil preserves that we have. Biden doesn't want to use that. Prices.
If you actually look at gas prices, they were lower in 2016 under Obama than any point under Trump's administration. We can also look at gas prices and why they were that high. It's because Donald Trump signed an agreement with OPEC to cut their oil production, along with the fact that Russia invaded Ukraine, which led to us putting a sanction on Russia, which would have happened even if Trump were president, unless you're saying that Trump wouldn't have put a sanction on Russia and would have allowed them to keep their economy doing so well and so great, even though they were literally invading territories that were sovereign and democratic that we had agreements with that we would defend.
I don't really think so. I don't know how Obama got into this, because that's not even, I'm not even talking about Obama. And for one, I don't know. I'm a little bit of a, I think that the whole reason that maybe gas prices were lower is because I don't think we went to Iraq for terrorism. I think we went to Iraq for opium and oil. And that's where I think if gas prices were lower, I think that's exactly why. Because the government, we did not go to Desert Storm. That's all. Terrorism is a lie. The reason terrorists attacked us was because we went over there to try and take their opium and oil, but nobody wants to talk about that.
Okay. I'm not disputing that. Actually, I do think I'm not disputing that that was a huge reason why they were involved, right, with the Middle East. I disagree with the involvement in the Middle East from the United States perspective, using military conflict.
And also another thing with Kamala.
That's also Kamala. That's also not addressing anything there, because
another thing with Kamala,
prices were actually pretty high under Obama's administration.
And another thing with Kamala is she's using all the tax money, or all the money that people are paying taxes for, and just saucing it over to a country, making our relationship with Russia completely trash. And she's just giving billions of dollars of money that should be going to the money that she put towards Ukraine could have solved so many issues. I live in New York City. Could have so many different issues. That money could have been put towards making cities safer, making cities better, stopping poverty, helping world hunger or country nationwide hunger. But we're giving tax money that is the reason that prices are higher, and we're just giving it to another country. Why are we doing that? Like, she did so many things that were just like not like, why would you, what are you doing? Like, in another, like I said, these are the reasons I didn't vote for Kamala, was because Kamala is because another thing was the border. The border was dude, I've never seen the New York City this bad. It's crazy. The amount of people they're letting in,
talk about
causing crimes, and the amount of drugs here, man. The amount of drugs have gone completely skyrocketed. The fentanyl.
Can I address this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, what policies did Donald Trump have to reduce this?
Well, one, Trump was building a wall. Trump's border, what's it called? The Caesar borders. What's that called? The person who's in charge of the border.
So you're saying borders are, but also let me address this. The border wall. He actually only built 3.7% new wall. 22%.
And where the walls were.
Dude, I'm just gonna mute you. 22% refurbished. Right. That's even if you were to double that based upon like what he did. So like you just calculate the exact same percentage, right? That he did prior, it would not even get to 50%. Plus, it is the case that the bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration would have literally, led to more wall being built than any point under Trump's administration. So why did Donald Trump call for people in Congress to undermine that bill, given it is the case that it would have built more wall if he actually cared about building the wall, and that would have been so great for the border?
Okay, well, where there were walls, hold on, sorry. Where there were walls, there was like where walls were was really good. Like where walls were, people were not coming in. Also at the same time, the Dems were barely letting this guy build the wall. They were all against this guy building the wall. Also, I think when Trump was president, I'm pretty sure that the Dems were in control of the House and the Senate, right? Or the Senate was red, but the House was blue or something like that. And they were barely letting this guy do anything. At the same time, where walls were really good. Where walls were, there was literal stats that showed where the walls were, things were good. Where walls weren't, things were not good. The wall is definitely a thing that is really needed. If there are walls, there's progress.
I would love, walls. You mean Tim Walls? But like, if you're going to talk about the wall in terms of the border wall, again, I would love to see the stats you were looking at, right? But like, again, more wall would have been built due to the bipartisan border bill if Donald Trump didn't undermine the bipartisan border bill because he didn't want Democrats to win.
I mean, the Democrats did a lot of stuff because they didn't want Trump to win. They literally started selling his materials that he would have used for the wall before and they also tried shutting down the government before he became president.
So in terms of the border materials, they're only willing to compromise on building a border wall if it is the case that you actually are going to pass a bill where there's faster immigration processes. And there was going to be a bill that was going to pass. The bipartisan bill would have passed. It had enough people in Congress that were going to vote for it. And Donald Trump called the necessary people in Congress, right, to not vote for the bill.
Okay. I guess so. I just think in terms of 2016 to 2020, the border was under way more control than 2020 to 2024. And it's completely obvious if you really look at the reality. There's cities, I forget what city it was, where there's so many it's not just people in Spanish countries. Haitian, there's a city in, I forget where it's called. I think it's maybe in Illinois or Ohio or something like that, where there's so many Haitians that are pouring in that they have schools where people who are born in the U.S. can't even go to school because there's so many Haitians that are now coming in and going to these schools where people who are born here can't even go to school because there's no. And these are immigrants.
What's
people
wrong
who are
with
not even
Haitian
born
immigrants coming to the country?
Illegally. I'm talking these people are illegal.
They were here legally in the country.
Illegally. No, I'm talking about illegally.
They were literally here legally in the country.
Yes, illegally. If you're legal, I have no problem with that.
Legal. Legally. Legally.
But they weren't.
Yes, they were.
They
were under a temporary protected status.
Most people aren't. Most people aren't, especially coming to New York City. Most people are not here legally at all, not even close. And I think that
they were.
And they're also causing crimes, and they're just staying here
at way lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens.
If you're illegal,
if they commit a crime, they're immediately deported.
They should be, but they're not actually. No, they're actually not.
What are you talking about?
But they're not doing that. That's what I'm saying. They might say they're doing that, but they're not. I watched a 15-year-old.
Yes, given due process, people are deported. What are you talking about? Right? If they are undocumented immigrants. Now, people under temporary protected status, they are legally in the country. They're not illegally in the country. They are legally in the country.
I'm just saying, there's a 15-year-old who was in the Bronx illegally over 10.
Actually, you know what? Where do you get your information from?
This I got from the newspaper.
No, I'm saying, where do you in typical get your information from?
Where do I typically get my information from? Well, I watch podcasts. I watch the news. I usually watch Fox News or CNN. I watch the news. Yeah, I also use Google. I also use Apple News, and like I said, podcast and certain people that I watch.
Okay. Can you name 2 hosts on CNN?
No, probably not.
Can you name 1 host on CNN?
Probably not. I don't really pay attention to the names
Slice
of the hosts.
Brownie, take it at $10. Thank you. Can you tell me what they look like?
I can't that's kind of crazy. I can't specifically remember what each person looks like. I just watch the news.
Okay. What podcast do you listen to?
I watch Joe Rogan a lot. Pretty much, I watch a lot of Joe Rogan. I like watching the Nelk Boys. I watch and I'll usually watch it depends. I watch it depends. Sometimes I'll just randomly watch a podcast, but those 2 I watch the most. Those 2 I watch the most. Yeah.
The Nelk Boys and Joe Rogan. That's why, dude. You're just dude, your entire timeline's cooked, bro.
Not really, though.
That's your information.
Not all my information. Like I said, YouTube is where I really get a lot of my.
How do you feel about Joe Rogan's position that he would vote for Bernie over Trump?
I disagree with that. I don't agree with everything Joe Rogan says. I don't agree with everything everybody. I don't agree with everything anybody says that I support.
Do you
just
watch,
like Donald Trump, I don't agree.
Do you watch
with
any Red Pill podcasts?
Red what?
Do you watch any Red Pill podcasts?
No. To be honest, I probably have. Like I said, I go through YouTube and I watch a lot of different stuff on all this stuff, but I can't the specifics. If I had to say what podcast I watch the most, it's those 2. But I do watch a lot of stuff. I just don't know the names of the people that I'm watching really.
Yeah. The issue is that this is where
most of it is from the news, though. Most of it is from the news. Most of it is from online.
Fox News.
I watch Fox probably the most because obviously that's the most. Obviously that's the most of obviously everyone has their news that they watch. Dems have their CNN is obviously more Democratic.
I don't watch CNN.
Well, there's news stations that are more, for example, the one lady with the short hair on NBC, you know her? You know what I'm talking about? The one lady with the short hair, black short hair on NBC or ABC, one of those. You know what I'm talking about, right? The female?
Yeah, man.
Okay,
Woman. Can you say woman, please?
Woman, yeah. Well, female, woman, same thing.
Why do you just refer to every woman as female?
I don't know.
You know,
woman
women
and
don't,
female is the same
women
thing.
don't like that.
I mean, I don't know. I live with a woman, a female. I don't think she
A woman.
cares
Why did
what
you
I
correct
call
yourself
her.
the wrong way?
If I call her a female or a woman, she's not going to question that because, and that's what I'm
But
saying.
women in typical do not like being referred to as female, as they see it is dehumanizing.
Okay, that's not even a. Where's your evidence on most women would not like to be called that? Is there some sort of stat that says most women wouldn't like to be called a female?
Would you just want to like?
If someone
look at the
called me a
chat?
male, if someone called me a male or a man or a male,
Do you want to like look at the chat? There you go. How about you take a look at the chat?
Yes, but these are people who support you. I mean, this is a chat of people who mainly support you. You see what I'm saying? So of course they're going to agree with you. This is your channel.
But you know that you're acting like they aren't women. That
Okay.
Fire had those opinions.
But I know I live with a woman right now who would tell me right now that she does not care. So, and that's what I'm saying. If I was on a channel with a bunch of people, bunch of women who agree with what I say, they would be saying what I say. That's just reality of who you're asking. You're asking a crowd who obviously supports you and will support what you're saying. If I accidentally, and obviously when I said female, and obviously when I said female, I didn't mean it in any sort of way. And if someone said, hey, could you not, hey, I'd rather be called a woman, I would say, okay, my bad, sorry, woman.
That's all we're
used to
saying.
saying female. That's what I'm saying. I'm not like
just say woman.
I'm not saying female in the sense of like I don't know. That's what I'm saying. This is a pointless argument. I'm not saying female.
So just say woman.
I guess so.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't even know where we were at when I was saying that. Where were we at before we started talking about this woman female stuff?
It's called. We were talking about how people were legally in the country, and it is the case that you were talking about deporting them. And Donald
Okay,
Trump
yes, and
deported them.
I'm saying that I've seen there's a 15-year-old kid in the Bronx who had 10 plus crimes, who is living in a hotel for free with SSI Social Security.
Are they living there right now?
Yes, they didn't kick him out of the country.
What the fuck, Trump? What the fuck, Trump? Why is he not fixing this shit, dude?
I don't know. I don't know if the kid's gone now. This was a while ago. This was in 2024. So I don't know if he's there now. I didn't look into if he's there now. I don't know if
So
he's there now.
you're not very much keeping up with him?
How am I supposed to keep up with him? How am I supposed to keep up with there's so many cases like this. I'm not gonna follow a
Just keep up
specific
with him, bro.
case.
Just keep up with him.
I guarantee you, though, a lot of people are going to be leaving soon. A lot of people are going to be out of this country very, very soon, 150%. Because when that happened, that was under Kamala. When this happened and this guy committed another crime with a deadly weapon, robbery, they kept him in this hotel.
Here, I got you.
Giving him Social Security benefits. I guarantee.
Bro. Again, I get you. If it is the case of someone is committing those violent crimes, they should not be released in the country. And that's why I think that Donald Trump should not have released violent criminals that beat police officers and admitted to it into the country, right?
Okay, well, actively, the Dems are trying to have us get this MS-13 person out of...
Who?
I don't know. I don't know his name. I don't remember his name, but I know
This
person.
MS-13 person? No, you guys are saying someone's MS-13.
Okay, it says it on his hand, MS-13 tattoos. And
give me a single source. You don't even know who you're referencing.
I don't know. How am I supposed to just remember this guy's name, who obviously is a serious criminal? Okay, so basically, whether I know
who's
his name or
actually
not,
a serious criminal, Donald
serious
Trump.
criminal. Well, MS-13 member. It's on his hand. It's tatted on his hand, and that they want to let him in, and Trump's trying to say, no, we do not want this guy back.
How am I supposed to refer to that? No, what you're not understanding is that Trump is going against a Supreme Court order to allow for Kilmar Abrego Garcia to go through due process.
Yeah, and if he's an MS-13 member, why would we even want to do
There's
anything?
no evidence that he's MS-13.
It's tattooed on his hand.
Give me a single source.
Look at the photo of his hand. What do you mean?
Go ahead, provide that.
Just look up the photo. The photo is online of his hand. There's a picture of his
You
hand.
mean a photoshopped photo? Please give
See,
me a single
any
source.
photo can be photoshopped, I guess, if that's what you're saying.
Where'd you get that from? Joe Rogan?
I got it from online. I got it from multiple sources.
Yeah, go ahead. Provide me a single source that he has that on his hands, please, bro. You literally believed just like a fucking Facebook meme, dude. I can't even take it, man. It's actually unbelievable. This is seriously what I'm supposed to respond to, man.
I mean, if they have a picture, especially someone who's a criminal, of a picture of his hand, especially a picture of his hand, MS-13
Go find
on
that
his hand.
picture. Go find the picture and put it on. I'll literally fucking allow you to put it on screen.
I'm on my iPad right now. I can't. I'm
Hmm.
serious. I don't use my iPad. I don't have all my stuff on my iPad. I just have I literally had to get into this chat. I had to use my because I was watching. This is how I got on here. I literally went on, opened YouTube. I saw Parker debates Trump fans, and I was like, you know what? I'll slide in and see if it works. And I signed it to my iPad, and that's what I did. Pretty much. I don't use this iPad for anything, so I have nothing on this iPad.
Do you have another device?
Yeah.
Just look it up, and you can turn your camera on and show us.
All right.
Angelica, thank you so much for pushing the $10. Thank you.
Wait, what? Well, I guess I have to wait 5 minutes. So let's talk about something. I guess I forgot my.
Do you
I don't know
agree?
why.
Do you agree that every person in the country, undocumented or not, is entitled to due process?
Say that again.
You know, everyone in the country is entitled to due process, regardless. Even if everything you're saying is true, he's still entitled to due process.
I don't know. I'm just saying if this guy is possibly not, if this guy is possibly dangerous, why would we? Why would we let anybody who's possibly dangerous anything? I think that we should let people who are possibly dangerous. This guy is possibly dangerous. Why would Trump lie and say that this guy is not? Why lie about something like that when he's trying to obviously protect us? Why would he lie and just make up a lie about this guy? If this guy wasn't dangerous,
Donald
why
Trump
would it be an
has
issue?
30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. Why would he make up a lie?
But if this guy wasn't dangerous, why would it be an issue? Why would it be an issue if
Why
this
would
guy
he make
wasn't
up
dangerous?
a lie? Because he got caught in a fucking issue.
But you're saying
He lies all the time.
You keep
He
bringing
always
up You keep bringing up lies, though. Do you realize that every president we've ever had lies? Do you realize you cannot believe
cannot give
everything
me
the government
30,000.
says?
You cannot give me
Like-
30,000 confirmed lies from Joe Biden.
I guarantee you could. I guarantee you could.
Go ahead, try.
Confirm 30,000 lies. I guarantee you could, because for one, I don't even know how anybody even supported this guy to begin with, but let alone his last year of office, he was probably lying all the time because he didn't even know what he was saying. This guy couldn't even speak. And people were going to vote for this guy.
Are you saying violent offenders should be deported?
I think violent offenders that are illegal should be deported. Yeah, and if you're a violent offender and you're legally here, then you should be going to jail or prison. Yes.
Okay, so Donald Trump's a violent offender. He should be in prison.
Okay, well, was he in the courts? Did they send him? I believe
The courts determined that he was
refresh
held
that.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Refresh that. Like I said, if you're a violent offender and you went through the courts and whatever punishment they gave you is the punishment they give you. If you're illegal, I think you should be sent back. But if you do something wrong here and you go to court, if they give you 3 years in jail or probation or whatever they decide to give you, that's what you get. I'm not the court system. I don't know. I'm not the court system. So if Trump was given whatever punishment he was given for that, then I can't do anything about that. I don't, like I said, you keep going back to what Trump did in the past. I don't really, I'm focused on now. Who is actively trying to fix our country? Obviously, in the fact of the matter is so many people who did not vote for him last year voted for him this year. Why? Why did so many, even black people,
I have a question.
they say he's racist. How is he racist?
Do you believe, I can go through that. Do you believe everyone deserves due process?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I guess not. In your terms, I guess not.
No. Okay, so then,
in your terms,
why
my
does
bad. In your terms, I guess so.
So then, why should Donald Trump get it?
I don't know. I
Doesn't that
don't
seem
have
like a problem?
I don't really have an answer for that question.
Doesn't that seem like a problem?
I'm not really the most educated in this part of things, to be honest. I'm not really the most in terms of this like issue with things. I would be, if I started saying things, I would just be like, you know what I mean? I can't really talk about something I don't have knowledge of. I don't want to do that, you know? I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, so shouldn't that be like an issue then? In the Constitution, right? Do you accept the Constitution? Or I mean, I don't know. With Trump supporters these days.
Do I accept the Constitution?
Yeah, like whatever it says, you accept that. Like if it says that everyone deserves due process, would you accept that?
The Constitution, I believe in most of it. Most of it. I wouldn't say I believe in everything in the Constitution. I'm pretty sure there's things in the Constitution that are like.
Hello, you
so I don't believe. Oh, am I back in?
Okay, so then like do you dispute in the Constitution when it says that like everyone should have due process?
I mean, if that's what's in the Constitution, then that's what's in the Constitution. But
Angelica, thank you for the $5.
I just
Thank you.
believe in the
I
fact
doubt it.
that if this guy's dangerous, and I guess everybody deserves due process, and our country is actively having an issue with people who are dangerous, then in terms of the Constitution, and I believe, and anyway, I know for a fact liberals have problems with the Constitution. I know that for a fact they have issues with the Constitution.
You're misunderstanding the point. Of course, we think that there are some issues with the Constitution. What you're not identifying, there's not an issue with this part. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that is horrible. That is actually crazy to hear. That's crazy to hear. Sean, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. And then that's true. And then Mia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the £5. Without words. I actually have not seen that. If you'd like to send me information about that, I'd love to see. I'd really appreciate that. Go ahead though. Continue.
I just think that if we're in a country and we're actively trying to keep dangerous people out, and Trump is trying to enforce something and saying that this guy is dangerous, and obviously the Constitution has, to begin with, Constitution, right, has a lot of things that people don't agree with, and in that sense, I guess in this sense, if he's trying to keep someone dangerous out of the country, then I agree with it. If it's somebody dangerous, potentially dangerous, then I agree with it, because I live in New York City. I'm watching people get shot all the time. I'd rather it not be dangerous. I have a daughter as well. I'd rather not have people who are dangerous in my country where my daughter's going to be going to school one day. So
Great.
I
have a question. If someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, again, do you think that they should be allowed to legally immigrate into the country?
I would say no. Like I said, you keep bringing up something that he did
a
while ago, and who knows?
So then why do you have harsher?
Who knows if he even did it? For one, I guess he.
Why do you have harsher qualifications on who's allowed to become a citizen of the United States compared to who's allowed to become president of the United States?
Well, he was elected president. Why would he be elected president if he did these horrible things, right? Why would so many people vote for him?
Because you voted for him. Because you voted for him.
Okay. So, but I'm not the only person who voted for him. Millions of people who didn't vote for him last year voted for him. Why? Because he did these horrible things. Why would they vote for him? Because he's doing so many good things, actually. Currently doing a lot of good things. Things that people need to be done. I mean, there's in the past, and it's not even whether I like Trump or not. It's the fact that I was never really political, to be honest with you. I really wasn't. I wasn't political until the last 4 years, this atrocity that happened the past 4 years, to where I literally was like, got into it because of how bad it was. And the fact of the matter is, I would have voted, say it wasn't Trump, say it was somebody else, I probably would have voted for them too, just because how bad this was. And also the fact that, like I said, yeah, it was just horrible. I mean, thank God Kamala stepped up. You guys should be grateful that she stepped up, because Biden didn't stand a chance. If you even saw the debate between him and Trump, this guy was.
Harrison, you're like 12 years old. I'm serious. Seriously, we know your account. You can send a guest request. You're like 12 years old, aren't you? Good.
So I'm just saying how. So before Kamala became the elect, like the person that you were trying to elect, did you support? But were you like actively supporting Biden to be the next president?
Over Donald Trump, yes.
How could you possibly do that when you know that this guy is medically spiraling downhill to the point where he is not mentally capable of doing his job? So you vote for someone
I would take Joe Biden on his deathbed over Donald Trump.
And that's a serious problem.
No, it's not.
That's a serious issue. This guy is incapable.
Donald Trump is a rapist. Donald Trump literally undermined the integrity of our democracy, right? By sending false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win, to try to steal the election. He undermines our rule of law, our Constitution, right? Our core democratic values. He's a threat to our public institutions. He wants to undermine funding for the VA, right? Our ability to pay for things like Social Security and Medicare. All right, and he wants to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires disproportionately. Don't even get me started. He also said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. Why is none of that relevant to you?
Okay, well, you're taking the one thing about a 10-year-old girl, you're taking like things that were said probably out of context, or things that were just a quote that was said. Everything. Have you ever said anything that you regret saying in your life?
I regret saying that I should have let you on this live.
Okay.
So yeah,
I guess that was a good one. You got me. But
that's one. But two, that's nowhere near fucking comparable to sexualizing a 10-year-old when you're 50 years old.
Well, you
I don't know.
50,
How old are you?
How old are you?
How old are you? How old are you?
He's
How old are you?
81 years old now. He's
How old are
81
you?
years old now. This was
How old are
31
you?
years ago. 31 years ago. You guys
How
are
old are
taking something
you?
that this.
How old are you?
I told you I was 22 like 6 times.
Okay. So would you be okay with one of your friends saying that to a 10-year-old girl?
Probably not.
Would you stay friends with them?
But why are we even talking about?
And you're 22. He was in his 50s at the time when he did this. And you're like defending that.
I'm not defending anything. I'm saying somehow it keeps going back to stuff this guy said. I'm not even talking about none of that. I'm talking about the fact that so you're saying you want a guy who is incompetent, can't speak, forgets where he is, doesn't know what's going on.
I would prefer that over Donald Trump, who did all of those other things. Yes.
A literal puppet, someone who's literally destroyed. The last 4 years have been horrendous. You want this guy who doesn't even know where he is talking to world leaders? You want a guy who can't even speak talking to world leaders? Why would I want a guy who is incompetent? When Trump ran the government from 2016 to 2020, and it was actually pretty good. Times were good. Times were actually real good 2016, 2020. So obviously he's capable of being the president.
Who was president in 2016?
Who was president in 2016? Yes, okay, Obama was president.
So he inherited a good economy, and then you just admitted that it wasn't him.
And okay, inherited a good economy, but his economy was proven to be, he had the best economy. Those 4 years, he had the highest economy that was ever.
Based on what metric?
I don't know what you mean. What metric? What do you mean metric?
I said based on what metric? He had the best economy based on what metric?
I don't know what you mean by metric.
Like GDP, unemployment, inflation.
Based on most of those things, he had the best economy. Prices were good. Our economy was flying. Everything was good. And then 2020 comes, and our economy.
He said all the metrics. No, so GDP was lower. Real GDP was lower. Right? Unemployment was lower under Biden.
Yes, but COVID screwed him over. COVID really screwed things up, and you can't even blame him for that because COVID.
Even pre-COVID numbers.
Not really, obviously, but obviously COVID was one of the things that obviously took a major toll on things for sure. I think we can both agree on that COVID was
not disputing that. I'm just acknowledging that the unemployment that I was referencing at the lowest point under Trump's administration, 3.5%, was pre-COVID.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yes, it was according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
I don't think so. I think
You're just denying reality.
I just think unemployment that was from COVID. I think so. I think so.
Unemployment was from COVID?
And the only reason that Biden created more jobs was bounce back jobs from COVID, which is obvious. It was all bounce back jobs. The jobs he created were all bounce back jobs from COVID being over.
Hold on,
Not
watch
over,
this.
but
Hey, can you take a look at this real quick? I want you just to see this. This is the civilian unemployment rate under the Biden under the administrations. So if you look here, the lowest point under Trump, you see 3.5%.
in February of 2020.
Yeah, you see 3.5%.
Okay, in February of 2020.
Yeah, that's pre-COVID. All right.
That's
you see the
when
lowest
COVID
point.
happened.
Look at this.
Basically, when COVID happened, it was February 2020.
You see right here. What does this say?
This is COVID. This is basically COVID.
This is.
Well,
wait,
now
so-
you're at 2023. 2020, that's COVID. The February, that's basically COVID.
It was. You see, I was also already on a trend down when he was getting in office. So he inherited a trend down. Also, you see this? Like this is 3.4% at the lowest month. See?
Like I said, bounce back everything.
Right here. So lower. So based on what metric are you referencing?
Not this metric.
Apparently not.
Like
So
I
what
like, but
metric?
like I
Do
said,
you
the
want?
people, the
We'll
people
keep going
I
through
watch,
them. You want?
but
You
the
want to try
people
the next
I watch
metric?
show, but what I'm saying is the people I watch showed a chart very similar to that shows different. So that's what I'm saying. Well,
Really? That was from the that was really because they're lying. to you.
because
That
that's
was
what I'm
from-
saying. I feel like people on your side.
That was from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. If they're showing you anything different than this, they are lying to you.
I don't think so.
Dude,
I don't
you're
think
just
so.
like,
Because
you know
I
what?
live
Are
in New
you
York City.
okay,
I
bro?
live in
Are
New
you
York City.
okay?
I live in New York City, and what I'm saying is that since when Biden became president, in terms of prices, economy, everything was not. If I'm focused on reality, I'm focused on my perspective, right? I'm the person voting. So if from 2016 to 2020 I was good, everything was fine for me, and then from 2020 to 2024, everything goes to garbage. The government goes to garbage. All these issues with other countries.
I like how it started going to garbage when even Trump was in office, and you just just glossed over that. And then you also said it was already good when Obama was in office. After I've already clarified this to you in this conversation.
Okay, when Obama was in office, it was 2008. I was 8 years old. I really don't know what it was like to be in under Obama, right? And then Obama became president in 2008. I was 8 years old. And then 2016, when Trump became president, is the age where I was a little older and able.
Trump became president in 2017.
You know what I'm trying to say, right? So when Trump became president, that's when I'm actively an older kid now. I'm 15, 16, 17 years old, however old I was, able to now understand things. When I don't know much about the Obama administration. Honestly, I actually, like I said, didn't, looking back at Obama and the time I lived, I actually don't hate Obama. Like
Sean,
I said,
give me $2.
I go with what views I like better. When Obama was president, you're right. Things weren't bad at all. I'm not saying Obama was a bad president. He was actually a pretty good president. My parents liked him. He was a good president. And my parents liked him. Like I said, my parents are registered Democrats and they voted for Obama. They in 20 when it was Trump versus Hillary, they voted for Hillary. This election, when it was Trump versus Biden, they voted for Biden. And now this election, Trump versus Kamala, they voted Kamala. They voted.
Suzanne, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much,
they
Suzanne. I
voted
really
for Trump.
appreciate it. Jesse with the $5, and then Raven,
they
thank
are
you so much for the
registered
$10.
Registered
Okay,
Democrats
I'm
who
sorry,
voted for Trump.
I get it. Cool, dude. It's not the first time I've heard that. I'm asking you like why you voted for Donald Trump. I don't care about that.
Okay, I voted for Donald Trump various reasons because drugs pouring in, the illegals and immigration issues that are happening.
What was his plan to fight? What was his plan to fight the amount of drugs coming over?
We still haven't talked about the Ukraine issue. You never answered that. Why was it okay to just be saucing them tax money that we could have used? We could have used that tax money to fix so many things in our country, but we gave it to a country for their guns and ammo to have.
That's 1/32 of the overall military spending under the Biden-Harris administration. There was a greater increase in military spending due to Space Force. Donald Trump did Space Force. That was a greater amount of military spending per year than what we sent to Ukraine. And in terms of the money we sent to Ukraine, that was through the Budapest Memorandum, because we signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. That's all we were doing.
Okay, and that was completely wrong. We're giving, like I said, I'm not talking about where military money was going. I'm talking about where, like, if it was going to space, whatever. We're sending it to a country that is actively fighting, a country that is Russia. The top three countries, in my opinion, obviously the U.S., Russia, China. Those are the big dogs, right? So they're fighting against the country. Yes, okay. Technically, are we supposed to under NATO and stuff like that? Are we supposed to protect and stand up for those countries? Yes. But in certain terms, I agree with the fact that my opinion, and like I said, I have my own opinions. So whether some of my opinions, Trump and Harris, I don't even know what side they take. And my side on this is, why are we giving money to this country in a war that has nothing to do with us? And us doing that created a lot of issues. And now we're trying to fix those issues. Trump is actively trying to fix this issue and solve and end this war, when we were just adding to the cause. With under the Harris administration, we were just keeping it going. Basically, now you see that we're actually trying to find some sort of resolution to this. We were just adding to the problem. We were just giving, here, take more money, take more tax money. Here you go. Just make our relationship with Russia worse and just keep fighting, I guess. I like, that's so dumb to me. I don't know how that can even be agreed with on any sort of circumstances. And so what, we made an agreement.
So like the US shouldn't have any involvement in the Ukraine-Russia conflict, but we should be the ones to like broker the deal to like limit it from occurring in the first place. Secondly, like what Trump's doing is giving more power to Putin and to Russia, right? The exact same thing that like we were trying to limit and contain in the first place, which was working, because if the entirety of the West was defending Ukraine, right, it would be able to economically stand up longer than Russia has been able to, because Russia's economy has taken a huge hit. So those are the things. Also, we do have a relevance to the conflict because we signed the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay, so why? Okay, so why? But why? So Russia, benefiting Russia, whatever. Why wouldn't we want to have a stable relationship with Russia, and at the same time Ukraine? Why would we want to make this come to an end so people stop dying? Let's have people stop dying first for no this point. Let's have people stop dying, and that's what Trump's trying to do. Have people stop dying, cease fire, so that people stop dying, and whether we like it or not, say he's trying to like in terms of creating a relationship.
Would you argue for a stable relationship with Nazi Germany?
No, but I'd
Why
rather
not?
have a
Why
stable
not?
relationship with a country that has the same amount of nuclear power as us. Yes.
But why not?
But why not what? Why would I not create? Because they're just genociding Jews. What are you talking about? Why would we create a relation?
They're
went to war with them
genociding
for a reason.
Ukrainians.
We went to war with them for a reason. Because
Russia's mass killing Ukrainians and ethnically cleansing them.
well, they're in a
Stealing their
war.
land.
Okay, they're in a war. They've been in a war, and now what I'm saying is Trump is trying to resolve the war. So
do you think that Russia's committed war crimes in Ukraine?
probably has.
Not probably. The ICC and the ICJ has indicated that. To be the
Okay,
case.
and that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that Trump is actively just trying to cease fire, end the war, come to some sort of conclusion so the war stops. And yeah, so the war stops, and so we have a little bit of a more stable relationship with Russia. I'd rather have some sort of a stable relationship with a country that has the same amount of nuclear power as, like, we could both blow each other up. Why would we want to be in a negative? I'm not saying become best friends with them. I'm just saying, so let's stop.
Do you want a stable relationship with China?
I mean, I don't think our relationship with China is horrible.
Well, Donald Trump, we're currently in a trade war with them where like there's like 245% tariffs.
I
What
know
do you
that,
mean?
and I
We have a
agree.
s-
I
we-
agree.
By the
I
way,
agree
by
with
the way,
that,
by
though.
the way,
China's taking all.
that's a stable relationship. You know what I mean? That's a real stable relationship.
it's stable in terms of like we're not trying to fucking kill each other, and also it's China.
I'm
Well,
pretty
in
sure
terms
people
of
die
China,
because of
China's
that.
taking all of our money anyway. So I agree with what Trump's doing. China is banking off us. China's been taking advantage of us for a very long time. So what Trump is trying to do,
How are they taking
makes
advantage
sense.
of us?
The amount of, do you not see everything is that most of the, in terms of money, in terms of everything, China, hold on, let me get the words for this. China, like, for example, you see everything made in China, made in China, made in China. Everything we are buying, so many things from China are coming in here without these tariffs. When if we're buying so much stuff from China and selling, for example, Nike, right? China has literal kids working, making this stuff, selling it to the US for massive prices, and like I said.
So then we would be exploiting them, right?
Say again?
So then we'd be exploiting them, right?
Okay, what Trump is trying to do is basically the fact that China's making a lot of money off us, regardless of how they're doing it. So he's
Are
trying
they
to
exploiting us or are we exploiting them? Tell me.
I mean, I think to be honest, it goes both ways, I guess. I think it goes both ways, I guess. I'm saying that the tariffs that he's putting on them are completely reasonable, because if they're making bank off us, then we should be getting some money off them, because they're selling our products here with no tariffs. The tariffs are going to get us more money, which we should be getting. We should have more tariffs. We should have a lot more tariffs, so we get what we deserve. We are the biggest.
Who pays the tariff?
Say again?
Who pays the tariff?
What do you mean, who pays the tariff? Taxpayers? Wait, who pays the tariff? They pay the tariff. If there's a tariff, then they're paying the tariff.
No, that's not how tariffs work. Tariffs are paid by the American importer, right? The business that's importing the product, and it's passed down to the consumer. So when you make this claim that it's like paid by
which makes sense anyway, though, in terms of
when you're saying it's paid by the foreign country, no. So what you're doing is the largest tax increase in United States history, and you're arguing it's good, even though it's literally gonna likely lead to a recession.
Not really. I don't think it'll.
Yes,
I don't think it's
yeah.
going to.
Yes, really. The Atlanta Fed has indicated a 3.7% decline in GDP in the first quarter.
I don't think so, because if you use Nike as an example, a company like Nike as an example where they make their shoes, if they're the ones paying the tariff, then that makes sense, because they're having kids that are children make.
It'd be the one importing the product. Any company that's importing products, you know, practically everything you buy, right, is going to come from a different country.
Okay, and we should be getting money for that.
Some aspect of that, right? We're not getting money from them. We're getting money from Americans. You're just taxing us again. And you know that's going to disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals, because it's a regressive tax, because people who are in the lower income, they spend a greater percentage of their income on consumer goods because they are buying stuff they need. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. And then Charlie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I just think in
Sid,
terms of
Sid, thank you so much. Sid, I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. My brain stopped working 45 minutes ago. Honestly, same. Sean, thank you for the $2, and then Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you. You got anything else?
On that subject, no. On that subject, I guess no. I see that Trump is trying to in terms of China, Trump is trying to make China stop taking advantage of us, and the things that he's doing are doing that. China's getting everything. China is really like, China gets a lot off of us. China's winning, basically. If you had to say, China is basically winning, and Trump's trying to make it so we're winning. So I agree with what he's doing, because what he's doing is trying to protect us from China banking off us and getting everything from us. China's economy has grown because of us, because they take all of our money. And Trump's trying to make that so it's not like that. So
China's winning the trade war. Why does he keep doing it?
He's trying to prevent that, though. He's trying to make it better, so we're winning the trade war.
I have a question. Do you agree with the tariffs on the penguins?
You got to explain that. I don't know much about that.
Donald Trump tariffed an island full of just penguins.
Well, I don't really know much about that. Like I said, I'm not going to speak on something that I don't have much knowledge about.
Mill, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1.50.
But like I
so
said,
much.
I don't agree with everything says. If he did that, maybe I don't agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I don't
Maybe,
know much about that.
maybe.
No, I probably don't agree with that. If that's what it is,
Probably.
if that's what it is, but like I said, I'm saying probably because I don't know the full. Like I'd have to look into it to see
And
what
I
my
think
opinion
the
is.
$5.
Like
to
if
see
you're
whether or
telling
not
me,
you
if
want
you're
to
telling me something,
penguins,
if you're telling me something and I haven't looked into it, like why would I? I'm just gonna believe what you said. No, I'd rather look into it first.
like no.
see what it-
Given that they're tariffing just penguins, would you be against it?
But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't make sense. So that's why I would look into it. What you're saying sounds stupid. So I would obviously want to look into it and make an opinion based off of what I see.
Yo, Timmy, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, Parker. Yes, I did. I spoke to you once before.
Yeah,
I
I voted.
voted.
Talk to people once.
Yeah, I voted for him because he took a bullet, and that showed that he had good character. I appreciate you pulling me back in. It's good to see you.
You think he's good character, even though he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman? He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He bragged about walking the changing rooms and girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. That's
Actually,
good character to you?
I have those would not indicate good character to me. So I have a question for you about that. For example, if I'm looking at evidence of, let's say, character, or evidence of anything for that matter, in respect to science and logic, I would need to be able to conclude a fact. I would need to be able to see irrefutable evidence. So, for example, in this case where Donald Trump they did try to assassinate him. The video footage of him being shot at and the bullet hitting his ear is irrefutable. The person who died during that attempt to assassinate him, that's irrefutable evidence. Now, fair enough. And thank you, by the way. I did go and look on Reuters and PBS, the different news sources you gave me, and I learned a lot from them. I have to do further research on what I found there. But what I did find there, if I'm looking at it from a scientific perspective, I can't logically conclude a fact. But if I see footage of someone being shot at, I see it from multiple different angles. I know, in fact, that someone did die. I see the mourning family. I can conclude that if that president continues to run for the presidency after having undergone such awful circumstances, that it does say something good about his character. And so that's why I voted for him. But I wanted to ask you,
But like it's also irrefutable. I can show you an audio recording of Donald Trump saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I can show you an audio recording of Donald Trump on Howard Stern's or show, literally saying that he would walk in the changing rooms of people who are dressing without their consent.
Okay, so and I would be happy to see those, as a matter of fact, if I were able to logically conclude that that these things were true, and I were able to cross-reference those with Harris running for president and conclude that what he was, as far as a character is concerned, is worse than what Kamala is, then I would vote for Kamala under those circumstances. But based on what I found and the actual,
so if I show you those two videos, you'll conclude right now that Donald Trump is worse?
From like 30 years ago, though.
No, I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I also did say, and just to be clear, I did say also if I could cross-reference that with, let's say, inconvenient facts about Harris, because obviously in a scientific world.
So you haven't done any of the research necessary?
I've done some research. I've done a good bit of research. I think everybody gets their research and their information from different sources.
I was like,
and
what?
we just
You're
make
saying
the best
that she's
decision we
done.
can.
You're
What could-
saying
what
nobody
could it be
can
the case
change
that
their
she's
character,
done?
though? You're saying nobody
Wait.
can change their character in 30 years? Like, I used to be a drug addict, but I changed my character. So you're saying that that if you say something, you cannot change yourself? That if you say something by mistake or you make a mistake, you cannot change your character? Obviously, the man is older. Obviously, when the man said those things, maybe that wasn't in good character. But you're saying that somebody can't make mistakes and somebody can't have good character just because they didn't have good character for maybe 30 seconds? That doesn't make any sense.
Just to be clear, Parker,
so
I would
engaging
like
in,
to see
engaging
those,
in like sexualizing
those
children, you
videos.
can come back from.
Would
like,
you be so
I don't
kind?
know. I don't know. These standards you're saying is kind of diabolical. Like, I think there's certain things you can do that like you can probably come back from, and this is probably stuff that would fall within that. I mean, he's talking about walking the changing rooms of girls in his TMC, like without their consent, right? When he's like 50 years old, dude. Like,
I would like to see those videos, Parker. I want to also ask you,
and also the context, of when he was saying it.
What context is that? Okay.
What was the conversation about? What was the what were they talking about?
What about the conversation would make it justified to say that, dude?
Like I said, there's a lot of videos that are clips where it's taken out of context, and it makes it.
Tell me what extra context it could justify saying that. And by the way, everyone, I have like 12 minutes.
Would you agree, Parker, or disagree that before Trump was running for the presidency, there weren't all of these his first term?
There were plenty of accusations.
Would you agree that suddenly there were more after he ran for the presidency?
That's to be expected, given that like he's on a larger stage.
Okay, is it? I mean, if we're looking at it from an
for
objective...
example, can you think about this from a victim's perspective, where like they didn't prior come out against him, but then they see he's in a position of power to a greater extent, and that could even incentivize them to come out then, given that they didn't come out prior.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, yes, I can, and I wonder, just for the sake of objective argument, would you be so kind as to tell me? I know that you're not, obviously, you don't support Trump. But it's not really who we support, but what policies or character or what other things we support. Could you tell me one thing about Trump's policies or anything relative to him that you agree with?
Anything with Trump, Operation Warp Speed. I like some aspects of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in terms of doubling the child tax credit, right, and increasing the standard deductions. So any tax cuts involved in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act that are for lower and middle income individuals, I would support. But like the issue that I have is that like the massive tax breaks for the billionaires and millionaires, 83% of taxes in Trump's tax policy went to the top 1%. But like here's the audio recording.
Thank you.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
I heard you're going up the escalator, and I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Maybe.
You want me to play it again?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't catch the first
I
part.
didn't catch it at all either.
Thank you.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
What was the first part of what he said there, Parker? I'll take your word.
Thursday night, you're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years.
Would that, so him having said, I'm going up the escalator and, oh, you're going up the escalator, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Would you
he
say,
asked the 10-year-old, are you going up the escalator? She goes,
This is a 10-year-old.
yeah. And then he goes, can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. And she goes,
Okay. Oh, okay. So is this, you're right. That voice, I did hear that you were talking about. Is this recording, is there a way for me to scientifically know or objectively know that it was a 10-year-old that he was speaking to? I understand the recording and what he's saying.
Regardless of anything, how does one thing that you say define your character? Everybody makes mistakes.
Well,
I don't understand. And
I
regardless, like he said, how does he know the girl was 10?
Okay, hold up. I'm sorry. Did you hear her?
I did. I vaguely heard it in the recording. I did hear.
Okay, I'll play it one more time.
I don't know. Regardless of anything, I don't see how one can't change character, because like this person
you think
said,
if you think you can
like
come
this
back from
person said, he
sexualizing
took a
10-year-olds,
like this person said, he took a bullet for the country.
So do you think you
character.
can come back? So do you think you can come back from sexualizing 10-year-olds? Like, do you think people who have sexualized 10-year-olds in the past should be able to be president?
Would you say that perhaps you're just choosing a lesser evil, and that in regards to politicians.
I'm just asking. Do you think? Okay, so then show me what
No,
did Kamala Harris
no, I
do
don't
that-
think anybody can.
that's-
Good question.
Yeah. Okay, then go ahead. Tell me anything that Kamala Harris could have done that's worse than sexualizing a 10-year-old.
She had somebody who drugged. She had somebody who drugged, admitted to drugging and stealing, drugging and robbing men as a stripper. Come on her whatever it's called, her rally as an example for women around the country.
You think
By
that's
the way-
worse than sexualizing a 10-year-old?
Just to be clear, because a voice sounds like it's 10 years
drugging
old,
and
not to-
robbing
not
men is
to-
illegal.
It doesn't prove
No, like
that.
no,
in
like
fact
just
it
being
is.
associated.
Drugging and robbing men is a really illegal. Like that's serious prison time actually.
Just being associated, right? And also like which person are you referencing?
Cardi B.
Was that Cardi B or is that someone else? I'd have to see.
It's Cardi B.
Wait, so did she have Cardi B? Didn't she have Megan Thee Stallion? I don't think she had.
She had Cardi B, who also read off a teleprompter, but she had Cardi B. Yes. Speak to everybody. Yes,
Cardi.
she had Cardi B speak to everybody at a rally. Yes, on the big stage. Yes, she did. Cardi B as an example, as a woman, an example for women. Women
Yeah,
are.
I see it. I see it.
Yes, and this is the example. Women are so happy
Okay.
to have her as an example.
Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. You're comparing having her up on a rally. Okay, so do you blame Trump?
You're talking about character. So she drugged.
Do you blame Trump for the guy that said that Puerto Rico was a floating island of garbage?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do you have an issue with the person that Trump had at a rally at Madison Square Garden that said that Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage?
Okay, and Trump did not at that rally. Trump did not know that guy was even performing. He did not even choose that guy to perform. That guy is a comedian from. Hold on, that's my baby. I apologize.
But like you just said that like if they happen to be at the rally.
My baby will stop crying in a second. But Trump did not
Or
know
like
that he
or
was
like you want to talk about
and
people
Trump
that they're
said
associated
after,
with.
He said
Wait,
after
hold
the
up.
fact. Okay, wait.
Hold on. Let's talk about people they're associated with. I'm sorry. I just had to remind myself of this. Jeffrey Epstein was good friends with Donald Trump. Donald Trump said that he's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. By the way, I have 5 minutes left.
How does the audio track conclude as objective evidence, especially in the face of video footage and a dead civilian?
This is from an interview that was live. People in the chat probably have seen this live.
I mean, I'm referring to the audio of the supposed alleged 10-year-old girl.
Yeah, that was live, right? And people watched
On
it.
video.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Or on so well, there was video, the pan over, right, and then it was audio.
When
from
was
that,
this?
But they was still like they had it on them the entire through the interview. So we
When
know
was
it's them.
this?
There wasn't AI.
When was
in the
it?
90s? The 90s.
In
I
the
see.
90s. So 30 over 30 years ago. So someone can't change in over 30 years.
Dude,
said
you're
one
talking
thing,
about
said one thing.
sexualizing a 10-year-old. I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think
sexualizing
you're
a
gonna-
10-year-old is not cool. That's
Yeah, like,
It's definitely
I
not cool. It's definitely not cool.
inhumane.
But drugging, but that's what I'm saying. It goes both sides. Drugging and stealing from men is also not cool either. So if you're saying that he did this that was wrong, but you're also having someone who drugged and stole from men. So what side? You see what I'm saying? It's
Wait.
both,
Based
like,
upon the evidence that you conclude that Cardi B did that, you could say that Donald Trump, again, right? You'd have better evidence that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll. So if you want to talk about that, we can continue to talk about how
But
Donald
like
Trump did
this
that.
person said,
Actually,
is there
I have
video
a
evidence?
question
Is
for
there
you,
any
Parker.
video evidence that he did that?
Because
No.
you're clearly you're well versed in your politics, better than I'll probably ever be, and you'll certainly get better as time goes on. I have a question for you. So I have a family member, my uncle. He's what I wouldn't say that I'm a far right person. I would just say that I voted for Trump, but he is, in my opinion, a far left person. His daughter is actually she's married now to a Republican person who's actually running for like an office. My uncle, being far left as he is, has refused to talk to his daughter now for 10 years. They have not spoken. And I was wondering if you could offer me any advice that I might be able to share with him, or if you could or would offer me any advice that I could share with him on how family is more important than political differences. And I don't believe that you would think that family members should separate according to political views. But if you did, I would understand why you wouldn't be able to offer the advice. But I think you can.
So like I actually don't have an issue with him like choosing not to engage, right? I think
His
that that's a
daughter?
totally legitimate boundary, because we're not just talking about political difference, we're talking about like basic core fundamental values, talking about human rights,
That's
right?
insane.
Things like that. These aren't just like political differences in like the type of way you're saying like, oh, we disagree on like infrastructure policy. Right.
When you say
So-
engage, do you mean politically or
like
just
I think it so
as a
listen,
family member?
listen to what I'm saying. I think it's totally
Yeah, sorry.
justified. I also think it's totally justified for people to engage with MAGA family members and also try to change their perspectives, right? Over time. I think that's totally legitimate. So I'm also someone that takes it from both sides, but I also think it's justified for people to cut them off. If you want to cut them off for that, that's totally
So
justified.
if my
I don't think it's your burden to take
if
that
my
on.
daughter that I'm gonna raise for 18 years becomes a Democrat, should I just diss her? That makes no. That's crazy thing to do because she believes.
Well, I don't think that you have justification for
Just
that.
because I
think-
support Trump, just because I support Trump's views doesn't mean
I don't think
support-
you have justification for
Doesn't
that.
mean I support raping him.
Well,
raping
I'm actually
somebody.
very
I just
sorry
support
to hear
him because
that.
he's a better president.
You're willing to support him in despite of that. What's up? And
I'm very
Timmy,
sorry
I'll
to
let you
hear that.
finish real quick, and then I have to end it here.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing me back, Parker. It's always great to talk to you. I am disappointed to hear that you would. I guess it does make sense in certain contexts, especially if it comes like if your relationship goes really sour and you guys are like damn near fist and fist. Yeah, just don't talk to each other, right? Because politics can do that sometimes.
Here, let me clarify.
Wait,
I think,
can I say something
think
real
that
quick? I would just like to say.
I think that he could try to convince them. Obviously, I don't know the dynamics of that relationship. It sounds like it's a lot more than just that, right? So like that's why I don't superimpose like giving that
I
type of,
see.
because there's just so many factors that I don't possibly know. How have they tried to
Right.
convince?
I
What
just
have
want
they
to say
tried to
thank
do
you
to
for letting me
convince?
on the show.
Is it possible to convince things like that?
I
And
think- I
appreciate
think-
you.
Thank you, Parker. I appreciate you as well. Thanks for your time.
All right.
That's all I want to say. Thank you for your time. I have full respect for you. Thanks for the debate. And just thank you. I appreciate you
appreciate
letting
it.
me on here, and I appreciate the conversation. I have
Appreciate-
utmost respect for you.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You
All right,
too.
guys, take care.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Everyone, make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Make sure to like the stream. I'm gonna turn off the TikTok live. And I'm gonna get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Make sure to like the stream. I love y'all so much. I will be on tomorrow. Mill, thank you again for the $1.50. Thank you so much. W's for them in the chat right now. W's for them in the chat. I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, everyone. I love y'all so much.